the honor to open the General Assembly session to consider the agenda item climate change. We're meeting at a time when the world is going through a number of unprecedented problems. The pandemic is still raging in some parts of the globe, and its long term consequences are still not known. The changing climate patterns are ravaging the world with flood and drought, global warming, sea level rise, and climate refugees. It has been proved beyond doubt that climate change is caused by human action and it can be remedied only by coordinated human action. The UN took many initiatives from the 70s, but none of them had halted or reversed the negative trends. The Paris Agreement set a global target to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius higher than pre-industrial levels in order to avoid potentially catastrophic climate impacts. COP25, held in Madrid, Spain, has made it clear that the global climate process and the Paris Agreement is still alive despite the setbacks and predictions of its demise. However, there is still a growing disconnect of what is required to address the climate change and what many governments are offering to do. Next November, global leaders will be meeting in Glasgow to find out new ways to deal with the problem. It is only appropriate that we should be discussing this agenda item once again. I hope our deliberations today will lead to agreement on drastic measures to deal with the issue. I wish the debate every success. Delegates, by discretion of the General Assembly President, we are moving into the opening statements, and the opening statements will be read in the alphabetical order. The first speaker on my list is the distinguished representative of Bahrain, and I give him the floor.
Good morning, respected President and Chair, and also fellow delegates. Most issues in the world are almost impossible, uncertain, but everything has a solution, and that is what this very institution represents. But unlike most issues that can be resolved by negotiations, climate changes are something that requires a few unique solutions. But unity can solve it, as if all of us put our efforts and heads together, we can come up with solutions to these issues. Bahrain in the past has done its part regarding these. Bahrain has introduced methods to improve the greenhouse gas inventory, greenhouse gas mitigation, and has also come up with educational reforms to spread awareness. Bahrain has also tried to raise funds to reduce waste from fossil fuels. And not just that, there have been many issues that the whole world has been facing due to climate changes. Just to name out a few would be utter chaos caused by natural calamities such as volcano eruptions or tornadoes, or even property being completely destroyed by something as simple as a flood. Bahrain has suffered mainly due to the water crisis. Demand for water increases due to the climate change that Bahrain experiences. And because of the rising sea levels, aquifers are being salinated. So that is a serious issue. Even though the rainfall is relatively high, aquifers are not being recharged. But technical teams have been assigned to monitor this and come up with solutions. Other solutions include deep water cooling systems that will prevent algal growth, that is, passing cold water through water bodies to maintain the temperature. Solar powered desalination, that is, using IR to desalinate water, is a sustainable and eco friendly method, along with photovoltaic and solar thermal powered water purification, that is, reverse osmosis. With that, I would love to conclude.
I thank the distinguished representative of Bahrain for his statement. I now invite the distinguished representative of Bangladesh to take the floor.
Morning.
Please go on.
Good morning to all. Miss President, Miss Secretary General, ambassadors, and distinguished delegates. It's truly a great honor to address you as a representative of Bangladesh. I am here conscious of the hopes and expectation of the people of Bangladesh. Climate change is one of the most complex issues facing today. The climate vulnerable countries contribute the least to the global greenhouse gas emission. And they are the worst victims of the impact of the climate change. The recent IPCC report has provided a grim picture about their future. If the global temperature goes above 1.5 degrees Celsius, they will face permanent damages. The international community has special responsibility to support this country in the adaptation and mitigation efforts. Despite being a climate vulnerable country with resource constraints, Bangladesh has emerged as a global pioneer on adaptation and resilience. Recently, our country has submitted an ambitious and updated NDC to the UNFCCC. Furthermore, we have adapted the Mujib Climate Prosperity Plan, focusing on green growth, resilient infrastructure, and renewable energy. We are on a journey from climate vulnerability to climate resilience of climate prosperity. As a chair of the Climate Vulnerable Forum and V20, our key focus is to promote the interests of the vulnerable countries. A country also sharing best practices and adaptation knowledge with other climate vulnerable country through the GSA South Asia Regional Office in Dhaka. Excellency, we need to adapt bold and stronger measures urgently to address the planetary emergency. I obviously urge the following. Strict implementation of the Paris Agreement to keep the global temperature rise below 1.5 degrees Celsius. Realization of annual 100 billion climate fund from the developed countries. 50% of this fund should go to adaptation and resilience, especially to climate vulnerable countries. Projects should be implemented for the conservation of ocean and sea. No financial mechanism and transfer of green technology to developing countries. The fifth, fixing loss and damage issue and large-scale population displacements due to climate change. The CVF countries need capacity building support to tackle the double jeopardy of pandemic and disaster, particularly with the increased frequency of climate-induced disasters. The most thing is eradicating the poverty. It's an impact of climate change in all its forms and dimensions. We need to build upon the achievements of the Millennium Development Goals and need to seek to address their unfinished business. Then finally, we need a whole of the world to approach a sustainable future for our coming generations. I'm concluding. Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you all.
The distinguished representative of Bangladesh for her statement. I now invite the distinguished representative of Belgium to take the floor.
Respected judges, dear teachers, and my dear friends. Honorable President, a very pleasant morning to all. I'm first Ashley from Belgian Navajo and Matric Higher Secondary School. I feel very proud to be the delegate of Belgium and here to speak about the climatic change. So a climate is an accumulation of daily or seasonal weather events which lasts over a location of period over 30 to 35 years. There are many factors which affect the climate of India and Belgium too. Belgium is the smallest country which is in the northeast of Antarctica continent, but I must say that the factors which are affecting the climatic changes are latitude, longitude, distance from the sea, monsoon winds, relief futures, and much more. So we all know about latitude. Latitudes are the imaginary lines. So the altitude, when the altitude increases, the temperature decreases. Temperature decreases at the rate of 6.5 degrees Celsius for every 1,000 meters of wind. Now, I'm going to share you how the climatic change is happening. What are the reasons for climatic change? So the first and major climatic change, the factor is pollution. There are lot of factories in our all over the world, not only in our country, all over the world. Yes, these factories are polluting the environment through various sources such as air, and they are spoiling the rivers too. And second, the major reason for the climatic change is burning of fossil fuels, coal production, etc. All over the world, Belgium is also one of the most important country to produce coal, but they are struggling to reduce that because of the climatic change. Climatic change not only affect the country, people in a country, but it also affect the country's economy too. Because if there is no rain, because of deforestation, there is no rain. But if there is no rain, it is a great cause of water scarcity. Water scarcity causes all the people to the starvation. So this is one of the most important cause. Second, I must say that we are using fertilizers nowadays. The fertilizers are very harmful to our environment. We all know about that. We can't use that because the nitrous oxide are emitted by that. We can use only the natural manuals. It is very, very useful to us. We want to make our planet greener to leave life cleaner. This was said by a great scholar. Next, I must say that the climatic change is not is the only big thing which man cannot do that. So we must prepare to protect our nature with all our assets. So we all join our hands to protect our environment beyond the climatic change. Thank you, Anantal.
I thank the distinguished representative of Belgium for her statement. I now invite the distinguished representative of Bhutan to take the floor. Distinguished representative of Bhutan, are you there? I now invite the distinguished representative of Brazil to take the floor. Delegate of Brazil, are you present? I now invite the distinguished representative of Cameroon to take the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. President and distinguished delegate. Climate change is something that has to be discussed regularly for the extensive life. Cameroon is a resource country heavily dependent on.
Delegate of Cameroon, can you please increase the volume? We can't hear you.
Is it audible, Madam President?
Yes, Delegate,
Please
you may
speak to
proceed.
the mic.
Is it now audible?
Delegate, if you're using a mobile device, please hold it close to you so that you can be heard clearly.
Sir, is it audible now?
Delegate, if you have a earphone or anything of that sort, it would be highly appreciated. If you don't have one, again, close it You can hold it closer to your mic.
Sir, is it audible now?
Yeah, it's visible. It's audible. For some reason, you can continue.
Sorry for the inconvenience, sir. As I said, Cameroon is a resource-rich country that heavily depends on the revenues which is generated from oil, timber, culture products. The country is no exception to the impacts of the climate change, as the country is already facing an abnormal recurrence of extreme weather phenomena such as violent winds, high temperatures, and rain, which endangers communities, ecosystems, and the services they provide. Madam President, the agriculture sector, one of the main sectors of our country, from which the revenues are generated and most of the peoples are engaged in, are plagued by the various climatic factors, drought, poor distribution of rain, floods, violent winds, others which can be noted without being exhaustive. Fishing, tourism, health, education, employment, security, all these sectors are affected because of the climate change. The last month, that is to be exact, accurate, 9 September 2021, a hailstorm occurred in the place which is situated near to the equator, Varna, which destroyed the plantations, perforated the roofs, and disrupted the transportation. And such incidents that are not common in equatorial regions. So these incidents can be taken as indicator of the climate change. Madam President, in 2015 September, we adopted the 2030 Agenda for the Sustainable Development. The Sustainable Development Goals we adopted was no doubt a vicious plan of action that has potential to transform the lives of people that is living. Achieving Sustainable Development Goals is the only way to put an end to the poverty, which is a serious challenge throughout the world. Initiatives are taken by the government by concentrating on agriculture, infrastructure developments, and helping farmers to reduce the poverty that exists in certain parts of the nation. The consequences of climate change determine the Cameroon's effort to reduce the poverty, develop a strong, diversified, and competitive economy, and strengthen national unity and consolidate the democratic. I hope that together, all of us, we shall succeed in attaining the Sustainable Development Goals that we adopted so that we can meet the challenges of climate change. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Distinguished representative of Cameroon for his statement. I now invite the distinguished representative of Canada to take the floor.
Am I audible?
Delegate, you may proceed.
A very good morning to the respected Madam President, the Chair, and all the distinguished delegates assembled here on this virtual platform. We have assembled here to discuss one of the most pressing concerns, climate change. Climate change is the single biggest things that humans have ever done to this planet. The one thing that needs to be bigger is our movement to put an end to it. Canada has still and continues to reconciliate lasting and meaningful relations between Canada and First Nation, the Métis Nation, and the Inuit people. Programs and services are now being increasingly delivered by Indigenous peoples as part of their move towards true self-government and the full implementation of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. What happens in the Arctic does not stay in the Arctic. Climate change is a global problem. The indigenous peoples and the northern communities are the most affected by its stark reality. Hence, they relate most to the harshest effects of climate change. Therefore, His Excellency, Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, has made the most fulfilling decision. The indigenous people will now decide how they wish to organize themselves in the United Nations, and the power of full implementation of the programs will be on their hands. Canada is the first to come up with carbon pricing and has successfully proved that carbon tax is the most economical way of reducing emissions. Canada is right on track on its mid-century long-term low greenhouse gas development strategy and the Paris Agreement. Prevention is most certainly better than cure. We are running the most dangerous experiment in history right now, which is to see how much carbon dioxide the atmosphere can handle before there is an environmental catastrophe. Therefore, climate change holds for a great solution. The solution, and we already have the solutions and facts. The only thing that is up to us is to make a change. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Canada for his statement. I now invite the distinguished representative of Chile to take the floor.
Good morning, Madam President, and all the distinguished delegates of the world community. I am the delegate of Chile. These are some great words by Greta Thunberg. I don't want you to be hopeful. I want you to panic and act as if the house was on fire. Andres Cowell, Science Minister of Chile, has said addressing the climate crisis is a national priority after years of minimal rainfall. So far, Chile has had 78 mm of rainfall this year, down from 180 mm last year. Mr. Cowell said the lack of rain is a clear sign of climate crisis. The climate general Chile is of temperate Mediterranean type with the amount of rainfall increasing considerably and progressively from north to south. Climate change impacts, and there have been further impacts. Temperature extremes and unseasonable precipitation events have devastated crops, storm surges, damaged coastal infrastructure, and caused coastal erosion, and increasing ocean temperatures are affecting marine ecosystems. Chile's commitment involves greenhouse gas emissions peaking by 2025 at the latest and then decrease to emit no more than 95 million tons of greenhouse gases by 2030. These medium-term emission pledges are made in the context of a long-term vision and goal of GHG neutrality by 2025. Chile is highly exposed and vulnerable to multiple hazards with, such as earthquakes, volcanic activity, and tsunamis, as, as well as hazards we can change due to climate change, such as wildfires, floods, landslides, and droughts. Solutions to climate crisis in Chile. Keep fossil fuels underground. Majority of fossil fuels need to stay underground to avoid climate disaster. Point number 2. Protect the oceans. The air we breathe, the ocean produces over the half of the world's oxygen and absorbs 50 times more carbon dioxide than our atmosphere. Point number 3. Protect forests. The importance of forests cannot be underestimated. We depend on forests for our survival, from the air we breathe to the wood we use. Point number 4. Reduce plastic. Plastic is made from oil, and the process of extracting, refining, and turning oil into plastic is surprisingly carbon intense. Thank you, Madam President, for giving me the opportunity to participate and speak. Now I conclude my words. Thank you.
Of Chile for his statement. I now invite the distinguished representative of China to take the floor.
Good morning to all. I am Arnon.
Good morning to all. Thank you, Mr. President. All countries in the world face challenges in dealing with environmental problems stemming from climate change. The impacts of global climate change in China are diverse due to countries' vast size and its drastically different geographies. This research brief examines Four major biophysical climate change impacts on China's environment: melting glaciers, rising sea level, biodiversity loss, and inverse increase in natural disasters. Shanghai, China's most populous city and an aspiring global financial center, is also among the world's most vulnerable urban areas to rise in sea level as global warming melts polar ice. China currently has no set cap on greenhouse gas emission, now the highest in the world at more than 10 billion tons a year. But it aims to bring them to a peak before 2030, before becoming fully carbon neutral by 2060. The China Council for International Cooperation on Environment and Development, a policy research body chaired by Vice Premier to control absolute emission levels and impose caps on individual provinces and industries. After shutting down coal-fired power stations, currently building more than 60 power stations, having more than one plant in many sites. In order to bring down the emissions, they need to reduce the capacity of newer plants and close the old ones. Technology is still developing and many plants will have to be written off after minimal use. China will earnestly fulfill its obligations under the United Nations Framework Conventions on Climate Change and the Paris Agreement and achieve the target of voluntary contributions as scheduled. The country's commitment and effort have produced progress. The country's carbon emission per GDP unit in 2018 dropped by nearly 46% from level in 2005. They already surpassed the 40 to 45 goals set for 2020. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of China for her statement. I now invite the distinguished representative of Costa Rica to take the floor. Distinguished representative of Costa Rica, are you there?
Delegate, if you're present here in the session, please acknowledge your presence. Madam President, you may move to the next.
I now invite the distinguished representative of Cuba to take the floor.
Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, world leaders, ambassadors, and distinguished delegates. It is truly a great honor to address you as the representative of Cuba. I stand here conscious of the hopes and expectations of the people of Cuba. As a populous tropical developing country, Cuba faces a bigger challenge in coping with the consequences of climate change. Most of Cuba has a tropical savanna climate, according to the Köppen climate classification, though some areas also have a tropical monsoon climate and a tropical rainforest climate with hot semi-arid climate in the Guantanamo Bay area. The climate is tropical, though moderated by trade winds. In general, there is a drier season from November to April and a rainy season from May to October. The average temperature is 23.1 degrees Celsius in January and 27 degrees Celsius in July. The 30-year MISTA project enhanced climate resilience for over 440,000 Cubans and protect vulnerable coastal habitats. Driven by environmental agency of Cuban Ministry of Science, Technology, and Environment, with the support from the United Nations developed program, the innovative project will accelerate the ambition of the Cuban government's contribution to the Paris Agreement, enhancing ecosystem-based adaptation approaches for 1,300 kilometers of coastal line across 24 municipalities. It will also provide an important basis of support for the implementation of the state plan to manage climate change Tarea Vida. The island nation of my country is highly vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. And while my government has made impressive gains towards sustainable development, coastal erosion, flooding, saline intrusion, drought, and sea level rise threaten these hard-won economic and social gains. Impact from these climate drivers pose an existential threat to coastal settlements and communities. With funding from the Green Climate Fund and support from UNDP, this new project will provide valuable inputs to the government's work under Tharyavida. Together, these efforts will help vulnerable populations adapt risk brought on by climate change, said by Dr. Odalis Goikokia, Director General Environment Directorate of CITME. My country has become the latest country to ensure the fight against climate change in its constitution, provoking a mixed response from the scientific community. In late February, voters approved a new constitution that included amendments directing Cuba to promote the conservation of the environment and the fight against climate change, which threatens the survival of the human species. Country joins other nations, including Ecuador and Tunisia, that mention climate or climate change in their constitution. So, together, let us choose a future patriotism, proper prosperity, and pride. Let us choose peace and freedom over domination and defeat. And let us come here to this place to stand for our people and their nations, for our strong, for our sovereign, for our just, and for our thankful for the grace and the goodness and glory of God. Thank you. God bless you, and God bless you, the nations of the world. Thank you very much. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Cuba for his statement. I now invite the distinguished representative of Czech Republic. Distinguished representative of Czech Republic, are you there? I now invite the distinguished representative of Denmark to take the floor.
Good morning to one and all. Madam President, Ms. Secretary General, world leaders, ambassadors, and distinguished delegates. It is truly a great honor to address you as the representative of Denmark. I stand here conscious of the hopes and expectations of the people of Denmark. The weather in my country gets warmer, wetter, and wilder over the period of more than 150 years since observations began. The average temperature in my country has risen by about 1.5 degrees Celsius since the mid of 20th century. The temperature has followed the trend expected by climate models up to the year 2100. India and Denmark agreed to be at the forefront in the global fight against climate change. Together, the two countries will show the world that delivering an ambitious climate and sustainable energy goals is possible. My country's parliament recently voted to make its carbon reduction plan law as a step against climate change. Denmark has one of the most aggressive climate plans of any country, aiming to reduce emissions to 70% of its 1990 carbon levels within 10 years. To do that will require removing an estimated 20 million tons of carbon from the Danish economy. Since the fall of the Taliban in 2001, Denmark has supported Afghanistan with education and democratization. My country has accepted 808 Afghans referred by the UN Refugee Agency, but they are mostly dispersed throughout the country. On Afghanistan, Mr. Carsten Starr of Denmark observed that the country had come a long way since the fall of the Taliban regime and hoped Afghanistan would take yet another step in its transition during the conference in Bonn in December. Besides Denmark, the US, the UK, and Canada have denied recognizing the Taliban government formed by muscling the incumbent government using arms and weapons. Although my country has been regarded as Europe's biggest producer of municipal waste per person in recent years, Denmark aims to recycle 70% of all waste by the year 2024. Denmark is regarded as the most eco-friendly country and it has ranked 5th on the Global Peace Index. My country has maintained its very peaceful position since 2017 when it fell from the second place. Over the last year, Denmark recorded a very small deterioration in peacefulness due to an increase in weapons imports and number of external conflicts. So together, let us choose a future of patriotism, prosperity and pride. Let us choose peace and freedom over domination and defeat. Let us come here to stand for our people and their nations, for our strong, sovereign and forever thankful for the grace, goodness and glory of God. Thank you, God. Let God bless all the nations of the world. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I thank the distinguished representative of Denmark for her statement. I now invite the distinguished representative of Egypt.
Thank you, Madam President, and esteemed delegates for having the delegate of Egypt address the Assembly. The cradle of civilization, numerous historic sites, and most importantly, the lifeline of Egypt. The Nile Delta is seriously threatened by sea level rise. We as a nation have been stepping up efforts to preserve its environment and address climate change through measures as diverse as introducing electric buses, boosting renewable energy, and trying to ban plastic bags. The potential impacts of climate change in Egypt, brought on by considerable loss of agricultural land and rising temperatures, are hard to ignore. They include reduced crop fields, food insecurity, and water stress, with rising sea levels also threatening coastal populations. Egypt is mainstreaming greenhouse gas mitigation into national policy and investment frameworks, including increased clean development mechanism, financing opportunities, enhancing the country's capacity to adapt to climate change through adaptation of water resources and agriculture sectors is our major task ahead. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Egypt for his statement. I now invite the distinguished representative of Estonia. I give her the floor.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, please.
Okay. Good morning to one and all present here. I am a delegate of Estonia, and I would like to talk about the climate change issues happening all over the world, including in Estonia. Climate change includes both human-induced global warming and its large-scale impacts on weather patterns and natural climatic conditions. Most climate change are due to human activities happening all over the world, affecting every region of this planet. We have heard of climate changes in previous periods, but the current changes are way more rapid than any other known in the Earth's history. Changes such as shifting weather patterns can threaten food production and leads to rising sea levels that increase the risk of catastrophic flooding. Estonia is a developed country who is still looking forward for sustainable goals for the present and the future humanity. We are the first organic and digitalized nation in the world and are moving towards a more sustainable nation. The climate change in Estonia can cause sea level rise due to the thermal expansion and melting of glacier ice caps and ice sheets. This accelerated sea level can strongly affect us due to our relatively long coastline and extensive low-lying coastal areas. We take this issue very seriously, as this year it was found out that the sea level continues to rise at a rate of 1/8 of an inch per year. And because results from satellites and tide gauges indicate a higher average rate of global SLR in the past 15 years of about 3.1 millimeter per year. And this SLR can cause flooding, coastal erosions, and the loss of flat and low-lying coastal regions. It increases the likelihood of storm surges, enforces landward intrusion of salt water, and endangers coastal ecosystems as well as wetlands. It is told that an additional 1.6 million people living in Europe's coastal zones could experience coastal flooding by 2080. There are also indications on significant increase in air temperature and precipitation in Estonia. And just like what I told before, such problems can cause great loss. So Estonia has successfully decoupled its economic development from environmental pollution, having taken different energy-related measures which have had very positive and substantial decrease of emission of greenhouse gases. Among the most efficient measures, I would mention the application of new technologies, renovation of oil shale power plants, and installation of new circulating fluidized bed combustion technology. It has higher combustion efficiency, allowed to reduce fuel consumption up to 25%, which in turn means substantially lower CO2 emissions. A prosperous future of mankind needs coordinated and targeted actions of all nations in order to achieve sustainable path of development. As climate change worsens, dangerous weather events are becoming more frequent and severe in many regions. We Estonia are trying our best to be sustainable as possible. I thank all of you for your attention.
I thank the distinguished representative of Estonia for her statement. I now invite the distinguished representative of Ethiopia. I give her the floor.
Madam President, Ms. Secretary General, world leaders, ambassadors, and distinguished delegates, it is truly a great honor to address you as the representative of Ethiopia. I stand here conscious of the hopes and of the people of my country, Ethiopia. Mr. President, the true dignity and freedom of people lies in their ability to sustain themselves. Poverty and dependence on foreign aid cause political, governance, securities, and human development challenge. Global warming is the most alarming driver of poverty. Agrarian and pastoralist communities and economic like ours with its livelihood face an existing challenge, the impact of climate change and destroying arable land and biodiversity, thereby disturbing our food system. Production of natural food from quality and quantity problems, flood and drought are straining the emergency readiness we have in place. Thought until the environment and sustainable development agenda are overdue and more be overtaken by events. Since the peak of the industrial revolution, the global climate has been changing due to the carbon intensity. Part of the development pursued by high reduced countries, the size of the human population and its impact on the environment have increased. Climate changes is of critical importance to my country, mainly due to climate changes of Ethiopia has faced a recurrent drought across its different parts. This has been more observable, particularly since the 1970s. The population size of Ethiopia and the impact of the activities of the growing population have increased dramatically over the last decades. There are frequent changes in the climate. These changes are often followed by drought. There is considerable evidence to show the change in nature of the climate. Projections suggest that the rate of the change in climate will increase in future in Ethiopia. Ethiopia's first communication analyzed
temperature and precipitation data from 1961 to 1990. And I identify high spatial and temporal variability, a more or less constant average annual precipitation at an average annual precipitation at the national scale, but with declining trends in the northern areas and increasing trends in the central part of my country. So together, let us choose a future of patriotism, prosperity, and pride. Let us choose peace and freedom over domination and defeat. And let us come here to this place to stand for our people and their nation. Forever strong, forever just, and forever you. God bless you all, and God bless the nation of the world. Thank you so much.
I thank the distinguished representative of Ethiopia for her statement. I now invite the distinguished representative of Finland. I give her the floor.
Delegate of Finland, are you present in the committee? If yes, please acknowledge yourself. You are the next person on the list.
Madam President, respected chairs, distinguished delegates, very glad to meet you all. I'm here in front of you to talk some words about climate change. How is climate change affecting the world countries and its consequences, especially in United Kingdom? Our Earth is a unique planet. A variety of factors, both natural and human activities, can change the Earth's climate system. Climate change is a reality, and we, the people of the world, are facing it. Climate change is our greatest challenge. The world is experiencing the dangerous impacts of rapidly heating climate. Over the course of Earth is 4.5 billion year history, the climate has changed a lot. Along with warming oceans, melting polar ice and glaciers, rising sea levels, and wildfires are become more frequent. Our country is already affected by rising temperature. The most recent decade has been an average of 0.8 degrees centigrade warmer than the 1961 to 1990 average. Climate change had made heat wave 30 times more likely in the UK, and 3,400 people died during the period of 2016 to 19. The amount and frequency of rainfall change and increase local flooding, with more flash flooding occurring. This results in increased pressure on water resources in the UK. The England will be vulnerable to flooding caused by extreme rainfall. Sea levels could rise by the end of the century, leading to further coastal erosion and flood risk. The loss of living in increase, such as food, fuel, homes may be damaged by floods and gales. I mean, it will affect our shelters and also our lifestyles. Farming and crops will be affected by changes in weather throughout the UK, which could impact on the types of crop, where they grow, and their availability. Rising levels of carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases are very dangerous. Carbon dioxide levels have increased by about 45% before the Industrial Revolution. Climate change is a fight for life itself. Climate change is having more and more of negative impact on people. My country struggling to keep pace with climate change impacts. Britain's Climate Change Act 3008 contains the world's first legally binding national commitment to cut greenhouse gas emission. UK played a key role in securing 2015 Paris Agreement. My country has the capacity and the resources to respond effectively to climate change risk. We work with rainforest communities to halt deforestation. Changing our main energy clean and renewable energy is the best way to stop using fossil fuels. Improve farming and vegan diets, reduce plastics, protect the oceans, and conservation of forests plays vital role to control climate change. Climate change touches every aspect of our lives in UK. UK, my country is hosting a summit for world leader called COP26 in November, where countries will set out the carbon reduction plan for 2030. For this conference, 200 countries are being asked for their plans to cut emissions by 2030. During the 2 weeks, we can expect a flurry of new announcements. At host nation UK wants all countries to back a strong statement that recommits to net zero emission by 2050 as well as big reduction by 2030. At Climate Reality, we work hard to create high quality educational contents like blogs, ebooks, and more, and empower people all around the world to fight for climate solutions and stand together to drive the change we need. Yes, there is hope in unity, and that together we can build a safe and sustainable future. Thank you.
Delegates, just a reminder before every next speaker being called out by Madam President. Delegates, you kindly avoid using personal pronouns like I and me. Instead, address yourself as your nation. So, we being a nation would be the ideal term to use. So, avoid using personal pronouns I and me because you are representing countries here, not yourselves. Thank you. Madam President, you may continue.
I thank the distinguished representative of UK for her statement. I now invite the distinguished representative of France. I give her the floor.
Madam Speaker, esteemed delegates, giving an opportunity for the delegate of France to address the Assembly. Let me start with what France would like to comply with. The statement made in favor of Paris Climate Agreement. Today, the world gets a lifeline, a last chance to hand over to future generations a world that is more stable, a healthier planet, fairer societies, and more prosperous economies. We are the largest country in EU. As we come to the environment side, we are the first country in the world to ban supermarkets from throwing away food. As a country which hosted the Paris Agreement in 2015, we have approved a wide-ranging climate change bill that will prevent future airport expansions, prohibit open-air terrace heaters, and reduce packaging waste. From the bill, we aim to cut greenhouse emissions by 40% by 2030 and 75% by 2050. The sale of cars emitting more than 95 grams per kilometer of carbon dioxide will be banned from 2030. Our legislation would ban the use of gas heaters on the outdoor terraces of cafes and restaurants from April 2022. We have reduced the industrial production, which has improved air quality since the 1990s. In March of 2014, during the Paris smoke, we have implemented the odd or even car ban in an effort to reduce particle pollution. We also enacted the identification patch scheme in January of 2017 that requires all drivers to display anti-pollution patches on any vehicles, including cars, lorries, motorcycles, and scooters. Each patches can come in one of three different colors that indicate the vehicle's age, cleanliness, and air criteria. In some of the world's most dangerous and complex places, COVID-19 has reversed decades of progress with the aftershocks of the pandemic. The major crisis in the world is the climate change, which we can't ignore in 2021 and in the future. The weather on our planet is becoming more extreme with direct impacts on the poorest and most vulnerable countries. For the Economic Commission for Europe, many countries are planning to take significant steps to control greenhouse emissions to prevent a warmer climate and an associated risk of increased extreme events. France has a very ambitious environmental policy agenda aimed chiefly at cutting greenhouse gas emissions, but also at dealing with local air and water pollution, waste management, and the conservation of biodiversity. We evaluate our policies in terms of cost effectiveness, with special emphasis on how to impose a unit carbon price in the aftermath of the rejection of a carbon tax by the Constitutional Council and the challenges relating to renewable and nuclear electricity generation. We give our support by providing the resources and technology to our allies, specifically Denmark, Germany, UK, Spain, Australia, and Canada. We, the Republic of France, would like to request all the delegates present in this assembly to understand and implement the ideas from the French model of climate plan. Thank you, Madam President.
I, I thank the distinguished representative of France for her statement. I now invite the distinguished representative of Gabon. I give her the floor. Thank you, Madam President. Gabon is the first country in Africa to receive result-based payment for reduction emission from deforestation and forest degradation. Climate change and biodiversity loss are the defining challenges of a generation. Rainforests stocks and absorb carbon more than 50% of terrestrial biodiversity. Central Africa is one of the few remaining regions of the world that absorb more carbon than they emit. The forest has been mostly spaced from low so far, but in under increasing pressure. Gabon became a comprehensive strategic effort to preserve rainforests, which cover 90% of the country. The rainforest of Gabon has been known second lung of the earth, behind only the Amazon. The forest absorbs a total of 140 million tons of carbon dioxide annually. According to the UN, that is equivalent to removing 30 million from the road globally. The Gabon is blessed to be able to contribute so much to the global reduction in rainforest gases. Gabon, instead to meet the majority of the climate coming through improved forest practice. They can reduce carbon dioxide emission while maintaining wood production together with the United States. The Nature Concerning the Central Africa Forest Initiative launched at the United Nations in 2005. The government is launching a nationwide initiative to reduce the contribute of logging the climate change and biodiversity loss. Although dramatic fossil fuel reduction are essential, we can avoid a climate crisis only if we enhance nature capacity to combat global warming. The harvesting the power of tropical forests to absorb the carbon dioxide that can already been emitted. Natural solution would potentially provide a third of the climate response. We need 2030 to keep global warming below the threshold target by Paris Agreement. Thank you. I thank the distinguished representative of Gabon for her statement. I now invite the distinguished representative of Georgia. I give her the floor.
Good morning, Madam President, and all the distinguished delegates of the world community. Georgia has warmed less than most of the nation during the last century, but during the next few decades, the changing climate is likely to harm livestock, increase the number of unpleasantly hot days, and increase the risk of heat stroke and other heat-related illnesses. Sea level is rising more rapidly in Georgia than along most coast because the land is sinking. However, notwithstanding several challenges and keeping in mind that 20% of the Georgian territory is under Russia's occupation, the country managed to sustain the stable economic growth in 2019 with annual real GDP growth rate of 5.1%, and over the past years has been shifted from lower middle to upper middle income countries by the world. Our tourism sector keep on inviting the world with our green pastures. Inclusive growth remains a major challenge for the Georgian economy. The government has periodized knowledge based on the innovation-driven economic development and actively support increase of innovation activities of the micro, small and medium-sized enterprises, including startups and individual and their participation in the digital economy. Over the past 5 years, Georgia also took active step toward the responsible production and consumption. Keeping the ongoing pandemic situation of the world, we are committed for any alliances, strong leaderships, and development partners, international organizations to join hands to develop a sustainable environment and fight global warming. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Georgia for her statement. I now invite the distinguished representative of Germany. I give her the floor.
Thank you, ma'am. As quoted by Barack Obama, climate change is no longer some far problem. It's happening here, it's happening now. Hello, distinguished delegates and honored guests of Kalam Smriti International. Good morning to one not present here. I am the delegate of Germany, and today I'm going to speak a few words on the worst and the threatening issue of humanity, that is climate change. Climatic changes is a significant variation of average weather conditions. There have been many climatic changes in the past, but the current changes are more rapid than any known events in the Earth's history. The emission of the greenhouse gas is a preeminent geopolitical and an economical issue of the 21st century, and it rewrites the global equation for the development, peace, and prosperity. The climatic changes in Germany is leading to a long-term impacts on agriculture, more intense waves, cold waves, and coastal flooding. This issue, thus, is transforming the Germans' environment and future. Even though German country ranks the third position of the most affected countries by climate risk due to the heat wave, it made damages more than $3,500 million. Even this year, in July 15th, floods here in Germany caused deaths to the common people. More than 200 people died and many went missing. However, in November 2016, the government adopted a climate action plan for 2015. Finally, our country's first major national climate law came into force in December 2019. We also launched a few remarkable components like setting a CO2 pricing and measures for transport sectors. In 2014, our government adopted the Climate Action 2020, containing major decisions. Later, the country's first national climate law was passed in 2019 and amended in 2021. We all might know Sweden and UK are the leading way in the global climatic changes rankings according to this year's Climate Change Performance Index. Sweden introduced a climate policy framework in 2017 and is known that by 2045 they will have zero net emissions. In 2020, they closed the last coal power station and became coal-free. As for UK, they made a Climate Change Act in 2008 for the reduction of the targets. With gratitude, I would like to mention the various steps taken by UN and how UN helped other countries to solve this tremendous challenge. In India, they provided strategic support to end poverty and inequality. Whereas for Philippines, UN has been their partner for decades, supporting the state institutions and so on. As for Saudi, 21 UN agencies, funds, and programs are working even now. They even help the people in Trinidad and Tobago for almost 50 years. For me, my suggestions are changing our main energy sources to clean, renewable energy, and that is the best way to stop using fossil fuels. For example, solar, wind, wave, tidal, and so many. Petrol and diesel vehicles use fossil fuels, so switching to electric vehicles will help stop these climatic changes. Protecting our forests is another way, because they can help us suck all the huge amount of carbon. As the poem says of Robert Frost, the woods are lovely, dark and deep, but I have promises to keep, and miles to go before I sleep, and miles to go before I sleep. Let us unite together, keep this promise to keep the world a better place with clean, fresh air for our coming generations. Thank you and have a great day.
I thank the distinguished representative of Germany for her statement. I now invite the distinguished representative of Greece. I give her the floor.
Madam President, Madam Secretary General, and distinguished delegates. Climate change is ongoing, exceedingly important and very well studied global phenomenon. My country recently committed to phase out lignite by 2028. The government adopted the ambitious targets for 2030 and developed a long-term vision for the mitigation. However, the additional measures will be needed to achieve the climate neutrality by 2050. Being highly vulnerable to the climate change, Greece has developed a detailed model of its impact and strengthened the policy and institutional framework for the adaptation. The environmental policy in our country focuses on the promotion of the renewable energies and energy efficiency measures that can promote eco-innovation. Greece's climate mitigation targets are largely shaped by EU targets and legislation. The Greek Greens bring concern issues around the Hellenic Republic asset development. Fund to the attention of the Europeans, the Greece through the resolution submitted for the Ottoman Council meeting in Istanbul. The Greek Greens expressed also their concern about the choices of the Greek government in several issues that put in serious stress the ability of the country to overcome this crisis. Reiterate the firm commitment to the implementation of the Paris Agreement and to target of the climating global temperature pre-industrial level, as well as the commitment towards reaching climate neutrality by 2050, in line with the European climate law and EU target of reducing net greenhouse gas emission. In this context, these impacts and climate cohesion need to be considered in the development and implementation of the climate and energy policies of the EU and be addressed and recognized appropriately to ensure that our countries are not at a disadvantage in the context of changing climate. So I'm concluding my words. Thank you. Thank you so much.
I thank the distinguished representative of Greece for her statement. I now invite the distinguished representative of Guatemala for her statement.
Good morning, respective chair and my fellow delegates. Climate change in Guatemala is a serious issue because Guatemala is considered one of the 10 nations which is most vulnerable to the effects of climate change. In 2010, Guatemala ranked second on the world on the Global Climate Change Risk Index, which indicates the level of exposure and vulnerability to extreme events. Both commercial agricultural production and subsistence farming have declined, and thus subsistence farmers find it more difficult to find work as day laborers when their own harvests fail. About 300,000 subsistence farmers reported crop loss due to the drought in 2018. About half of Guatemala's workforce is in the agricultural sector. The biggest threat that we are facing today is climate change. Guatemala has included development of early warning systems for floods and fires, as well as promoting soil and watershed conservation, rainwater harvesting, and other adaptive practices. Guatemala has already pledged to reduce greenhouse gas emissions in its INDC and has signed and ratified the Paris Agreement. Climate change is very dangerous. If we don't tackle it, then its consequences are deadly. We need to pay attention to some important things and activities that cause it, enhance our resilience to its effects, and talk about it. Global warming is speeding up, and the 20 warmest years on record have all come since 1995. Furthermore, the last 2010s decade has had 5 of the warmest years. Due to global warming, many species, birds, habitats, trees, and aquatic life are badly hurt. The hot conditions have also increased the demand for water. Guatemala is very upset.
I thank the distinguished representative of Guatemala for her statement. I now invite the distinguished representative of Guinea. I give her the floor.
Good morning, all. Thank you for giving me this opportunity, Madam President. So today, I'm going to talk about the climatic change in Guinea. So Guinea is located in the West Africa between the latitudes
Delegate, I believe you're.
So, sir?
Delegate, could you repeat your speech? I thought you cut in between. You got cut in between.
Okay. Good morning, all. Thank you for giving me this opportunity, Madam President, as a delegate of Guinea. So I am going to talk about the climatic change in Guinea. So Guinea is located in West Africa between the latitudes to 7 to 13° north along the Atlantic Ocean. So the West African nation of Guinea is bordered to the north by Guinea-Bissau, Senegal, and Mali, and to the south by Sierra Leone. The country expands between 245,858 kilometers square and Guinea had a population of 12.9 million and in 2020. So agriculture and natural resources, especially mining and hydropower resources, as well as manufacturing and service sectors are the main things in the economic sector of Guinea. So it is facing a our nation is facing a critical poverty also. So with its present favorable climate for agriculture, average annual rainfall of 1,200 millimeter in the north and northeast, up to 1,800 millimeter in the mountains of Pounda Jajlan. So Guinea is both exposed and sensitive to its climate. So with its present favorable climate for agriculture, it is going on well. So generally hot and humid climate. Guinea has a monsoonal rainy season from June to November, and with the southwesterly winds, dry season, which is December to May, and with northeasterly Harmattan winds. So Guinea is having 5 key sectors, which is affecting the climatic risk, which is human health, coastal resources, water resources, forest, and biodiversity. So the brief also includes an overview of the policy context outlining the existence of the climatic change risk strategies and plans. So Guinea highlands are home to headwaters of Gambia, Niger, Senegal river system. It's already prone to flooding events during the rainy season. Changing rainfall patterns are likely to exacerbate this issue. So stress agricultural livelihood and threaten water quality and quantity. So warming oceans and sea level rise combined with known climate stressors such as population and overfishing threaten Guinea's coastal communities and fishing industry. So rising temperatures are expected to expand the range and transmission period for disease vectors to higher elevations. The pressure on Guinea's agriculture and water supply due to rainfall increase in the forest resources, threaten the climate vulnerable species and prolong the fire seasons in the montane and lowland forest. So West Africa, rich forests and coastal resources are increasingly at risk due to recurrent droughts, rising sea levels and deforestation with a large consequence for economic development and food security. To address the region's vulnerability to climatic change and climate-related shocks. So, UN is working with the countries to improve the management in forests and mangroves with the twin goals of reducing the greenhouse gas emissions and by increasing the sequestration and releasing the resilience of the region's coastal communities and upland systems. Clean Energy Program will be providing an assistance to help to eliminating the main obstacles to the investment in low emission development. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Guinea for her statement. I now invite the distinguished representative of Haiti. I give her the floor.
Before the delegate of Haiti just go on, I just have a thing to add again. Delegates kindly avoid using personal pronouns I and me. I have notified this to the council multiple times, but kindly avoid using this because personal pronouns I and me are not supposed to be used while you are in session. It's something to be addressed on a personal behalf. Keep a note on that. Madam President, you may continue.
Thank you. Good morning, respected President and my fellow delegates. I am the delegate of Haiti. We are facing the biggest environmental challenge our species have ever seen. No matter what we are passionate about, something we care about will be affected by climatic change. Climate change is amplified in the polar regions. The Earth's north and south extremities are crucial for regulating our planet's climate and are particularly vulnerable to the impact of global warming, which has global consequences. Oceans are vital carbon sinks, meaning they absorb a huge amount of carbon dioxide, which makes the ocean more acidic. are already having impact on the oceans. Forests are vitally important as they soak up carbon dioxide, the main greenhouse gas responsible for global warming, and help regulate world's climate. Climate change is having a serious impact on the world's water system through flooding and drought. Warmer air can hold higher water content, which makes rainfall pattern more extreme. Global warming is likely to be the greatest cause of species extinction this century. The IPCC says 1.5 degrees Celsius average rise may put 20 to 30% of species at risk of extinction. If the planet warms by more than 2 degrees Celsius, most ecosystems will struggle. Many of the world's threatened species live in the areas that will be severely affected by climate change. And climate change is happening too quickly for many species to adapt. UNEP established the programs in 2008 as formally requested by Haiti government. Since 2008, Haiti has been working with UNEP's core team of international and local staff. Haiti implemented a range of short to medium projects, mainly resettlement and waste management projects, in 2011. We received long-term sustainable development projects in Haiti to protect our environment. Haiti is pursuing a fourfold objective in relation to climate change. Promoting, at the level of all sectors and other ministries, a climate-smart national development. Creating a coherent response framework for country direction and actions to address the impact of climate change. Promoting education on environment and climate change as a real strategic lever to promote the emergence of environmental and climatic citizenship, and putting in place a reliable measurement, reporting, and verification system that can feed into iterative planning processes of national climate change initiatives. Clean environment is extremely important to Haitian people. There are more than 8 million people living in the coastal communities in Haiti. In other words, this is a very important ecosystem for Haiti at different levels. At economic level, the cultural level, and at the social level. This ecosystem are very strategic to development of Haiti. The Haitians have a lot of activities that are based on marine resources. We also develop some cultural and social activities that are based on these environments to create awareness in the public. For poor island countries like Haiti, studies show the economic cost, infrastructural damages, and loss of human life as a result of climate change is already overwhelming. Though Haiti's greenhouse gas emission amount accumulating to less than 0.03% of global carbon emissions, it is full participant in the 2015 Paris Climate Agreement and has committed to reduce its greenhouse gas emission by 5% by 2030. Before I conclude, we request His Excellency to expedite and extend the financial aids and support to execute our project. We are planning in close liaison with UNEP office in Haiti. I submit my sincere gratitude for represent Haiti in UN. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Haiti for her statement. I now invite the distinguished representative of Hungary. I give her the floor.
Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, world leaders, ambassadors, and distinguished delegates. First of all, I wish a pleasant morning for all. It is truly a great honor to address you as the representative of Hungary. I stand here very conscious of the hopes and expectations of the people of Hungary. Hungary has a continental climate with hot summers and with low overall humidity levels. But frequent showers and frigid to the cold snowy winters.
for research and to work with a world affected by a lot of flood issues. The impacts of climate change have far consequences for national systems. I mean, it's no exception. There is also extreme weather events like heat waves, flash floods, extreme droughts.
Delegate, please stop. Delegate, please stop.
Are
Delegates,
becoming more frequent.
delegate, please stop. Delegate, your speech got cut entirely. It was
In the
completely inaudible.
long term of the warmer summer,
Delegate, delegate of Hungary.
I thank the distinguished representative of Hungary. I now invite the distinguished representative of Iceland.
One second, delegate. One second, 1 second. Very 1 second, delegate. Delegate of Hungary, your voice were breaking in between, so we couldn't hear your speech. So it's humbly requested that you can give your speech on a later shot when your network's fine. As of now, the Honorable Madam President, you may call on the next delegate. Thank you.
I now invite the distinguished representative of Iceland. I give him the floor.
Good morning to the Honorable Chair, Madam President, and my fellow delegates. As a country that is highly dependent on primary activities as their source of income, Iceland is very concerned about the deteriorating climatic conditions, and as such, Iceland aims to achieve carbon neutrality before 2040 and to cut greenhouse gas emissions by 40% by 2030 under the Paris Agreement. A climate action plan, updated in 2020, contains 48 actions and is Iceland's main policy instrument to reach its goals of cutting emissions and reach carbon neutrality. Iceland is committed to cut emissions by 55% by 2030 as a part of common effort by 29 European countries. Iceland has an agreement with this. Iceland has an agreement on this with the EU and Norway. Impacts on Iceland due to climate change have been various. Some of them include receding glaciers due to increasing temperatures. Iceland's glaciers have already lost around 750 square kilometers in area. Increasing rates of natural disasters also pose an imminent threat. Although the situation is dire, Iceland plans to account for it by not only achieving their set goals according to the Paris Agreement, but also adapting to the conditions and making the most out of our natural resources. For example, Iceland plans to bring about changes to the hydroelectric system in order to accommodate and best utilize the increased runoff due to glacier melt. It is anticipated that over time, climate change will also affect other bodies of Iceland's infrastructure. Thus, Iceland is preparing for a countrywide adaptation, and the research for the same is ongoing. We hope that such measures are being taken all around the world. Climate change is a major problem, and at this point of time, when the world is being divided by global challenges, it is more important than ever for us to come together and take on this issue as a united front. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Iceland for his statement. I now invite the distinguished representative of India. I give him the floor.
A very good morning to all. I am the delegate of India standing before you to talk about climate change. Thanking you, Madam President, for giving me the floor. Also, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to all delegates and guests. Climate change is no longer some far off. It is happening here. It is happening now. These are the famous words of Sir Barack Obama on climate change. What is climate change? Climate change is the long-term alteration of temperature and typical weather. Climate change causes unpredictable weather and natural disasters. It is caused by human activities. India has taken climate change as its sustainable goal for development. Facing the negative aspects of climate change, India has taken many steps to tackle down climate change. These include International Solar Alliance, National Action Plan on Climate Change, Resilient Infrastructure, National Mission for Green, Raising Domestic Renewable Energy, Coalitions for Disasters, Ambitious National Hydrogen Mission. India has brought many effective environmental policies and programs to stop the globally arising climate change. India believes that the humanity will stand united to stop climate change. The eyes of our future generations lie upon us. We need a clean industrial revolution and eco-friendly base of lifestyle. Humanity standing against climate change will find the best sustainable path for our planet. Concluding my words, thank you and have a great day ahead.
I thank the distinguished representative of India for her statement. I now invite the distinguished representative of Indonesia. I give her the floor.
Before the delegate of Indonesia stands, another bit of concern to be addressed to the committee. Delegate, it's highly noted that you actually stick to the 3 minutes timing that is allocated by Madam President to every one of you. Abiding by that is also pretty much required and is a matter of concern. So kindly stick to that. Delegate of Indonesia, you may proceed. Yeah.
Am I audible, madam?
Yes, you may continue.
A warm good morning, Madam President, the Chair, and all the distinguished delegates of the world community. We, the Republic of Indonesia, is a country that, despite its size and regional importance, regularly is forgotten or ignored on the global stage. This applies to the climate issues as well. Despite its important role in the global fight against climate change, it gets little attention compared to the other world. Since the climate is changing and the impact is getting more severe with each passing year, global actions to slow climate change are needed. And the evidence is clear that the main cause of climate change is burning fossil fuels such as oil, gas, and coal. So, concrete actions are needed now. And fortunately, we can only adapt and respond effectively by collaborating. So, we, the Indonesia and the Netherlands, are committed to scale up joint effort to adapt to climate change. Against this backdrop, we hosted the Climate Adaptation Summit, and the event CAS was a big success. By recognizing the domestic and international importance of its tropical landscape and the people in it, our government has made encouraging decisions. It has voluntarily committed to minimum 26% reduction in greenhouse gases emissions by 2020 and developed a strategy for land use and forestry emissions. Since the Climate Change Conference in Bali in 2007, Conference of Parties COP30, we has advocated ourselves as an active global leader in our government is acting swiftly on the promises that we have made in Paris Climate Agreement, and we are implementing some solutions. The plan includes new measures on adaptation and resilience of some new targets in specific sectors. Firstly, an unconditional target to reduce greenhouse gases emission 41% below business as usual BAU by 2030. Secondly, we have started integrating the recommendations from its new low carbon development initiative into its 2020-2024 National Development Plan. Mangrove protection and restoration will play an important role in meeting the goals of cutting greenhouse gases emissions by 2030. And finally, since more than 10% of our population live in poverty, we have promised to reduce that by 2020. And a strong climate policy would impede that effort. Hereby, we, the Republic of Indonesia, invite all the world nations to come up with creative ideas to make climate adaptation working and in line with the Adaptation Action Agenda. At the last, not the least, I would like to conclude by saying a famous quote by Dalai Lama that it is our collective and individual responsibility to preserve and tend to the world in which we live. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Indonesia for her statement. I now invite the distinguished representative of Iran. I give her the floor.
Respected Madam President and the distinguished delegates, as a delegate of Islamic Republic of Iran, would like to speak about meeting challenges of climate change. The climate change fact is intensive among the Middle East countries and especially Iran. There have been previous periods of climate change, but the current changes are more rapid than any known events in Earth's history. The Iranian government has at times recognized the threat climate change poses. At COP21, Iran committed to reducing its emissions by 12%, devoting 5 billion to conservation efforts and cutting its greenhouse gas emissions by 4%. Sharp global temperature and sea level changes, shifting precipitation patterns, and increased frequency of extreme weather events are some of the main impacts of climate change as identified by IPCC. The MENA region is especially vulnerable to such impacts due to its arid and semi-arid environment, facing climatic challenges such as low rainfall, high temperatures, and dry soil. According to figures, since 1970, the Earth has got between 0.8 to 1 degree Celsius warmer. Over the last decade, we have witnessed at least 8 years of drought in Iran and neighboring countries. To confront ecological changes, and the world must adopt an economy where the carbon dioxide emissions reach minimum levels. Iran and Iranian officials have no objections in this regard because this is a view that is based on scientific evidence. Iran is now working with the global community to achieve a legally binding and universal agreement on reduction in greenhouse gas emissions mean to hold global average temperatures short of 2 degrees Celsius increase over pre-industrial global temperatures. Iran is heavily dependent on its shrinking water supplies. It experiences frequent droughts and faces the prospect of more extreme conditions brought by climate change. Iran working with Green Climate Fund. The Department of Environment is working with the United Nations Green Climate Fund under the auspices of Food and Agriculture Organization of United Nations to reduce the effects of climate change. While climate change cannot be stopped, it can be slowed. To avoid the worst consequences of climate change, we will need to reach net zero carbon emission by 2050 or sooner. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Iran for her statement. I now invite the distinguished representative of Iraq. I give her the floor.
Good morning, Madam President, and all the distinguished delegates of the world community. As a representative of Iraq, I would like to point out climate crisis in Iraq. Climate change in Iraq is resulting in effects that are making Iraq's environmental, security, political, and economic challenges worse. Rising temperatures, intense droughts, declining precipitation, desertification, salinization, and the increasing prevalence of dust storms have undermined Iraq's agricultural sector. Additionally, Iraq's water security is based on declining Tigris-Euphrates river system. National and regional political uncertainty will make mitigating the effects of climate change and addressing transnational water management very difficult. The government of Iraq, in partnership with the UN Environment Programme, has launched a process to develop a national adaptation plan to build the country's resilience to climate change. The NAP process aims to reduce the negative impacts of climate change, especially in developing countries, through strategic planning based on projections of future climate change. NAPs are seen as one of the most important mechanisms for adapting to climate change. Rising temperatures, intense droughts, declining precipitation, desertification, salinization, and increasing prevalence of dust storms have undermined Iraq's agricultural sector, already long in decline. Compounding these trends is the threat of water scarcity. Cutting carbon is the only long-term solution for avoiding climate impact in the short term. We need to adapt. That means everything from discouraging development in high-risk areas to planning for water scarcity to build more resilient cities and communities. Concluding my words, thank you, Madam President, and thank you all.
I thank the distinguished representative of Iraq for her statement. I now invite the distinguished representative of Ireland. I give him the floor.
morning, Madam President, Ms. Secretary General, ambassadors, and distinguished delegates. It is a really good honor to address you as the representative of Ireland. It's great pleasure addressing you bearing the hopes and expectations of my people, the people of Ireland. The climate of Ireland can be described as a mild, humid, and changeable one with abundant rainfall. Global climate changes already had observable effects on our environment. In line with global trends, there is an increase in temperature on an average of 0.8 degrees Celsius compared with 1900. The status of Island Climate Report 2020 shows that the sea level around our coast are increasing. Compared to the previous 30 years, rainfall has increased by 6%. The report came after the UN warning of extremely increasing heat waves, droughts, flooding. If the climate change continues at such a high rate, our country is likely to be affected by an increase in air temperature by 1.5 to 2 degrees Celsius by 2080, increase in rainfall in winter and a decrease in summer. Sea temperature increases by 2 degrees by the end of the century, causing intense storms. Madam President, as per the report of the Intergovernmental Panel for Climate Change, Ireland's coast could be under by water by 2030, which is too nearer. National climate policy and legislation has been evolving and strengthening in the recent years in terms of Ireland addressing the problem of climate change through mitigation, adaptation, and through other national policies. Ireland is investing in structural and behavioral change to enable transition to a climate neutral and climate resilient country. These changes include the rapid decarbonization of energy and transport and the adoption of sustainable food production, management, and consumption system. As per the National Policy Position on Climate Action and Low Carbon Development of 2014, policies have been established resulting in a long-term mitigation of carbon transition based on an aggregate reduction of carbon dioxide emissions of at least 80% compared to 1990 levels by 2050 across the electricity generation, built environment, and transport sector. In parallel, an approach to carbon neutrality, agriculture, and land use sector is maintained. The Climate Action Plan 2019 sets out a comprehensive approach to the implementation of the climate action in our country, all economic sectors which is being updated every year. The Climate Action and Low Carbon Development Bill 2021 is due to be enacted later this year. In terms of wider national development plan, are key policy instruments to facilitate the transition to a low carbon society and economy in Ireland. We look forward for the assistance of the UN to resist the climatic changes globally. Madam President, Ireland is recognized as one among the top 15 safest countries in the world by the Global Peace Index 2020. Since the beginning of this most recent crisis in Afghanistan, our people has acted swiftly and compassionately to demonstrate our support and solidarity with the Afghan people. What has been agreed by our government today is a further concrete of the demonstration of that support. We're introducing a special Afghan admission program with an allocation up to 500 places. As a member of UN Security Council, Ireland is working to address a range of issues, including the fulfillment of the Taliban commitment to allow the safe, secure, orderly, and unhindered departure of foreign nationals and Afghans who wish to leave the country in line with UN Security Council Resolution 2583. Since July, the government has provided program refugee status to 400 people from Afghanistan as part of Irish Refugee Protection Program. Through the Irish Refugee Protection Program and the Afghan Admission Program, we are extending the compassion and solidarity that Ireland is known for to the people who are in immediate need. Let us all join our hands to assist the world. Let's bring out egalitarian and just principles to stand for our nation. For our thanks for the Almighty. Thank you very much. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Ireland for his statement. I now invite the distinguished representative of Israel. I give her the floor.
Good morning, Honorable President, fellow delegates, and distinguished guests. Climate change is not a concern that divides the talks between you and I, but it is something that affects all of us alike. We do not have to talk hypothetically about climate change because the change is not only seen in the melting glaciers of Antarctica and Greenland, but also evidently visible around each one of us. And yes, it is high time, or maybe the time has already passed, to take an adequate action plan to stop ruling over our environment and to start caring for it. The state of Israel identifies climate change as a national security priority and pledges to facilitate investments in green energy. The Israeli government has announced the creation of working groups on climate change before the COP26 Global Climate Summit, which is to be held at the British city of Glasgow. The state is one of the members of Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development that so far has had the least investments in public transport. But realizing the urgency to turn towards our environment, the government has approved decisions promoting clean and low carbon transportation, energy efficiency, reducing emissions, encouraging technological innovations, and accelerating infrastructure. Israel aims to reduce its greenhouse gas emissions by 27% by 2030 and by 85% by 2050 compared to the 2015 level. Let's pledge to take actions to conserve fossil fuels, find better alternatives to plastics, not harm our nature by deforestation, prevent wildfires, and extend hands to save our animals, which will save human beings. This gathering is the most powerful union of capable hands that can bring potential change to the world. Let's take not a second longer to address the need of the hour. Thank you. Over to you, Madam President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Israel for her statement. I now invite the distinguished representative of Italy. I give her the floor.
Warm greetings to the respected Chair, Madam President, Honorable Secretary General, and all assembled delegates. The delegate represents the Italian Republic. Climate change is a global issue, and its solution can only be global, implemented at national levels. The delegate would like to elaborate upon the steps that Italy has taken to keep up with its nationally determined contributions, as well as on the constructive role that Italy is playing in ensuring dialogue and building consensus in the issue of climate financing. Global temperature rise alters the timing, geography, and intensity of diseases around the world and could help to facilitate the rise of new disease outbreaks like COVID-19. As a country that was one of the worst hit by the pandemic and lost over 130,000 citizens to the virus, it is of utmost importance for our country to take climate action. Italy has delivered on the European Union targets of emissions reduction established for 2020 3 years in advance and enhanced its commitments towards even more challenging objectives for 2030. The European Union's pledge to the 2015 Paris Agreement, which envisaged a minimum of 40% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions, has been enhanced to a target of 55% reduction in emissions by 2030 and consolidates the goal of achieving climate neutrality by 2050. In 2013, up to 1/3 of Italian net energy production came from renewable sources, slightly above the European average. As far as building international consensus is concerned, through its partnership with the UK, our country will play a central role in the organization of the 26th Conference of the Parties of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. Specifically, Italy has hosted the fundamental preparatory events to the COP26, namely the Preparatory Conference and the Youth for Climate Driving Ambition event. Our Honorable Prime Minister Mario Draghi will host several world leaders over the run-up to the COP. There is no doubt that countries that industrialized early have been polluting for a longer time and therefore do bear historical responsibility for the problem of climate change. While recognizing this historical responsibility, this cannot be used as an excuse to shirk responsibility to cut down emissions and develop sustainably by developing countries. We must together address this issue, and for that, we need greater climate financing from developed countries. Italy assumed the G20 presidency on 1st December 2020. The forthcoming summit under the Italian presidency is centered around the theme People, Planet, Prosperity, focusing on the areas of recovery from the pandemic and strengthening of global health governance and climate change and energy transition. We must remember that common but differentiated responsibility does not mean that the rich do everything and the poor do nothing. The solution is to develop a pragmatic pathway on the basis of dialogue and communication. Italy is already working to achieve this. This is the way forward as Italy sees it. Thank you, Madam President.
It's again just a reminder. Delegates kindly adhere to the time limit which has been set to everybody. It's 3 minutes. I'm repeating this for the third consecutive time. We are bound to a lot of time restrictions, so kindly stick within your time limit so that everyone can make their stands.
I thank the distinguished representative of Italy for his statement. I now invite the distinguished representative of Jamaica. I give her the floor.
Thank you, Madam President, and distinguished delegates. It is a great honor and privilege to me to take part in this historic summit of United Nations. As a representative of Jamaica, I'm here to present a statement about military. Jamaica, one of the slowest growing developing countries in the world. Jamaica is an island country situated in the Caribbean Sea. It is the third largest island of Greater Antilles and the Caribbean. The national capital is Kingston. Fort Simpson Miller, Prime Minister of Jamaica, served as the Prime Minister of Jamaica from 5th January 2012 to 3rd March 2016, said that the United Nations agenda had expanded to address the multifaceted challenges of food security, climate change, global pandemics, and the global economics and financial crisis. Jamaica is especially committed to combating the illicit traffic and trade of small arms and light weapons and has made significant national institutional changes. The climatic change of Jamaica. In Jamaica, the climate change is tropical, hot all year round, with little difference between winter and summer. Even winter, daytime temperature and around 27 to 30 degrees Celsius, and nighttime temperature around 20 to 23 degrees Celsius. Coastal breezes blow onshore by day and offshore at night. Two types of climate are found in Jamaica. Upland tropical climate prevails on the inland side of the mountains, whereas a temperate climate predominates on the leeward side. The rainfall is heaviest from May to October, with peaks in those 2 months. Thank you for spending your precious time with me.
I thank the distinguished representative of Jamaica for her statement. I now invite the distinguished representative of Japan. I give her the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. There are many challenges that are confronting us on climate change. The observed climate change are mean annual temperature has increased by 1 degree Celsius in Japan over last century, increased number of hot days, significant reduction in the amount of snowfall, increase in the frequency and intensity of extreme weather events such as heavy rain events. We now face questions on how to overcome this crisis and build a better future. Today, I would like to share with you Japan's vision of how to address these urgent challenges which could shape the course of world. Let me talk about how we will overcome this crisis. We need to create a green and sustainable society. Climate change is an imminent challenge that calls for the collective efforts of humanity as a world to resolve. At the same time, addressing climate change will be the driving force of dynamic growth and a necessity for achieving sustainable development goals. According to United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change and the Paris Agreement adopted under the convention, Japan aims to reduce its greenhouse gas emission by 45% in fiscal year 2013 from its fiscal year 2013 levels. Furthermore, Japan will continue strenuous efforts in the challenge to meet the lofty goals of cutting its emission by 50%. I would like to encourage other countries, including major emitters, to make further efforts as well. In achieving global decarbonization, any developing country which genuinely need any assistance should not be left behind. My country will provide climate finance for both public and private to developing countries, including small islands, totaling approximately $60 billion over the next year from 2021 to 2025. With this effort, Japan is resolved to take lead in achieving global decarbonization and creating a green and sustainable society, emphasizing Addis Ababa Agreement, Third International Conference on Financing and Development. My country has already implemented the technologies such as carbon capture and storage, so it will cut out the fossil fuel emission. My country makes its protocol obligation to lower greenhouse gas emission by planting trees and buying carbon credits. Japan has also launched the Marine Initiative to advance effective action to combat marine plastic litters at a global scale, focusing on a management of waste, recovery of marine litters, innovation, and empowerment. Thank you all.
I thank the distinguished representative of Japan for her statement. I now invite the distinguished representative of Jordan. I give her the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I hope that I'm audible to you all.
Yes.
Okay. A good day to you all, Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, ambassadors, and all the respective delegates. As a representative of Kingdom of Jordan, I'm here to talk about the climatic change in our country. Our climate is a long-term weather that our planet normally experiences. Humans, animals, plants, and other living beings need a very specific climate in order to live. As a result, we are seeing extreme weather from floods to droughts across the globe. It's also causing glaciers and ice caps to melt, making sea levels rise. The climate change in the Kingdom of Jordan has serious impacts on the water resources. The country needs to prepare for the impacts of climatic change. Water resources in Jordan are scarce. Besides the rapid pollution, population growth, the impacts of climatic change are likely to further exacerbate the problem. Temperatures will increase and total annual precipitation is likely to decrease. However, with a fair share of uncertainty, hence existing a new activity with the objective to minimize the gap between water supply and demand contribute to adapt Jordan to tomorrow's climate. This might be accompanied by activities improving Jordan's capacity to monitor and project meteorological and hydrological data and assess its own vulnerability to climatic change. The Kingdom of Jordan's second national communication includes a chapter on observed and projected climate change in the country. Concerning the past data for the period of 1961 to 2005, of 19 meteorological stations all over Jordan were evaluated with the following results. The minimum temperature increased by 0.4 to 2.8 degrees Celsius. The maximum temperature were recorded by 0.3 to 1.8 degrees Celsius. 13 stations show a decreasing total annual precipitation by 5 to 20%. 6 stations experience an increase by 5 to 10%. The number of rainy days decreased by 3 to 10%. In most stations, relatively, humidity decreased while evaporation have been increased. Another study comes to similar results using data from the last 30 to 83 years from 6 meteorological stations in Jordan. Minimum temperature increased while the maximum temperature did not. The collected data from 19 stations served as a baseline and were compared to baselines extracted from 13 general circulation models. More than 80% of the country is made up of unpopulated desert, Water resources in Jordan depend chiefly on precipitation within the country. Exceptions are the Yarmouk River, which is fed mainly by the rainfalls that falls on Syrian territory, and the Azraq aquifer, whose replenishment also depends on precipitation in Syria. The annual average rainfall ranges between 600 millimeter in the northern uplands and less than 50 millimeter in the southern and eastern desert areas. We've been burning fuels such as coal and gas to provide electricity, heating, and transport, but this releases carbon dioxide, methane, and other gases in the atmosphere. For the first time in Jordan and Middle East, a comprehensive national policy for climate change has been produced in a precipitatory and transparent manner that makes this policy a clear reflection on priorities. The Kingdom of Jordan, according to mid-1994 statistics, has a population of 4.14 million and population density of about 42.4 inhabitants per kilometer. Over 40% of Jordan's population resides in the Amman area, with the capital, Amman, having over 1.48 million people in the longer term. The Kingdom of Jordan, being a non-annexed country under the Kyoto Protocol, is not obliged to adopt quantitative targets for future greenhouse emissions. Jordan to actively participate in the international debate on new global agreements for GHG mitigation under the UNFCCC as successor to the Kyoto Protocol, and is willing to take on GHG mitigation in the future as a party to a new agreement under the certain condition. In the longer term, the Kingdom of Jordan is likely to face severe water shortages, a problem that can be overcome only through increased regional cooperation. Jordan's most pressing environmental problems are the need to manage more effectively the scarce water resources and cultivable land in order to meet the population's growing need. With this, I conclude my words. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Jordan for her statement. I now invite the distinguished representative of Kazakhstan. I give her the floor.
Good morning, Madam President, and all the distinguished delegates of the world community. Kazakhstan, from the commonly known beginning of the history of the Silk Roads in the 3rd to 2nd century BCE, the territory of modern Republic of Kazakhstan was one of the first areas which experienced the influence of the first commercial and cultural contacts with the civilizations situated far from the Central Asian region. Kazakhstan, a major global wheat producer, suffered reduced crop yields from droughts and fires. Flooding related to climate changes already hit the country with significant impacts. Climate change is projected to increase temperatures, extreme precipitation events, and frequency and intensity of droughts, with consequences for agriculture and water management. Climate data shows that in Kazakhstan, like much of the world, average temperatures have been steadily and irreversibly increasing. Kazakhstan's greenhouse gas emissions reached their highest level in 1990 at 357 million tons of CO2 equivalent, and in 2012 were 20% below that level. Greenhouse gas emissions in the energy sector account for more than 85% of total emissions. And under the Kyoto Protocol, the country pledged to limit its emissions to near its 1990 levels. The Kazakhstan 2050 strategy and the green economy concept all aim for a countrywide reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. In accordance with the Paris Agreement requirements, Kazakhstan is currently in the process of analyzing its existing system of measuring and reporting impacts of adaptation and mitigation measures on climate change. The project will provide support in updating Kazakhstan entities by incorporating climate change adaptation policies and measures and introducing a state-of-the-art system measuring, reporting, and verification of greenhouse gases. In line with UNDP's policy supporting climate action, a set of training sessions, workshops, and seminars will be organized to strengthen national expert potential in adaptation and mitigation of climate change and to maximize attention to climate change-related issues. Recently organized a disruptive tech challenge to identify cutting-edge solutions to address land degradation and desertification challenges in the Aral Sea region. The challenge is administered by the World Bank and informs the Resilient Landscape Program in Central Asia, currently under preparation. These creative ideas will help to spark a revival in the Aral Sea basin and demonstrate that we all have the power to make significant changes in the world, including confronting the enormous global challenges of climate change. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you very much, Delegate of Kazakhstan. However, just again a concern to you. Even after repeated, saying of this, it has been found out that none of the delegates are, keeping up with the timing, which we believe is a very important criteria of judging you. So I humbly request delegates to kindly keep up with the timing. Now, for some reason to ensure timing, after 3 minutes is done, I will show an emoji called the thumbs up emoji. I believe it's visible for everybody. Correct me if I'm not. Yeah. So I'll show a thumbs up emoji, and all those people who keeps on speaking after 3 minutes, I'm not saying anything, but it's not going to be encourageable. So just to ensure that there is a legitimate flow for the debate and everyone and no one is set on a different playing field, and we have to set the playing field equal for everyone. For that, we have the timing for 3 minutes, and everyone please stick by it. Thank you very much. So this would be your reaction when you're done with 3 minutes. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Kazakhstan for her statement. I now invite the distinguished representative of Kenya. I give her the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, distinguished delegates, glad to meet you. Since gaining independence in 1963, Kenya has pursued a path of economic development that, despite setbacks in the early 1990s, has helped the country to emerge as the largest economy in East Africa. Whilst Kenya remains a low-income country, it has successfully developed as a regional hub for transport, business, and finance. Average annual temperatures in Kenya increased by 1 degree Celsius between 1960 and 2003, and the country has experienced both prolonged droughts and intense flooding every year since 2000. As well as an increase in such extreme weather events, permanent impacts are also becoming evident. For example, the glaciers around Mount Kenya have disappeared, leading to the drying up of river streams in its watershed. Observations also tell us that the sea level rose on average 1 millimeter per year at Mombasa and Lamu between 1986 and 2004, and climate change has now been shown as the dominant cause of coral loss in the western Indian Ocean of Kenya. Such changes have already led to harvest losses and food shortages, loss of biodiversity, landslides, and soil degradation. The range of pests for humans, plants, and animals are increasing, and reduction in the number of cold days and nights is also contributing to a wider range for malaria across the country. Diminishing water sources and decreasing and sometimes erratic rainfalls have also reduced the availability of water. Poverty and inequality remain key obstacles to Kenya's development despite recent political and economic gains. Population rates have risen by almost 35% over the last decade, with the total population reaching 38.6 million in 2009. This is placing increased stress on the country's natural resources, environment, and developing infrastructure systems, including access to the basic social services. Latest figures indicate that 46% of the population live at or below the national poverty line. On its current trajectory, with the expectation of achieving the goal for universal primary education, Kenya will struggle to meet the Millennium Development Goals. The United Nations Development Programme estimates that under current projections, Kenya's average annual temperature will rise by between 1 degree Celsius and 5 degrees Celsius during the next century. This is in comparison to an estimated 2 degrees Celsius rise in global temperatures by 2100. The 5 degrees Celsius increase would mean global temperatures were at levels not seen for more than 30 million years. Up to 2100, the period of rains in Kenya likely to remain the same as now, that is both long and the short seasons. But each rainy season will become better, particularly the shorter rains, that from October to December. Global climate models predict an increase of 40% in rainfall in northern Kenya by the end of the country, whilst a regional model suggests that there may be a greater rainfall in the west of the country. Modest simulations show wide disagreements in projected changes in the amplitude of future El Nino, which has an implication particular for drought events. But these events will occur in addition to the underlying global warming impacts. So I'm concluding my words. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Kenya for her statement. I now invite the distinguished representative of Kuwait. I give her the floor.
Good morning, distinguished President and fellow delegates. Climate change has become a global concern over the last few decades. However, there is no one solution to resolving climate change. The severity of damaging human-induced climate change depends not only on the magnitude of the change, but also on the potential for irreversibility. Climate change threatens decades of development progress and plans for inclusive, sustainable development. We must address this global emergency with ambition and urgency. According to the IPCC, climate change is due to be reversible in apparently 11 years. The warming of our planet is unevenly distributed. Regions that are inherently hot, like Kuwait and the Gulf, are witnessing soaring temperatures unlike ever before. The WMO has recently identified the highest temperature extreme ever recorded for Asia was in Kuwait at 54 degrees Celsius on July 21st, 2016. The economy of the OPEC countries dependent on petroleum export revenues, which accounts to a major part of the government's total revenues. Despite the global threat from CO2 emissions and climate-altering pollutants, it cannot be linked to a specific environment disaster. Since 1970, CO2 emissions have been increased by about 90% with emissions from fossil fuel combustion and industrial processes contributing about 78% of the total greenhouse gas emissions. However, we cannot damage the world economy to deal with climate change. Although the supply of oil is finite, it is plentiful and the technology to extract it continues to improve, making it ever more economic to produce and use. Kuwait also faces risks from sea level rise, water scarcity, desertification, and biodiversity degradation. Climate change could directly threaten the lives of a third of Kuwaitis within 20 years. Although we have seen great strides in reductions in solar costs and batteries for electric vehicles, these are still expensive alternatives. There is no economic option when it comes to overcoming climate change. However, over the last couple of years, Kuwait has taken up several initiatives to eradicate climate change. Shortly after the Paris Agreement, the Kuwaiti government had begun an initiative through the creation of subsidies for natural gas to reduce emissions by almost 60% by 2021. The government also passed a domestic policy that strives for 15% goal for total energy production from renewable sources by 2030. Kuwait, in partnership with the United Nations, has researched and developed processes for households to desalinate their water in a more cost-efficient and immediate manner. Educating the public on climate change is also essential. The government has taken many measures, political and regulatory, to prevent further pollution of water sources by educating the public on how to identify polluted water sources. We all have a common goal and we are all working towards it. I believe that if the appropriate steps are taken and if we all come together, climate change will truly be eradicated. It has been my sincere gratitude to represent Kuwait in the General Assembly. Thank you. Over to you, Madam President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Kuwait for her statement. I now invite the distinguished representative of Lebanon. I give her the floor.
Madam President, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, natural disasters are increasing more and more violently. Increasing emissions and increasing temperature is causing harmful environmental crisis. Madam President, our country, Lebanon, like many other countries, is facing adverse effects of climate change. The wildfires in the country's north, which burned down large swaths of pine forest, which led to death of firefighters and also forced some people to flee their home in search of shelter. The month of July this year was recorded the hottest ever, and also the world fires burned through the summer in Greece, Italy, United States, and Canada gives us a glimpse into the new normal, which is terrifying. In terms of livelihoods, climate change is expected to increase temperatures and make water resource crisis. This will negatively affect agricultural output and the livelihoods of many communities. Higher temperatures will also result in increased energy demand, putting a strain on businesses and services as they struggle to meet their power needs. Madam President, the government of Lebanon has made significant strides in its response to climate change. In this year, it has submitted its revised NDC. Lebanon is also embarking on a national adaptation plan, which provides a platform to mainstream climate adaptation across its governance structures and processes, enhancing resilience of Lebanese communities. We need to enhance the aim. More powerful steps need to be taken to reduce emissions, including aviation and other fields. Lifestyle changes are also necessary towards a better future. Change is necessary. It is inevitable to stop a massive threat to our planet. I reaffirm a strong commitment towards working continuously along with other countries. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Lebanon for her statement. I now invite the distinguished representative of Libya. I give her the floor.
Good morning, Madam President, and all the distinguished delegates of the world community. My country is a torn mess. We are really struggling to retrieve as a nation. Sustainable development is a dream than a reality for us in the present situation. We are significantly undermined by the protracted crisis and the situation by the recent conflict. The crisis has affected nearly 2.4 million people, 40% of the population, and more than 0.82 million people need humanitarian assistance. 298,000 of whom require food assistance. I mean, food assistance and the re-establishment of basic services as the peace process progress. But United Nations humanitarian response plans for Libya in 2019 and 2020, and the United Nations framework for 2019 to 2020 and its activities will contribute to the attainment of sustainable development goals. In the first year of implementation, WFP it is progressively strengthened and leveraged its presence in Libya, including in key regions outside Tripoli by following a gradual and phased approach. The UNICEF for 2019 to 2020 identifies three key areas of collaboration: governance and rule of law, recovery and growth, enhancing the sustained delivery of basic services. WFP collaborates with national and local authorities and institutions, United Nations agencies, non-governmental organizations, civil society, the World Bank, and other partners. We thank UN and all its allies for helping my country to come back and as a stable nation. Rise for Libya won't be fear, and we are committed and open for any measure for sustainable development. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Libya for his statement. I now invite the distinguished representative of Luxembourg to take the floor.
Good morning, Madam President, and all the distinguished delegates of the world community. I don't want your hope. I want you to panic and act as if the house was on fire. These are the great words from the climate activist Miss Greta Thunberg. As you all know, climate change is a change in the pattern of weather and related changes in oceans, etc. Following the adoption of the climate change and the energy package in December 2008, Luxembourg agreed to a 2020 reduction target of 20% greenhouse gas emissions. Poor countries are suffering the most of climate change due to lack of resources. Luxembourg, the small country nestled between Belgium, France, and Germany, while it's smaller than Rhode Island and has fewer than 700,000 residents, it is doing a great work in contributing climate change. Rich countries has contributed the most to global warming. Now, as an international hub for banking, finance, and investment funds, it's focused on funneling money toward investments that help poorer countries build green energy and deal with the impacts of climate change. We are ready to help poor countries. Further analysis of the data suggests that the average air temperature in Luxembourg has also increased during the winter, and this, along with longer frost-free periods, has had a significant impact on the phenology of plants and the life cycles of animals, birds, and insects. Climate change is also causing floods, earthquakes, etc. The solutions which the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg recommend is: point number one, give awareness programs to people about climate change to avoid man-made disasters. We can give awareness programs through online platforms or by school, etc. Point number two, changing our main energy source to clean and renewable energy. Solar, wind, geothermal, and biomass could be the solutions. Point number three, limiting the use of fossil fuels such as oil, carbon, and natural gas and replace them with renewable and cleaner source of energy. I request all other countries to follow the method of Grand Duchy of Luxembourg. Thank you, Madam President, for giving a chance to Grand Duchy of Luxembourg to speak. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Luxembourg for his statement. I now invite the distinguished representative of Mauritius to take the floor.
Delegate of Mauritius, are you here? Delegate of Mauritius? Second call for the delegate of Mauritius. Third and final call for the delegate of Mauritius. Delegate of Mauritius, if you're here, you may go ahead and present your speech. If not, you will be pushed down the list. Madam President, you may go to the next speaker.
I now invite the distinguished representative of Mexico to take the floor.
Thank you,
Madam
Honorable
President, Secretary General, World Leader, Ambassador, and distinguished delegates, it's truly a great honor to address you as a representative of Mexico. Climate change in Mexico is very evident. Mexico has been getting warmer and warmer since the 1960s because of the drought have become more frequent and wildfire seasons have gotten long and more intense the more intense the water supply in Mexico. As I mentioned, increased rate of evaporation have gotten rid of many Mexico's lakes. When Mexico got rainfall, it's very intense. Sea level have risen on both of the Mexico's coastline, which in turn make flooding worse. This does not mix well with the fact that Mexico is getting hit by stronger hurricanes. Than ever before, the effects of climate change in Mexico are prominent. What's the biggest effect being water insecurity? Because of the increase in population and reduced rate of rainfall, Mexico City now depends on water from deep underground and other remote resources. This city is sinking at the rate of 1 to 3 feet per year. The people of Mexico also deal with the food insecurity due to the loss of farmland and loss of cattle. This forces families to migrate elsewhere in order to survive. Ocean acidification will only worsen this problem. Coral reefs of the coast of Mexico are being killed. This in turn led to less fish. This will have determined effect on fishing industry in Mexico. Rising sea level is causing many issues and will continue to cause more, causing saltwater intrusion in coastal. In coastal aquifers, which in depleting freshwater supply even more, the part of Monsanto is one of the Mexico's biggest ports, and it's become more difficult to access because of rising sea level. When sustainability is predicted to decrease by 14 to 17% the next 12 years, and by the end of the century, it projects to decrease by 8 to 100%. Average annual temperature in Mexico are predicted to rise by 5 to 7 degrees Fahrenheit. To fight against ongoing climate change, Mexico was the first developing country to release a new climate plan. Mexico has adopted many strategies and plans like Mexico Low Emission Development Program to reduce the effects of climate change. The World Bank also supports Mexico in their attempt to stop climate change by giving the nation loans to fund policies and projects to fight climate change. Mexico has agreed to plan to reduce greenhouse emissions by 22% and black carbon emissions by 51% by 2030. Plan to reduce deforestation to 0%, conserve and restore ecosystems, strengthen coastal protection, and remove villages and zones of danger to the other area. Mexico continues to move in the right direction to keep up the public to stop climate change. Thank you, Madam President, to give an opportunity to speak here. Thank you very much.
I thank the distinguished representative of Mexico for his statement. I now invite the distinguished representative of Morocco to take the floor.
Madam President and distinguished delegates, it is a great honor and privilege to me to take part in the General Assembly speaking about the climate change of Morocco. Morocco is already bearing with the brunt of climate change, with a severe drought in 2015 affecting the harvest and depressing the economy. Although it is a developing country, it tried to cope with the impact of climate change. Morocco has adopted a series of green policies to conserve its natural resources and make agriculture more resilient. Morocco's approach aims to reap the triple win of adapting to climate change while lessening its impact and creating new opportunities. Morocco knows it's well affected by the climate change. It's just a question of how badly it would affect. It is already feeling the effects. The rate of economic growth fell to 1.5% of this year because of a severe drought in 2015. If just one season of poor rain can depress Morocco's economy by causing bad harvests, Morocco launched the plan called Plan Vert or Green Strategy to cope with the threat of climate change and provide more better links to markets for their goods. Morocco has begun to treating its ocean as a natural resource with the same importance as the land, with improved coastal zone management and the development of sustainable aquaculture. Morocco is making an effort to conserve its underground aquifers, a win for the environment and the current and future generations of Moroccans. If we don't take any kind of immediate action against climate change, then this future may become both inevitable and irreversible. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Morocco for her statement. I now invite the distinguished representative of Namibia. I give her the floor.
Madam President and distinguished delegates, climate change includes both human-induced global warming and its impacts on nature. There have been previous periods of climate change, but our situation is even more rapid than any known events in Earth history. As a result of climate change, with more variability in rainfall, this could lead to increased frequency of droughts and floods, severe water scarcity, and shifting ecosystems. In an environment that is already arid, marginal for agricultural production, and which has a relatively low adaptation, this could significantly affect Namibia's economic development. My country has developed a national climate change policy which was finalized in 2011 and national climate change strategy which was adopted in 2013. This could direct some important finance towards economic activities and climate change activities, which includes the installation of solar water heaters and off-grid renewable energy solutions in remote areas, adoption of the National Climate Change Policy, and development of a draft climate change strategy and action plan represent important steps in advancing an understanding of the importance of climate change in Namibia. In energy sector, a number of initiatives are underway to promote renewable energy. The policy of the government of the Republic of Namibia aims to manage climate response as in a way that recognizes the national development goals and promotes integration and coordination of programs of various sector organizations so that benefits to the country as a whole, sustainable development and maintenance of healthy ecosystem and biodiversity for future generations are core tenets of Namibia's constitution and are embedded in Vision 2030, its long-term national development policy framework. Nevertheless, there remains an urgent need to make climate change a material issue for mainstream development planning and investment. Thank you, Madam President. Thank you so much.
I thank the distinguished representative of Namibia. I now invite the distinguished representative of Nepal to take the floor.
Delegate of Nepal, are you present in the committee? Delegate of Nepal, are you present in the committee? Second call for the delegate of Nepal. Third and final call, delegate of Nepal. Thank you. Delegate of Nepal is not present here. I'm sorry. Delegate of Nepal is not present here. Madam President, you may continue with the next speaker.
I now invite the distinguished delegate of Netherlands to take the floor.
Delegate of Netherlands, are you present in the committee? Sorry, in the session. Delegate of Netherlands, second call for you. Third and final call for the delegate of Netherlands. If you're present in the session, please acknowledge yourself. Madam President, you may move to the next speaker.
I now invite the distinguished delegate of New Zealand to take the floor.
Thank you, Madam President, and all the distinguished delegates of the world community for giving the delegate of New Zealand an opportunity to address the Assembly. New Zealand has a strong front when it comes to climate change. We have set a target for all greenhouse gases except for biogenic methane to reach net zero by 2050. New Zealand has become the world's first country to bring in a law forcing its financial firms to report to the effects of climate change. The law will force financial firms to assess not only their own investments, but also evaluate the companies they are lending money to in terms of their environmental impact. New Zealand have participated in international treaties and in social and political debates related to climate change. And in May of 2019, in response to commitments made in Paris in 2016, we introduced the Climate Change Response Amendment Bill, which created a Climate Change Commission responsible for advising government-led policies. Both historically and presently, the majority of New Zealand's electricity has been generated from hydroelectricity. In the 2019 calendar year, 82.4% of the country's electricity was generated from renewable or low-carbon resources. New Zealand is being affected by climate change, and the impacts are set to increase in magnitude and extent over time. The Royal Forest and Bird Protection Society of New Zealand has pointed out that New Zealand's native plants and animals are vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. More frequent storms combined with rising sea levels will make it harder for seabirds to find food. Floods, storms, droughts, and fires will become more frequent unless significant action is taken to reduce global emissions of greenhouse gases, which are changing the climate. Even small changes in average climate conditions are likely to lead to large changes in the frequency of occurrence of extreme events. We all know that the degradation of environment is already causing hundreds of thousands of deaths due to global warming and air pollution. And those most affected are always the most vulnerable people in the most vulnerable countries: children, elderly people, and women. And unless it's slowed down, this change will cause the disappearance of entire territories. We very strongly believe that the world is ready for this and that it's our responsibility. And rather than spend too much time wondering whether we should reopen issues we have already closed or decisions we have already taken, we have instead got to forge ahead and build the next step. With that, I would like to conclude my statement. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of New Zealand for his statement. I now invite the distinguished delegate of Niger to take the floor.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Good morning, Madam President, distinguished delegates, and respected others. It is a great honor to address you as a representative of Niger. One of the most important threats facing our entire species is climate change. Dry lands are becoming drier and wetlands wetter. One would suggest that we completely stop using fossil fuels and other harmful contributors to climate change and establish a perfect world. But acknowledging the fast growing population and its needs, it is nearly impossible for us to completely forfeit the usage of resources like coal currently. But with time, it can be possible. We must let science run its course. And though we may not have the technology to make the affordable and practical alternatives right now, we must commit to damage control and make a path to buy ourselves time until science and technology discover the best alternatives that factors in practicality, affordability, and sustainability. More than 80% of my country, Niger's population, depends on agriculture. Small scale farmers are the most directly affected by climate change. Each year, part of the community must leave their region with their remaining cattle in search of food and water. In many places, rains used to last 5 to 6 months, but now it is much shorter. These are only a few of the many ways the people of my land are suffering due to climate change. However, with a quickly growing population and increased demand for food, climate smart agriculture is at the heart of the government's response under Nigerians Nourishing Nigerians, the 3N initiative that aims to combat hunger and poverty. Niger's initiated solar power projects of a total capacity of 100 megawatts. It's 100 megawatts, starting with 7 megawatts in 2018, developed with the support of the Indian government. Despite the size of the country and the lack of resources, Niger has shown itself to be resilient by safeguarding its territorial integrity and stability. To conclude, coming up with more efficient ways to organize our societies is one of the most important ways to reduce modern world's carbon dioxide emission. This could mean everything from actively planting more trees or to investment in solar panels to generate electricity, being great examples of ways to significantly reduce air pollution. Change may not be possible overnight, but it needs to happen fast. Let us together prioritize our goals and our time in the most beneficial way with the resources we have. Even if we cannot find the solution right now, it is important that we give our world an opportunity to exist until there is a solution to this problem. Mindfulness is the backbone of our decade's future. Thank you, respected members.
I thank the distinguished representative of Niger for her statement. I now invite the distinguished representative of Nigeria to take the floor.
Thank you, Madam President, and esteemed delegates for having the delegate of Nigeria address the Assembly. Climate change is the biggest threat facing humanity today. The Nigerian government introduced National Environmental Policy. This policy aims to create an environment that has low levels of air pollution, reduce deforestation, and other human activities that worsen the effects of climate change. Nigeria's climate has been changing. increases in temperature, variable rainfall, rise in sea level, and flooding, drought and desertification, land degradation, more frequent extreme weather events affected freshwater resources, and loss of biodiversity. Nigeria signed the Paris Agreement. It has pledged to reduce its greenhouse gas emissions by 20% by 2030 with the condition of 45% of international support. In its initial climate pledge in 2017, the Nigerian government said it would reduce its emission by ramping up the rollout of solar energy production, improving energy efficiency, and ending gas flaring. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Nigeria for her statement. I now invite the distinguished representative of Oman to take the floor. Distinguished representative of Oman, are you there?
Madam President, you may move to the next speaker. One last call for the delegate of Oman. Madam President, you may move.
I now invite the distinguished representative of Pakistan to take the floor.
Hello?
Yes, delegate, you are audible. Please proceed.
Honorable Chair and Delegate, truly a great honor. Pakistan. Almost 1,50,000 people die annually owing to climate crisis. Through the statistics, we can
One second. Sorry to interrupt you, but your voice is pretty low. So you were audible at first, but your voice started dipping down. So what you can do is that hold your phone closer to your mouth, and you can speak directly to it, so it feels more audible to us and more clear to us. So that
Okay.
now it's fine. Yeah, go ahead.
Honorable Chair and Delegates, it's truly a great honor to address you as a representative of Pakistan. Almost 1,50,000 people dies annually owing to climate crisis across the globe. Through the statistics, we can realize that it's high time to address this pressing concern for which we have all gathered here today. We would like to share with you about the initiatives we have done to fight this issue. Though Pakistan is a country that contributes less than 1% of the global greenhouse gas emissions, but still our country is constantly among top 10 climate vulnerable countries. From the 1990s onwards, we have developed many environmental monitoring systems. A landmark feature was the adoption of the National Conservation Strategy in 1992 as the guiding environmental policy for Pakistan. We also welcome the Paris Agreement despite of the lack of technical and financial capacity, which shows a strong will to fulfill the objective of United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. It is unfortunate that economically prosperous country like USA has backed off from signing the Paris Agreement, which also had the provision for them to make efforts to help the less developed countries to tackle the climatic issues. Pakistan, even being a country with monetary constrictions, have launched many initiatives like 10 billion tree tsunami program, the ecosystem restoration fund, and the national adaptation plan. In order to deliver the goal of net zero carbon for Pakistan by 2050, we have established a collaboration Net Zero Pakistan between pioneering companies and sectoral experts. One of the major achievements of our country in the recent times is that we have successfully completed the 2030 Agenda for UN Sustainable Development with the support of UNDP for protecting the environmental and holding off climate change a decade before the deadline, which proves our seriousness towards worldwide effort to tackle the climate change. We stress the need to bring about a change in the biased attitude of central agency when it comes to the allocation of technological funds. We urge the member states to take into account that many women and girls are often disproportionately affected by climate change, and we look forward to its review with a view to forge ahead towards the goal of promoting gender responsive and equal and meaningful participation of women in support of climate crisis. To conclude, we recognize the gravity of this issue and wish to cooperate and work with all nations to save the succeeding generation from the ravages of climate change by adopting suitable effective measures so as to make our earth a better place to live. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Pakistan for her statement. I now invite the distinguished representative of Paraguay to take the floor.
First call for the delegate of Paraguay. Delegate of Paraguay, if you're present in the committee, kindly acknowledge yourself. Second call for the delegate of Paraguay. Once and for all, last call for the delegate of Paraguay. Seeing no response, Madam President, you may move to the next speaker.
I now invite the distinguished delegate of Philippines to take the floor.
Hello, am I audible? Thank you, Madam President. Good morning, respected Madam President and delegates of all the countries. Philippines is one of the countries most vulnerable to the impacts of climate change, and that is not something new. Neither is climate change. Climate change has become a reality much sooner than expected. It is a reality many are ignorant of. In 1896, that is 125 years ago, we were warned about the alteration of surface temperature. But here we are, still with no solution. In 1938, that is 83 years ago, surface temperature and global warming was linked. But here we are again with no solution. Madam President, November 2013 witnessed one of the costliest disasters in Philippines, the Typhoon Haiyan, in the city of Giwan. It was one of the strongest ever recorded storm in which around 7,800 people were killed or went missing, and the total economic impact was $14 billion. It is from logical understanding that the upper layer of the tropic ocean gets warmer, so does the potential intensity of the tropical storm. This catastrophe took place just a month after the highest flood of 6.1 meter in the rural area took place, killing over 464 people due to the typhoon Ketsana. These typhoons not only cost billions of dollars lose and killed people, but it has drastically changed the lives of the ones left behind. It is studied that up till the 22nd century, my country will lose 6% of its annual GDP. Sea level temperature has risen, and so has the risk of coral bleaching. Philippines is a naturally humid and tropical country. It is located in the boundaries of some major tectonic plates and at the center of a typhoon belt. So, to an extent, these disasters are naturally inevitable. But my country is strongly admitted to addressing the threat of climate change. The Congress passed the Climate Change Act of 2009, which created the CCC to develop policies and coordinate governmental programs on climate change. In 2010, Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Act was passed. The Philippines Green Jobs Act of 2016 aimed to foster low carbon resilient sustainable growth and decent job creation by providing incentives to businesses that generate green jobs. I end my speech by quoting my President Rodrigo Duterte. The Philippines joined the Paris Agreement to fight climate change. We call on all parties, especially those who are not made good to their commitment to fight climate change. Thank you and have a wonderful day ahead.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Philippines. I now invite the distinguished delegate of Poland to take the floor.
Good morning to you all. I am the delegate of Poland. In climate changes, Poland is experiencing longer lasting droughts, sudden heavy rainfall, and storms. These changing weather patterns worsened by climate changes.
One second, Marceline. If you could turn on your camera, it would be highly useful. Delegate, if you could turn on your camera and begin your speech once again.
Changing by climate change are also increasing the risk of wildfires, crop failures, and also affects water quality. This area about climate change in Poland that that can be available in the Poland that in in mountain areas snow covers in the south of the Poland in the month of December to April. Rain also falls throughout the year November to March. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Poland for her statement. I now invite the distinguished representative of Portugal to take the floor.
Good morning. The delegate of Portugal is extremely grateful for today's opportunity and hopes that she is audible. During the European Council meeting in December 2019, President von der Leyen stated that Portugal is one of the countries most affected by climate change. This statement remains true even today, and hence the delegate of Portuguese Republic recognizes the extreme relevance of today's agenda. Southern Europe has seen temperature rises and precipitation declines as a result of climate change. Much of the Portuguese population resides in its extensive coastal area, and hence sea level rise poses extreme risks. Relative to other Mediterranean countries, Portugal is the country which has suffered by far the most from forest fires. The impacts of climate change have sectoral consequences as projected in the sectors of agriculture, winemaking, fishing, and labor. Portugal's vulnerability to climate impacts has been increasingly recognized in policy circles, and hence the country has formulated a new generation of climate policy instruments to respond to the ambition of a forward looking climate policy that enables the achievement of targets at the national, European Union, and the international levels, such as that of transitioning to a low carbon economy. Portugal developed an integrated framework of policy instruments such as the National Programme for Climate Change and the National Strategy for Adaptation to Climate Change, along with key legislations. Portugal's contribution to the minimization of adverse effects of climate change in other parties, particularly developing countries, is carried out first of all through a strong commitment to implementing the Convention and the Kyoto Protocol. At a multilateral level, Portugal supports the implementation of adaptation measures in the most vulnerable countries, in particular within the community of Portuguese speaking countries. It also contributes to the fund. At a bilateral projects in the field of environmental ecology has moved back in the group of relatively high performing countries and is ranked in 17th in CCP. Policy positive change indicate that there is a long way to go. Globally, 88% of diseases caused by climate children under the age of 5. The delegation of Portugal, with today's discourse, the member assembly can arrive at a collective resolution that fights the problems of climate change. We, the people of Portugal, are respect the views and perspectives of all the nation states. Portugal advocates for climate justice and calls for unified action. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Portugal for her statement. I now invite the distinguished delegate of Qatar to take the floor.
Respected Madam President and distinguished delegates of the world community, Qatar has placed considerable internal focus on mitigating issues present within its environment. Qatar is getting close to opening its long-delayed 200 megawatt solar center. Qatar currently has a stated goal of installing 10 gigawatts of solar power capacity by 2030. Qatar Foundation, in partnership with the Potsdam Institute for Climate Impact Research, is setting up a pioneer climate change research institute and a global climate change forum. The Qatar Green Building Council, a QF member, was established in 2009 to promote sustainable growth and development in Qatar through cost-efficient and environment-friendly building practices. In recent years, Qatar is making itself a benchmark for all future sustainable and renewable initiatives in the Middle East. Qatar is committed to creating a cleaner and more energy efficient environment, which is expected to make significant contributions in addressing climate change challenges and moving towards a more sustainable future. In line with Qatar's National Vision 2030, Qatar aims to reduce its dependence on fossil fuels. Sustainable development has been identified as one of the top priorities in Qatar's national development strategy. Climate change is already affecting Qatar on a multitude of levels and will only continue to grow more serious over years. Qatar's environmental issues are increasingly causing an economic difficulty, severe health consequences, and widespread societal strife. According to figures, since 1970, the Earth has got between 0.8 to 1 degree Celsius warmer. This has resulted in severe droughts on one hand and floods and strong storms and hurricanes to occur on the other hand. To confront ecological changes, the world must adopt an economy where the carbon dioxide emissions reach minimum levels. Qatar's position stress on supporting the Environmental Protection Convention and Kyoto Protocol, and Qatar has on agenda long-term planning for combating climate change, cautioning the greenhouse gas emission levels in different countries, provision of grants for environmental friendly projects, forcing countries to use new energy sources and provide grants to countries for this are some remedial measures that Qatar suggests. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank the distinguished representative of Qatar for her statement. I now invite the distinguished representative of Republic of Korea to take the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Well, respected Mrs. President and distinguished delegates of countries. Well, South Korea is a developed country and is ranked as the seventh highest country on Human Development Index in the Asia and Oceanic region. South Korea was in 27 the world's seventh largest emitter of carbon emissions and the fifth largest emitter per capita. Our planet is getting hotter faster than anticipated. The community of nations must join forces in closer concert together to push forward carbon neutrality. Last year, Korea committed itself to carbon neutrality by 2050 and legislated its vision and implementation framework by enacting the Framework Act on Carbon Neutrality. By next month, we will finalize our 2050 carbon neutrality scenario and unveil our enhanced 2030 NDC at COP26 in coming November. We have shut down coal-fired power plants earlier than scheduled and ended public financing for new overseas. A coal-fired power generation of new and with efforts underway to ramp up the generation of new and renewable energy. Korea is turning its carbon neutrality commitment into opportunities to cultivate new industries and create jobs. Many Korean businesses are voluntarily joining the V100 campaign and expanding the investment in hydrogen and other new and renewable energy, while pushing forward ESG management and carbon neutrality with greater force. The government, for its part, will firmly back up the private sector in technology development and investment. Korea will set up a Green Newly Trust Fund with a view to supporting the work of Global Green Growth Institute and shares technologies and capacities for carbon neutrality. We will stand ready to help developing countries build their capacity to tackle the climate crisis. We are gathering our greatest strengths as humanity is united as one and never lost sight of today. We will surely be able to build a better tomorrow as humanity embarks on a new journey for ushering in the era of global community. I count on the United Nations to lead the way with a spirit of solidarity and cooperation. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Republic of Korea for her statement. I now invite the distinguished representative of Romania to take the floor.
Yeah, before the delegate of Romania goes, just a few matter of concerns again to be notified. First of all, delegates, when you are speaking in the session, please ensure that your cameras are kindly on, and also ensure that you have a very credible internet connection available. So what happens is a lot of delegates are giving their speeches, but in between the speeches is getting cut. In some situations, they are going out of pace, and that creates a lot of chaos. So instead of doing that, ensure that your camera is also turned on and you have a stable internet connection. It doesn't matter where you sit, but please ensure that two things. So with that said, Madam President, you may proceed.
I invite the distinguished delegate of Romania to take the floor.
Thank you, Madam President, Honorable Secretary General, all distinguished members in the podium. A warm and good day, good afternoon to one and all present here. I'm very glad to address you everyone and as well as to represent our country, Romania. Climate change impacts in our life very well in an adverse manner. And so because of that problem itself, are difficult in this biosphere. Our life in the biosphere is much difficult also. Romania has its own issues of climate change and as well as we also has appropriate solutions for it too. Romania are facing solutions like modernification of vegetative periods, displacement of ecology, prolonged droughts and floods, desertification, and as well as acid rains. When we go on to the problem of modernification of vegetative periods and as well as displacement of ecology, we can say that with the increase in temperature, we Romanians have to change our crop pattern and as well as our crop season even in our country, and this may result in the decrease of food shortage in our country. Because of decrease in food shortage in our country, it may lead to malnutrition in some other day. And because of prolonged droughts and floods which is faced in our country, more than 1,000 people has get killed between 2005 to 2007 in our country. And because of melting of ice glaciers in our country, more water is get come towards our country because we share a border with Black Sea too. With the problem of desertification and as well as the acid rains, we can say that moreover 50% of our income is get generated from tourism. And because of these two problems of desertification and as well as acid rains, our income is degenerated and more tourists get not attracted towards our country because of these two problems of desertification and acid rain. So because of looking on towards all problems, I can say that climate change does not only look over onto the ecological balance, but it can also affect all the aspects of a country, even economically. With being on UN and becoming the inner core of UN, we are able to bring lots of resolutions to our country implementing by that, like strict implementation of Paris Conference, and as well as we are also able to participate in London Conference, Copenhagen Conference, and even in the Paris Summit. And taking the ideas and taking the aims of these all conferences and implementing that into our country may lead to the old resolution of most of the problems which we were facing. And we are also trying to implement Agenda 21, and we are estimating that in 2030 we would make it for. And we are able to control the emission of carbon, which is the main reason for the climate change which now we are facing. And we are also promoting the education with nature, which make children to look on towards the protection of climate and as well as the sustainable development. As well as we are also looking forward to fulfill all the sustainable development goals which is proposed by UN. We are ranking 42nd on the climate index in human development index, which is proposed by UN itself. Let me conclude my words by saying that we do not inherit this earth from our ancestors. We had borrowed it from our future generation. Keeping this in mind, try to make this earth a better one and give it to future generation. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Romania for her statement. I now invite the distinguished representative of Russian Federation to take the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Honorable President and fellow delegates, the global scientific community has made clear that human activity is already changing the world's climate system. Higher temperatures and extreme weather events are damaging food production. Rising sea levels and more damaging storms are putting our coastal cities increasingly at risk. And the impacts of climate change are already harming economies around the world. Madam President, Russia understands the importance and reality of climate change and has taken measures to counter it. The Russian Federation is a signatory of many international environmental treaties and has participated in all main environmental policy processes underway at the global level. Russia has set goals to reduce greenhouse gas emissions to the level of 70 to 75% of 1990 emissions by 2030. Russia will also more than double the amount of carbon counted as being absorbed by its vast forests and other ecosystems by 2050. Russia is fulfilling its international obligations in this area with full responsibility, primarily regarding the implementation of the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, the Kyoto Protocol, and the Paris Agreement. The Russian Federation contributes to the global reduction of greenhouse gas emissions by increasing the peaceful use of nuclear energy in developing countries, which helps to reduce fossil fuel consumption and reduce greenhouse gas emission. In addition, international scientific and technical cooperation is developing on improving the energy efficiency of buildings and structures, resource conservation, and the use of renewable energy sources in construction in developing countries. The Russian Federation realizes the importance of preserving the climate and ensuring sustainable development, and plans to continue to assist developing countries in achieving the goals of the Paris Agreement, including mitigating anthropogenic impact on climate and adapting to the consequences of its change. Climate change is a global emergency that goes beyond national borders. It is an issue that requires international cooperation and coordinated solution at all levels. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Russian Federation for her statement. I now invite the distinguished representative of Rwanda to take the floor.
Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes.
Thank you, Madam President, for the recognition. I'm the earth, I'm your home, but you destroy my skin and bone. But I forgive and forget and let you live, but I regret. These are not words from a book, but words of Mother Nature herself, a problem that began and saw no end, destroying our only home, negatively impacting the future generations, and is set to become the sixth mass extinction of mankind. Yes, the problem is climate change, and it is here to stay, not until we unite and bring about a massive change. Though the Republic of Rwanda is among the countries with lowest emission per capita worldwide, it is highly vulnerable to climate change. Therefore, adaptation to climate change is a key concern and a priority for our country. However, the path towards a low carbon, climate resilient development has been prioritized not only by the government but also by the people of Rwanda. Rwanda ratified the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change in 1995, the Kyoto Protocol in 2004, and the Paris Agreement in 2015. We, as a part of this, submitted our intended nationally determined contribution. The Green Growth and Climate Resilience Strategy, along with the National Strategy for Transformation, in alignment with Rwanda's 7-year government program, culminated in Vision 2050. The most recently included National Environment and Climate Change Policy, enacted in 2019, are all in alignment with the goal of achieving a climate resilient nation. The plan is equivalent to an estimated mitigation of up to 4.6 million tons of carbon dioxide. The Kigali government is the first in Africa to strengthen its commitment to carbon emission cuts by 2030 and ramp up its adaptation plan. The target sectoral scope was also extended and now includes hydrofluorocarbons. A green economy approach in its economic transformation, promoting green technology and resource-efficient industries throughout all production levels. Improved public awareness, which is translated into banning of plastic completely since 2008, car-free days, specific days for nationwide cleaning drive. Kigali is thus proud to be the cleanest and most environment-friendly city in Africa. Let's understand that climate change is not only a threat, it is above all an opportunity to create a healthier, cleaner, and greener planet. Fighting climate change calls for innovation, cooperation, and the willpower to make the changes that the world needs. Change is not only possible, but urgently necessary. We only have one planet, so let's realize that our actions will make us great. To conclude, I urge my fellow nations to join in our continuous strive for a more greener and sustainable planet. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Rwanda for her statement. I now invite the distinguished representative of Saudi Arabia.
Respected Madam President, chairpersons, and fellow delegates, may God's peace and blessings be upon you. More than 1 million species face extinction today. Critical climatic conditions are driving millions of people out of their homes. Our oceans are dying. We use more of the Earth's resources than it can renew. There are more greenhouse gases in the atmosphere than ever before, causing Earth's temperatures to rise. Rising global temperatures are fueling extreme weather phenomena, impacting economies and societies throughout the world. As it happens, climate change might become irreversible by 2030. We are indeed in a climate crisis. Physical, economic, and social factors determine the vulnerability of a country to climate change, and the kingdom is vulnerable in all three aspects. Madam President, Saudi Arabia has played a leading role in mitigating the ecosystem degradation and restoring them at national level through several initiatives, most notably the Saudi Green Initiative launched by His Royal Highness Mohammed bin Salman bin Abdulaziz, and the initiative of the National Environment Strategy that aims at protecting vegetation cover and wildlife, reducing desertification, and enhancing environmental commitment. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia was successful in planting about 10 million trees in 165 sites across Saudi Arabia. The kingdom has made pioneering efforts to limit ecosystem degradation, restore ecosystems, and adapt to climate change, including implementing the National Park Development Initiative, launching 17 initiatives to protect the environment, and improving meteorology and services. The basis of the 2030 vision adopted by the kingdom is prosperity and a better future. We want our economy to be a pioneering one. We want our society to interact with the entire world. Moreover, work is underway to establish a climate change center. In addition to stopping the cultivation of crops that require vast amounts of water and using water-saving eco-friendly technologies, launching 64 initiatives within the National Environment Strategy. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia wishes to set up conditions conducive for development and ones that achieve aspirations for a better future in the Middle East and the entire world. Climate change is a crisis that does not respect the boundaries of nations. It affects everyone. Climate change is a crisis that can be handled only through robust and coherent cooperation of the nations. The Kingdom would like to encourage the developing countries to undertake mitigation activities and programs to encourage sustainable development, and the developed countries to undertake initiatives to bring about recreational development than just a sustainable one, and aid other countries to achieve their climate goals. We have to work together to move forward as a united force against climate change. May God bless us all. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Saudi Arabia for her statement. I now invite the distinguished representative of Serbia to take the floor.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for the recognition. Honorable Chair, distinguished guests, and my fellow delegates. The delegate of Serbia would like to speak on the challenges of climate change. I am more than honored to be a part of this occasion and solve this preceding issue at hand. The delegation of Serbia believes that climate change is a major issue, and many lives have also been taken away due to this. The death of future generations would be detrimental to the development of the society. Climatic changes are already estimated to cause over 150,000 deaths annually. More frequent
and intense drought, storms, heat waves, rising sea levels, melting glaciers, and warming oceans can directly harm animals, destroy the places they live, and create havoc on people's livelihoods and communities. Over the past few decades, Serbia's economy has been impacted by wars and the 2008 global economic crisis. This, combined with droughts, floods, exceptionally harsh winters, and other weather related extreme events, have caused major physical damage, financial loss, and even deaths. Climatic change projections include that Serbia and the Western Balkans face a high probability of continuing temperature increases, along with more frequent and prolonged droughts and wildfires. Serbia's total GHG emissions were dominated by the energy sector, which accounted for nearly all of the country's total emissions. Agriculture was the second highest, followed by waste and industrial processes. As a country, we adopted a major Serbian climate change act. Serbia adopted Climate Change Act bill in March 2021. Main goal: reduce reduce greenhouse gas emission. Serbia is obliged to implement the Paris Agreement. Serbia signed Sofia Declaration on the Green Agenda for Western Balkan. Serbia is implementing guidelines for the implementation of the Green Agenda for Western Balkans. The goal of this is to reduce emission by 55% by 2030, GHG emission reduction by 33.3%. Serbia is adopting low carbon development strategy for a period of 10 years. This act improves different policies and measures. Clean development mechanism. All project approval will be based on clean development mechanism. Display of CO2 emission during the roll of vehicles. Monitoring and reporting of GHG emission from factories and firstly, we must stop deforestation in all forms. Do not cut down more trees as it will only worsen the level of carbon dioxide in the air. Opt for eco-friendly options like solar energy and wind power. Take up the habit of recycling and reusing. Thus, do not waste the electricity as it requires the burning of fossil fuels. As a result of burning of fossil fuels, greenhouse gases in the atmosphere increase rapidly and contribute to global warming. Serbia has one clear and focused goal: to protect the citizens and country. With this, I would like to conclude, and I hope we can achieve this goal together. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Serbia for her statement. I now invite the distinguished representative of Singapore to take the floor.
Before the delegate of Singapore again proceeds, delegates, I believe my thumbs up emoji is visible for you. For the last two speakers, it has been noticed that the delegates are not sticking up with the time limit. However, it's highly recommended that you stick in with the time limit once again. Thanks a lot. And this is applicable for the following speakers who are yet to deliver the speech. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. I hope you can hear me.
Yes.
How soon can an emergency for human race be managed? How fast can we stop ourselves destroying ourselves? Climate change is real and it is here. Climate change doesn't just merely refer to the rise in temperature. It refers to the rise in sea levels and other frequently occurring extreme weather activities. Droughts, floods, hurricanes, and wildfires have been wreaking havoc across the globe. Low-lying islands in the Southeast Asian region are particularly vulnerable to the rising sea levels, and Singapore is one of them. Singapore has also witnessed an unusual amount of flash floods and high bouts of temperature. Food security, public health, biodiversity, resource management are of great concern too. Singapore believes it is necessary to take multilateral and rule-based actions by supporting and taking part in negotiations with other countries to prevent further adverse effects of climate change on Earth and limit climate change itself. We have been working closely with UNFCCC, UNDP, and are one of the founding members of ASEAN. Domestically, we have taken various actions to ensure the same. To name a few, Singapore since 2019 has implemented the carbon tax to incentivize industrial energy efficiency and emission reduction measures. The feasibility of this existing framework is being studied with the International Emission Trading System. The Center for Sustainable Building, established under a partnership between the United Nations Environmental Programme and Building and Construction Authority of Singapore, supports regional efforts to develop green building policies and actions. Singapore faces major challenges in using alternate energy due to geographical position, high population density, and limited land area. Despite this, we have made best efforts in utilizing the next best alternative. For example, we switched from fuel oil to natural gas, which now generates 95% of the electricity. It is to be noted that natural gas is the cleanest fossil fuel. Energy is sold at market price without subsidy to ensure the judicious use of energy. Our main mitigation strategy remains to be increasing energy efficiency, decreasing carbon emissions, and developing low carbon technology. We are also focusing on adaptation and disaster risk reduction. Singapore has also made a commitment to the Paris Agreement by setting a goal to reduce emission intensity by 36% compared to 2005 levels by 2030. Singapore believes in a consistent, sustainably, and globally inclusive strategy to tackle climate change. We can no longer negotiate with the climate. No one is safe unless everyone is safe. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Singapore for her statement. I now invite the distinguished representative of Somalia to take the floor.
Yesterday I was clever, so I wanted to change the world. Today I'm wise, so I'm changing myself. Distinguished Chair and my fellow delegates, today, as we embark on this journey to assist our help towards the issue of climate change, I would like to begin by pointing out what it has done so far. It has affected all aspects of our life, from social, economic, political, and cultural. It has also led on several floods, droughts, and global warming, which in turn has affected our livelihood. If not now, when? Because our survival depends on how we treat our environment. As for Somalia, we have recorded the highest temperature rise in the last 20 years, experienced floods and drought, which has affected our food security, agriculture, livestock, and economy, and has seen a decline in the quality of life of Somalis. Still, our resilience has not been severed. Along with the National Adoption Program, the NAPA and the Paris Agreement, devised along with the UN, is coming along to help Somalia with its climate change crisis. The NAPA provides a critical basis for changing climate and the risk associates. It aims at creating community awareness, increase monitoring, risk forecasting, and support adoption of government policies and strategies to improve climate change resilience among the vulnerable groups, which is why I believe the way to move forward is through collective cooperation. As for now, we condone the sustainable land management, which will include large-scale forestation campaigning, which with distribution of seedlings to the vulnerable community, curbing charcoal production by banning export and developing alternative energy plants, disaster management, which includes setting up of emergency relief fund, construction of flood and fodder facilities, and water resource management. As for the world, I'm calling out all the youth across the globe and asking them so that their voices are heard by all those in power and to reduce their energy consumption and to invest their money responsibly. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Somalia for her statement. I now invite the distinguished representative of South Africa to take the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President and distinguished delegates, it is a great honor and privilege to me to take part in this historic summit of United Nations. Climatic informations. South Africa has well-developed earth system science research programs that underpins the climate change scenarios developed for South African regions, established research on biophysical impacts of climatic change on key sectors, integrates the climatic impacts on cities and built environment. National government that has developed a national climate change responses, a national process to scope long-term adaptation scenarios is underway, focusing on cross-sectoral linkages in adaptation responses at a national level. A particular need is to develop South Africa's capacity to undertake integrated assessments of climatic change that can support climatic resilient development planning, Hot, dry summers reaching over 50 degrees Celsius in the desert of southmost are complemented by bitter winters with temperature plugging to 40 or 50 degrees Celsius in certain mountain regions. Building, heating, and cooling are among the biggest uses of energy, Hacks says. Indeed, heating and air conditioning account for almost half of home energy uses. You can make your space more energy efficiency by sealing craft and ensuring its adequate. Here I am concluding my statement. Thank you, Madam President and distinguished delegates, to listening me. Thank you, one and all.
I thank the distinguished representative of South Africa for her statement. I now invite the distinguished representative of Spain to take the floor.
Delegate of Spain, it's the first call for you. Delegate of Spain, if you're present, please acknowledge your presence. Delegate of Spain, the second call for you. If you're present in the session, please acknowledge your presence. Third and final call for the delegate of Spain. If you're present in the committee, kindly acknowledge your presence. Seeing that the delegate is not present, Madam President, you may proceed with the next speaker.
I invite the distinguished delegate of Sri Lanka to take the floor.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning, Madam President, and all the distinguished delegates of the world community. Climate change is the ultimate outcome of global warming. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change has conclusively established that climate change induced by global warming is a direct result of excessive emissions of greenhouse gases due to human action. It's a certainty that the present and future generations have to live under the threat of climate change. All nations are affected by the impacts of climate change. However, developing countries are particularly vulnerable as they lack the necessary adaptive capacity. Being a developing island nation subject to tropical climate patterns, Sri Lanka is highly vulnerable to climate change impacts. Extreme weather events such as high intensity rainfall, followed by flash floods and landslides, and extended dry periods resulting in water scarcity, are now becoming common occurrences in Sri Lanka. Therefore, urgent action is necessary to take adaptive measures to build the resilience of the country to face the adverse impacts of climate change. While taking adaptive measures as a priority, Sri Lanka will be actively involved in the global efforts to minimize the greenhouse gas emissions within the framework of sustainable development and principles enshrined in the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change and its Kyoto Protocol. The most demanding challenge for the developing countries today is to develop their economies to provide a better quality of life, taking into consideration the shrinking environmental space. In this context, the National Climate Change Policy of Sri Lanka has been developed to provide guidance and directions for all stakeholders to address the adverse impacts of climate change efficiently and effectively. The National Climate Change Policy of Sri Lanka contains a vision, mission, goal, and a set of guiding principles, followed by broad policy statements under vulnerability, adaptation, mitigation, sustainable consumption and protection, knowledge management, and general statements. Collaborative action at all levels is necessary to transform this policy into a meaningful set of actions to meet the challenges of climate change. The Ocean Affairs, Environment and Climate Change Division is mandated with the promotion, coordination, and coherence of Sri Lanka's international engagements related to ocean affairs, environment, and climate change, and it provides foreign policy perspective on the same to relevant government ministries and line agencies. Furthermore, the division promotes Sri Lanka's role in international, regional, and sub-regional organizations within the spheres of ocean affairs, environment, and climate change to strengthen the objectives of those organizations and pursue Sri Lanka's image as a bridge builder. Therefore, thereby enhancing dividends for the country's interest. Within its mandate, the division coordinates projects and initiatives to increase Sri Lanka's overall interaction with foreign countries, organizations, and other related entities in Sri Lanka in promoting Sri Lanka as a platform for interactive dialogues, conferences, workshops in close collaboration with all stakeholders. With this, we conclude our statement. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Sri Lanka for her statement. I now invite the distinguished representative of Sweden to take the floor.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay. Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, world leaders, ambassadors, and distinguished delegates. Ladies and gentlemen,
it is my great honor to open the session of the General Assembly to the United Nations. A session which I hope will be truly historic, a session not just of ground-breaking decisions, but one of much needed concerted actions of people and planet. Let me begin by once again thanking you. Today's global challenges demonstrate the urgent need to strengthen international cooperation with a modern UN at its core. The devastating impact of the pandemic has tested the resilience of our societies and put pressure on the multilateral system. The extreme weather events we have witnessed with forest fires, flooding, and heat waves underline the urgent need to act against climate change. We must listen to the science and transform our societies. We must keep the 1.5-degree goal alive. Lower emission, adaptation, and protection of biodiversity must be our priority. Recovering from the pandemic will provide an opportunity to build a back greener. This year, we need to stand up to the test as we gather at COP26 in Glasgow, COP15 in Kunming, and prepare to conclude a legal instrument to protect biodiversity in the high seas. Next year marks 50 years since the world gathered in Stockholm for the first ever UN conference on the environment. In June, we will host Stockholm Plus 15, which we expect will a catalyst for necessary transformative actions for a systemic change as with regard to the environment and climate change agenda. Let's take this opportunity to help reframe humankind's relationship with nature. I can only conclude that global challenges are becoming ever more pressing, but together we have also made important progress. Sweden remains an active campaign of finding common solutions to the challenges we jointly face. Our roadmap is global implementation of the 2030 Agenda. Gender equality is the unfinished human rights struggle of this century. Gender equality has always been a key priority in decision making and resource allocation in my government, and we have promoted gender equality globally. Climate change is the defining issue of our time. In 2017, the Swedish parliament adopted the most ambitious climate reforms in Sweden's history, aiming at net zero emissions of greenhouse gases by 2045. Together with India, I'm proud to have launched the leadership group of industry transition. Inequality has further accelerated. Together with the ILO and the OECD, we launched the Global Deal Partnership for Decent Work and Inclusive Growth in 2016. The objective is to improve the global labor market and enable people to benefit from globalization. And let us come here to this place to stand for our people and their nations. And I am forever thankful for the grace and the goodness and the glory of God. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Sweden for his statement. I now invite the distinguished representative of Switzerland to take the floor.
Thank you, ma'am. Honorable Madam President, the Chair, and all respected delegates. Sea levels are rising and oceans are becoming warmer. Climate change poses a fundamental threat to the places, species, and people's livelihood. Human and wild animals face new challenges for survival because of climate change. As climate change transforms global ecosystems, it affects everything from the places we live to the air we breathe. The average temperature in Switzerland is rising, and very low temperatures are becoming rarer as time goes by. The days when Swiss needed to turn on the heat in houses have significantly dropped. There are less days with snowfalls and more summer days. There's a downward tendency of precipitation in winter in the Alps and in western Switzerland. Global warming caused by humanity is causing a very rapid climate change, and this change is much quicker than what nature would cause. It is not the climate change itself that's the issue here, it's the pace in which it's changing. There are upsides too, like possibility of better growing crops in temperate climate zones, but the disadvantages and risks are far greater than any advantage that could be possible.
In the Alps, summers are expected to keep getting warmer and drier, while winters are expected to become moister, which increases risks of flooding, rock falls, and rock slides. Half the Swiss glaciers are expected to melt away, which is a process which had started decades ago and it is not slowing down. There will still be snow in the mountains, but not so much in the regions below 1,500 meters. This may lead to winter sports not being possible there anymore, henceforth affecting the tourism and economy of the country. Temperatures over the past 150 years have increased twice as quickly in Switzerland as elsewhere in the world. This global impact mostly depends on the amount of greenhouse gases pumped into the atmosphere, and thus I plead to take an action against these greenhouse gases. Wherever we live on the earth, we are all affected by climate change, and this too adversely as time passes. We only have a chance to rectify this issue if every single country makes an effort. I conclude with the hope that all countries will unite and strive towards a solution. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Switzerland for her statement. I now invite the distinguished representative of Thailand to take the floor.
Delegate of Thailand, are you present in the committee? Second call for the delegate of Thailand. Delegate of Thailand, if you're present in the committee, kindly acknowledge your presence. Last and final call for the delegate of Thailand. Seeing the delegate of Thailand is absent as of now, we will shift his or her chance to a later note. Madam President, you may continue.
I invite the distinguished representative of Trinidad and Tobago.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Good morning to the Chair, Madam President, and my fellow delegates. Today, I, the delegate of Trinidad and Tobago, will be speaking on the topic climate change. Climate change refers to long-term shifts in temperature and weather patterns. These shifts may be natural, such as throughout variation in solar cycle. But since the 1800s, human activities have been the main driver of climate change. Primarily due to the burning of fossil fuels like coal, oil, and gas, climate change can affect our health ability to grow food, housing, safety, and work. Some of us are already more vulnerable to climate impacts, such as people living in small island nations and other developing countries. Conditions like sea level rise and saltwater intrusions have advanced the point where the whole communities have had to relocate, and protracted droughts are putting people at the risk of famine. In the future, the number of climate refugees is expected to rise. The growing phenomena has not only affected the island socially, but also has been a silent killer of its economy. Like many other small islands developing in the state of Trinidad and Tobago, has fallen to the victim to the rise of sea levels, increased flooding, increasing unpredictability of weather conditions, hillside erosion, and the loss of coastal habitats, all of which are the symptoms of continued progression of climate change. The IDB, in conjunction with both public and private sector ministries of Trinidad and Tobago, are already putting measures in place to mitigate this threat. Such measures include the establishment of the Afghanistan Climate Change Research Unit, Agriculture Climate Change Research Unit, the Social Awareness Program, and the Institutional Training Program program, to name as a few, as well as many other initiatives geared towards protecting the nation. Seeking participation of the global community in educating themselves in solving the immense issue of climate change. So I, the delegate of Trinidad and Tobago, calls upon countries to sign an agreement detailing how often and at what point of time a tree should be harvested or replaced, with citizens who violate or breach these documents subject to sanitation under the discretion of the UN. Affirms the importance of educational programs to raise awareness of climate change and its relevance to the global population. Thank you and have a wonderful day ahead.
I
Delegate,
thank the distinguished.
One second, Madam President. Delegate, extreme apologies from my side. We would be hurrying up by a bit, so kindly ensure that you finish on time and you be there in picture. So we are supposed to end this first session by 1. So, Madam President, you may continue. Yeah.
I invite the distinguished representative of Tunisia to take the floor.
Am I audible?
Yes, Delegate, you're audible.
All right. Greetings, Madam President, Mr. Secretary, Ambassador, and all the distinguished delegates. It's an honor to be here and address you as the delegate of Tunisia, and I thank you for giving me this opportunity. Now, before I go into factual and talking on scientific facts, let's just get the basic thing right about climate change in simple terms. Climate change is basically the change in the temperature, the sea level rises, and all that. And it literally is happening outside our door. It's been so frequent. And for those people who are like, oh, we'll deal with it in the future, yeah, good luck with that. There will not be any future if you don't deal with it now. So there have been observations made on and above the Earth's surface by NASA, and it shows that the planet is significantly changing. And unfortunately for us, the human activities are the primary driver of these changes. Now, the abrupt end of the last ice age, which was like around 11,700 years ago, that marked the beginning of the modern climate era and also of human civilization. Now, the current warming trend of the particular significance of the climate change is because of the unequivocally the result of human activity since the mid 20th century. Now, there has been so many changes, and I can't even say all of them. So I will be saying as the evidence for the rapid climate change, the top ones. So we have the global temperature rise. That's basically the planet's average surface. Temperature has risen since the late 19th century. The years 2016 and 2020 are tied for the warmest year on record. We then have the warming ocean. The ocean has observed much of this increased heat with 100 meters of ocean showing warming of more than 0.6 degrees since 1969. We then have the sea level rises. Now, this is probably the most unfortunate one in my personal speaking. Now, over here, the global sea level rose about 8 inches in the last century. The rate in the last 2 decades, however, is nearly double that of the last century and accelerating slightly every year, which brings us to Tunisia. Tunisia is basically in this context, I would like to say that we need special attention should be given to the employment of natural solutions that are easy to implement, such as planting trees in desert areas, protecting soil from erosion, especially since Tunisia does not have the technology to apply high-cost geological engineering with unsecured results. And with that, I have come to an end of my talk. Thank you.
I invite the distinguished representative of USA to take the floor.
Delegate of the United States of America, please go ahead. We don't have a lot of time.
Greetings, Madam President, Madam Secretary General, my fellow delegates, and to all those who dedicate themselves to the noble mission of this institution. It's my honor to speak as a representative of the United States. In the past 2 years, we've lost so much to this devastating pandemic. We are mourning nearly 5 million people of every nation. Our shared grief is a poignant reminder that our collective future will hinge on our ability to recognize our common humanity and to act together. We are working together to defeat COVID-19 everywhere. But what about a post COVID world? Will we be able to survive in it? Ladies and gentlemen, this is an urgent choice that we face here at the dawning of a decade that will literally determine our futures. Humanity's greatest challenge in the 21st century will be climate change, and the United States intends to work with partners and allies to face this threat. As a global community, our own success is bound up with others succeeding as well, and so we believe in working together. Over the last 8 months, US have prioritized rebuilding our alliances and revitalizing our partnerships, such as elevating the Quad partnership among Australia, India, and Japan to take on challenges ranging from health security to climate to emerging technologies. We rejoined the Paris Climate Agreement, and in April, we announced a new ambitious goal under this. That is, to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 50 to 52% below 2005 levels by 2030. We are working toward achieving a clean energy economy with net zero emissions by 2050. This will help us to keep within our reach the vital goal of limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius. Actions on climate change, such as creating a national climate task force and posting oil and gas leases on public lands, were taken, and as a result, methane emissions decreased by 15%. We are investing more and more in electric cars and research and development in climate focused technology. The project, Keystone XL, considered very dangerous for climate, was cancelled. Funds will be doubled by 2024 to help the developing nations deal with climate change. All the unmatched strength, energy, commitment, will, and resources of our nation are now fully and squarely focused on the greatest challenges of our time. Climate change. None of these disasters are inevitable. It's a matter of choice. And I can tell you what America chooses. We choose to build a better future. We cannot afford to waste any more time. Remember, we didn't inherit this world from our forefathers. We borrowed it from our children. Let's make it a better place for them to live. Let's do it together. Thank you and God bless you all.
I thank the distinguished representative of USA for her statement. I now invite the distinguished representative of UAE to take the floor.
Good afternoon, Madam President. Madam President and distinguished delegates, it's a great honor and privilege to me to take part in this historic summit of United Nations. As the representative of UAE, I'm here to present a statement about my country. The United Arab Emirates is a country in Western Asia located at the eastern end of the Arabian Peninsula. It borders Oman and Saudi Arabia and has maritime borders in the Persian Gulf with Qatar and Iran. The capital of UAE is Abu Dhabi. United Arab Emirates is a developing or emerging country. Climatic change. The classification divides climate into 5 climate groups, which are divided based on seasonal precipitation and temperature patterns. It is important to understand the different climatic contexts that exist with the country as well as the surrounding region when analyzing current climates and project change. Climate classification are identified by hovering your mouse over the legend. The largest city in UAE is Dubai. The UAE is vulnerable to the impact of climate change from rising sea levels, which could affect the UAE's critical infrastructure, such as desalination and power stations. The current temperature in Dubai right now is 35 degrees Celsius. Most frequent and intense drought, storms, heat waves, and warming of oceans can directly harm animals and destroy the places they live. As climate change worsens, dangerous weather events are becoming more frequent. The impact of global warming on the UAE has intensified the already existing environmental issues, including limited agricultural land. The UAE are a contributor to greenhouse gas emissions, listed as having the 29th highest carbon dioxide content. Climate change affects human health in many different ways. In order to control the effects of climate change, the UAE is controlling emissions, reducing flaring of natural gas, increasing energy efficiency, and undertaking many other steps. Let us work together for a betterment of our country and our environment. Thank you, Madam President, and all other delegates for spending your precious time with me. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of UAE for her statement. I now invite the distinguished representative of Uganda to take the floor.
A very warm good afternoon to one and all present here. I'm very glad to deliver a message on climate change as the representative of Uganda. First of all, what is climate change? It's the long term of a temperature and typical weather patterns in a place. It is also called as global warming. Refers to the rise in the average surface of temperature on the Earth crust, but also due to the extreme weather events. What are the causes of climate change? Causes of climate change are: it is due to the burning of fossil fuels and increasing in the carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. What are the effects of climate change? Rising the maximum number of temperature or lowering the temperature. How does this affect the country of Uganda? Uganda is mostly affected by floods and droughts. During the flood time, the people of Uganda suffer a lot, and they have also suffered a lot because they have professions or agriculture and cattle rearing. During flood, the agricultural lands were totally covered by water, and they have suffering from a huge loss. And the military was also allotted to save them. During the drought time, the people of Uganda suffered a lot because the land of them was totally destroyed due to drought, and they did not have even a good water too. They also suffered a lot by during this drought time because they don't have the correct food for them. The food, which plays a major role in the development of human being. They are also suffered by famine and also poverty too. They are not yet developed because they don't have the correct development process for them, because the climate change do not give the way for the development of the Uganda peoples. The Uganda government also taken lot of efforts to grow their climate change and climate change affections. Uganda government have allotted many of the treaties with many countries. For example, with the support from the government of Denmark, Belgium, as well as from the United Kingdom, the country has received and allotted with the Ministry of Water and Environment had developed for the Uganda.
Thank you, the delegate of Uganda. I now invite the distinguished representative of Venezuela.
Thank you, Madam President, for the recognition. It was the best of times. It was the worst of times. One of the most iconic quotes of English literature. Today, I would like to share with you not a tale of two cities, but a tale of two planets, Earth and Venus. They are essentially the same size, essentially the same distance from the sun, and both have exactly the same amount of carbon. The difference is that over time, on Earth, carbon has been trapped in the ground in the form of coal, oil, natural gas, whereas on Venus, most of the carbon is in the atmosphere. This makes the average temperature of Earth 50 degrees, whereas on Venus, it is around 850 degrees. This is relevant to our current situation of especially developing nations taking as much ground-based carbon and injecting it into the atmosphere. Venezuela is an intertropical country. It is a developing nation whose economy is heavily dependent on oil production and exports. As a nation, Venezuela has a highly developed environmental conscience and its greenhouse gas emissions are relatively low. The Ministry of Environment, the first in Latin America, was created in 1977 and has been the main contributor to the national policy of disaster prevention and reduction. Venezuelan government passed a law in 2009 named Law of Socio-Natural and Technological Risk, which includes the evaluation of national and regional vulnerabilities to a changing climate, potential effects that climate change will bring to Venezuela, and strength strategies to adapt to climate change. In 2006, the Organic Law of Environment number 5833 was passed. The explicit objective of this law is to contribute to the security of the national environment and maximize the well-being of population, sustaining the global ecosystem for the benefit of humanity. Climate change can be fostered by framing it as an intergenerational dilemma and a drive to leave a positive legacy. Thank you, Madam President. Thank you very much.
I thank the distinguished representative of Venezuela for her statement. I now invite the distinguished representative of Vietnam to take the floor.
Madam President, Madam Secretary General, world leaders, ambassadors, and distinguished delegates. It is truly a great honor to address you as the representative of Vietnam. I stand here conscious of the hopes and expectations of the people of my country. Globally, my country is the sixth most affected country by climate change. Each year, increasingly unpredictable weather events cause fatalities and extensive damage to infrastructure such as schools and health centers and impacts on the livelihood of already disadvantaged communities in urban and rural areas. Children are especially affected by these nature disasters. Access to food, water, education, and healthcare is threatened, and the pressure on communities resulting from loss of income and assets increases children's exposure to violence, exploitation, and abuse. Women also tend to be disproportionately impacted for their increasing negative effects on children as they may be less able to provide sufficient nutrition or care. Higher global temperature, rising sea levels, and more frequent and more intense extreme weather events are taking its toll on the Vietnamese economy and its people. According to a Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment scenario, the sea level could rise by 30 centimeters by 2050, and by 2100, Vietnam's five major cities would be flooded due to tidal flows, and most coastal cities in the country would be affected by flood tides. Binh Tri and Cao Mau provinces are directed of MHAN. Associate Professor Dr. Francis said that Vietnam will have more concrete programs and actions to cope with climate change, including to approve and implement a national scientific and technological program on climate change to improve ministerial, sectoral, and local action plans for coping with climate change from 2011 to 2050 to ensure climate change included in the 2011 to 2020 socio-economic development strategy to draft textbooks and documents on climate change for use in the national education system. To attract aid from the international community to cope with climate change, to update climate change scenarios, and to hold an East Asian forum on climate change. Our government considers the response to climate change a vital issue and has implemented environmental policies to better cope with this risk. Every year since 1990, nature disasters have caused on average about 1% of GDP and caused 500 casualties. In 2017, my country was affected by 12 major storms which caused deadly floods and destroyed hundreds of thousands of homes and hectares of crops. Policies that can better prepare Vietnam for the future impact of climate change should focus on lowering the intensity of fossil fuels, providing stronger incentives for household firms and government to pursue green growth. Experts from the Vietnam Institute of Meteorology, Hydrology and Environment of the Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment said that having acknowledged the impact of climate change and potential effects of the economy and people's lives, our government was an early participant in and signature to the United Nations framework. So I would like to conclude my words by saying that we need to take part and try to stop global warming and other effects on climate change. If the Earth's temperature continues to rise in future, living things on Earth would become extinct due to the high temperature. So we have together coordinate different activities to reduce global warming and protect the Earth. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Vietnam for her statement. I shall now make a statement in my capacity as a representative of Maldives. The Maldives is an archipelago of islands are facing a devastating reality as a nation is sinking and could be completely gone. According to the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, by 2100, sea levels can potentially rise up to 100 centimeters, which will be covering the majority of entire nation. This is a reality that is occurring right now, and if nothing is done about it, there can be devastating consequences. Coral reefs are not only the physical foundations on which my country is built, they are also one of the major attractions of our tourism industry and act as a necessary habitat for our fisheries, thereby contributing significantly to our food security. Change in weather patterns and sea level rise also further endanger our severely strained freshwater supply. Change in rainfall patterns is already causing huge impact on availability and quality of rainwater, on which more than 90% of our island communities rely on as potable water. Furthermore, the Maldives is experiencing more intense, more frequent, and also more prolonged extreme weather events. Severe flooding and storm events causes damage to the vital and limited infrastructure and affect livelihoods, including the agricultural activities. The Maldives' contribution to the climate change is negligible, yet we have consistently shown that we are committed to do our part and follow a low carbon development path. For the Maldives and other small island states, whichever way we approach the development goals, climate change will remain a threat to our mere survival. Therefore, we call for a more dependable, consistent, and ambitious approach to addressing climate change within the United Nations, including adequate means of implementation. Distinguished delegates, we have now concluded the discussion on climate change. We shall meet in an informal session at 2 p.m. to discuss the draft resolution. Delegates, please stay back as our ambassador, sir, wants to speak to you all.
Thank you. You can hear me, right?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. First of all, congratulations to everyone. It was a wonderful debate. And it went very precisely as we planned, except for the alphabetical order, which created some confusion. And therefore, we had to spend time waiting for somebody, etc. Anyway, that is for the future. I suggested that we close it now because if we extend it, then we will go into the informal session, which will lose time. So what can happen is when we start the informal session, those people who have been left behind can speak in the informal session. It makes no difference. It's the same format, same everything. So we can conclude that at that time. And then please ask one of the delegates. You can decide who should do that. We just present the draft resolution. And I hope everybody has access to the draft resolution. Because in the informal session, the president will call out each paragraph. Okay, first of all, the scenario will be like that. First of all, somebody will present the draft resolution for informal consultations, right? And whoever it is, somebody who spoke very fluently, somebody you can pick up. And so he or she can present the draft resolution in 5 minutes. He doesn't have to read it. Just say that there is a draft resolution and there's only a draft and it should be discussed. And then before that, after, I don't know how many speakers are left, 3 or 4? How many are left?
It's a maximum around 5. So basically, there are 3 speakers left and 2 speakers missed out on their opportunity.
But we don't know how many are present out of that 5, right?
No, almost all out of that.
Anyway, don't waste time on that. So we start with those who are present and who want to speak, and then presentation of the draft resolution by someone, just 5 minutes, and the president then starts reading out the not reading out the paragraphs. If necessary, you can. As I said, there are 2 sections. First is the preamble paragraph. Those don't need to be read out because those are history. There is no need to change it. So she can say that the first, generally on preamble paragraphs, is there any suggestion? Okay, hopefully there will be no suggestion. And then you say that the preamble paragraph has been clear. Then you go on to the operative paragraph. That you better read out clearly so that people understand what they are supporting or not supporting. Then we run through that, and then we'll quickly move on to a formal session for a vote. Okay, understood. Well, I'm disappointed about one thing about this debate, because all of you read the position of your countries, but you did not read anything on the real controversy in the UN. Nobody referred to the demands of the developing countries and the resistance of the developed countries. That did not come at all. When people talked about their own countries' needs, etc. But the big issue in Glasgow is how is the international cooperation going to be materialized. So the fundamental position is the developed countries think that developing countries should reduce their industrial activities so that the world can be saved, right? The developing countries' argument is no, we cannot stop our industrial activities. In fact, in Rio de Janeiro, there was a provision that developing countries can increase their emissions. Right? This is the debate. This did not come in. Somebody should have said, one of the developing countries should have said that, what the others, the developed countries are saying is nonsensical because they already reached their level of development and they are, they are giving us what shall we say, environmental colonialism. They have got everything, so the developing countries should stay back. And therefore, the answer to that is that no, developing countries are doing their best, but they don't have the money and the technology. Are you willing to give it? In Rio de Janeiro, $365 billion were pledged. Where is that money? Under the Paris Agreement, $100 billion were pledged. No money, no technology. So now what they are saying is, all of you please declare a zero carbon year. Chinese have said 2060, Americans have said 2030. So, but can we do that? Can a developing country do that? How can you commit to that unless you have energy resources? So you give us energy, you give us nuclear energy, give us uranium, give us reactors so that we can produce clean energy. In fact, when Paris Agreement was approved, our Prime Minister was reluctant even to sign it. So he told the President of the United States, this we cannot do because unless you commit funding and technology, we won't be able to do anything. But then the President sort of persuaded him, no, let this move forward. And now he is going to Glasgow basically to make this point. I am not able to declare any year as zero carbon year because I don't have the capacity to do that. So you tell us how much technology and how much resources you will make available. This debate didn't come in. Nobody, I think, touched upon this aspect. But you covered the position of your countries very well. And that was excellent. And I'm sure all of us who have listened to it has learned because many times we don't try to understand the policies of individual countries, except the major countries. Now we know the policies of Tunisia or many other smaller countries also. It was very well done. So thank you for all that. But I think we missed out the main debate. And that should come in the informals. Informals in the developing countries should demand that there must be a phrase. There may be already some phrases there, and that should be strengthened. And the developed countries must argue that don't do what we have done. We destroyed the earth. We accept that. They don't say so, but they say we made a mistake. So you don't make that mistake. You better stop burning trees or cutting down trees or taking the water away, etc. So that kind of debate must come. There must be a conflict in this particular subject. And that's what I would like you to do. So think about it while you're having lunch and also look at the resolution. So has the President got the scenario right? How we are going to go? Can you repeat it?
Yes, sir. During the informal consultation, I will have to ask a delegate to present the draft resolution.
Before that, the speakers, don't forget them.
Yes, sir. I will have to call the speakers who were left out. And then after the presentation, I will move on to the presentation of draft resolution. And then I will go by paragraph wise and ask for comments on the resolution.
And make corrections as you go along.
Yes, sir.
Both of you, Secretary General and you, must note down any correction. Which is, you see, what happens in an informal debate is, suppose somebody makes a correction. Give your language, right? If nobody opposes it, it goes into the text. You understand? So which means others accept it also. So you just ask, is there any objection to this proposal? If everybody is silent, then it is put into the draft. Okay, so I hope the draft will change. That is the whole idea of the informal consultation. But we cannot give more than an hour or so, because after that we have to have another formal session. But anyway,
Yes,
the first part was very, very good, and I think whoever listened must have learned a lot. But this divide between the North and the South, the rich and the poor countries, must come out in a even debate. Okay? And that is what is reflected. In fact, in the resolution, I have tried to put the balance. But developing countries must argue that it should be put more strongly, and the others must argue. Then only there will be fun. Okay? So the informal session is to have some fun arguing against each other and trying to make points. But the presentations are very, very good. And I noted at least 15, 20 speakers who did exceptionally well. Okay. And then you, after the resolution is cleared up and you have a new text, however new, and then you move into immediately to a formal session. And somebody has to present it in the formal session. Maybe the same delegate or somebody else you can ask. Okay. And there you don't have to read again. You simply have to say that these are the changes. Maybe she can announce the changes. And then you say we proceed to a vote. Anybody wants to make a statement before the vote? Then the vote. Then anybody wants statement after the vote? Finished. Anybody else wants to say anything? You can give an open invitation at the end. And then close the session.
okay, sir.
Any questions? Anybody?
No, sir.
Just a question that is being posted by many other delegates on behalf of them.
I can't hear you, Donald.
Sir, am I audible clear?
Now I am. Now you are, yes.
All right. So this has been a question that has been asked by a lot of delegates who are present in the council. So the basic question is that while if a delegate is proposing a change or an amendment, maybe a deletion or an addition or even an editing for that matter to the particular operative clause, then should that amendment suggested by a particular delegate, is that supposed to be put on vote?
Yes, unless somebody opposes it.
All right, sir.
If somebody opposes it, of course, it will be discussed. But if nobody opposes the amendment, put that in straight away. Okay. No other question, right? All right. Have a good lunch and come back exactly at 2 o'clock. All right.
Delegates?
The president not to be lost in traffic.
So yeah, thank you very much, delegates. I believe we had a very powerful and strong session. All of you guys who have presented as of now have did it very well. We appreciate you for that. However, keep in mind the common reminders we have been trying to notify you all throughout the session. One is that try to avoid using personal pronouns, that is I, me, you, and all those things. Second of all, then we are also discussed to keep up
Hello.
with the timing. So if you could mute, you're on. Yeah, secondly, just a couple of things, which is like one is regarding your personal pronouns, the use of personal pronouns. I have rightly mentioned it. Number two, keep up with the timing. That is also pretty much important. Finally, keep the camera on whenever you are speaking, because if you're not turning our camera on, we cannot recognize who is speaking. Maybe someone else is speaking on your behalf, which we cannot recognize. So that will not be tolerated at any moment. However, if you face several network issues, you can notify any one of us and we will make some sort of adjustments for you to make your statement.
Sorry to interrupt you, Domil. Your voice is low. Could you please?
One second. So am I audible now?
Yes, you
Uh,
can
so,
continue.
yeah. So just to repeat the 3 points, I just wanted to notify you once again. I believe I have said it, and it might be audible for a lot of people, but some people might have missed it out. For their sake, I'm repeating 3 more points once again. Number one, avoid using personal pronouns I, me, you, she, he, and all those things. Number two, you also have a dedicated timing, they're allocated for you, which is 3 minutes per speaker. So kindly don't exceed it, make full utilization of that 3 minutes, but once the 3 minutes is over, rightly stop it. So I would preferably suggest you speak for 2 minutes and 50 seconds, then conclude it. Now, once that you are done with first aspect, that is avoiding the use of personal pronouns. Number two, which is regarding um, the timing, you also have another third matter to be worried of. This is not applicable for many delegates. However, one or two delegates are actually turning off their camera and speaking. I know that there is a lot of network issues and all those problems. However, whenever you are delivering a speech, try to ensure that you are speaking with your camera turned on, because the major problem is, especially in online conferences, we come across a situation where some people will delegate, some people will give their name as a delegate, and someone else might be delegating on their behalf, which would make the competition unfair and the ground will not be equal for anyone. So just to ensure legitimacy and trustworthiness and credibility of this event, we are ensuring that everyone turns on their camera. However, for all those people who have network issues, you can notify us. We will try to create alternative arrangements. So that's it for now. Have a very good lunch.
Sajeev, are you there? Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes,
Yes.
sir.
Yes, sir.
Let's wait for 2 o'clock.
If the delegates are back, kindly turn on your cameras because it's already 2 p.m. So we'll be starting with our session soon.
Okay. Is the president there? Ready to start?
Yes, sir. I think we'll wait for the Madam President to join in.
Wait for what?
No, sir. It's fine. We'll start now only. Yeah.
What are you waiting for?
It was only the president of the committee to be back.
Sorry?
They're back now.
What is
So it's
that?
only for the president of the committee to be back. I'm sorry, the session to be back.
No, who is to be back?
Everyone's back, yeah.
The president can start first the list, remaining list right away. What is the problem?
Madam President, please go ahead with the list and also please resume back to the debate.
We have no time to lose. We have to submit by.
Good afternoon, distinguished delegates. So we will begin with the speakers who were left in the formal session. I now invite the distinguished delegates of Austria to take the floor.
Hello, am I audible?
Distinguished delegate of Austria, are you here?
Yes, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, you can continue.
Thank you, Madam President, for the recognition. Climate change emerged as the most intractable issue of our era. 2021 is considered as the make or break year. On 9th February, a study published in Environmental Research concluded that burning fossil fuels causes 8.7 million premature deaths, including China 2.4 million, India 2.5 million, and parts of Eastern US, Europe, Southeast Asia. And on 17th March, a study by International Federation of Red Cross and Red Crescent Societies estimated that globally 20 million people were displaced by adverse impact on climate change annually. This is only about how climate change affects humans, but massive increase of natural disasters like drought, storms, flood, and tremendous rise in the sea level are also quite alarming. The major dilemma is that these changes are irreversible and permanent. Climate change is affecting every country on every continent, and it is disrupting national economies and affecting lives. Austria too have been facing severe issues on climate change, but Austria is committed to international climate targets and a productive climate protection and energy policy. The key objective of the federal government's climate policy is to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Austria intends to reduce its greenhouse gas emissions by 2030 by 36% compared to 2005. That means that a coordinated climate and energy policy is needed that strikes a balance between ecological sustainability, competitiveness, affordability, and security of supply, both now and in the future. The federal government has therefore decided as one of its first important measures to take responsibility for consistent decarbonization between now and 2050 by preparing an integrated climate and energy strategy. Austria, in the process of transforming into a highly efficient and climate neutral and energy and mobility system and economy as possible along the entire energy value added chain: production, transportation, conversion, consumption, including all associated products and services. This should give a clear idea of how economy and society can make optimal use of the opportunities generated. This climate and energy strategy should be seen as the first chapter in a long-term process, the new approach to future climate, energy, and mobility policy that makes the start of consistent future development. With that, I conclude. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Austria for her statement. I now invite the distinguished delegate of Finland.
Delegate of Finland, if you're there, please respond. This is the last and final call for you. This is your second chance. Relaxed. Your voice is breaking.
Voice is breaking.
I think the delegate is
Madam
having.
President,
Yeah, now you're audible. It's fine.
am I audible to you?
Yeah, you're audible now.
Okay. Madam President and distinguished delegates, well, it's a great honor and privilege. It's a great honor and privilege to take part in this historic summit of United Nations. As a representative of Finland, I'm here to present my statement about my country. Finland is a northern European nation bordering Sweden, Norway, and Russia. Climate change induces both human-induced global warming and its large-scale impacts on weather patterns. The climate of Finland categorized of both maritime and continental climate. The Atlantic Ocean to the west and the Eurasian continent to the east interact to modify the climate of the country. Due to climate change, the temperature in Finland will rise, precipitation will increase, snow-covered season will become shorter, and amount of soil food will decrease. Also, sea level in Baltic Sea will rise and the winter ice cover will reduce. The summer offers great weather in Finland. In Finnish South and Central Finland, summer weather is mild and warm, whereas Finland's weather are long and cold. In northern parts of Finland, we can have snow on the ground for upwards of 90 days each year. Climate changes in Finland has far-reaching impacts on the natural environment. Finland was among top 5 greenhouse gas emitters in 2001 on per capita basis. Emission increased to 5.8 million tons in 2016. Finland needs to triple its current cost of emission in order to be carbon neutral of 2035. Finland has a target of carbon neutrality by the year 2035 without carbon credits. Climate change will also result in shorter snow cover duration, less ground force, and even cloudier winters. The Finnish Institute of Health and Welfare investigate how extreme weather events and the climate change. After 2035, Finland will be carbon negative, meaning soaking more carbon than emitting. Thanks for spending time, sir. Thank you all.
I thank the distinguished representative of Austria for her statement. I now invite the distinguished representative of Turkey to follow.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President and distinguished delegates, it's a great honor and privilege to take part in this historic summit of United Nations. As a representative of Turkey, I am here to present a statement about my country. Turkey is located in southeastern Europe and southwestern Asia. Turkey is relatively small compared to other Asian parts. Its capital is Ankara and its official name Republic of Turkey. Official language Turkish. It is a developed country. Climatic change in Turkey. Turkey's annual and maximum temperature are rising. 2020 was the third hottest on record. Turkey will be greatly affected by climatic change and it is already experiencing more extreme weather with drought, heat waves being the main hazards. According to UN Development Program, decreasing rainfall is exacerbating the wide social regional disparities within Turkey, and the gap between southeastern provinces and the rest of the countries are widening. A national strategy and action plan for adaptation to climatic change was published in 2012, and Turkey has yet to submit a national adaptation plan to UNFCCC. The Ministry of Agriculture and Forestry is researching the effect of climatic change and developing an adaptation strategy. To control climatic change, speak up. What's the single biggest way you can make an impact on global climatic change? Talk to your friends and families and make sure representatives and making good decisions.
Power your home with renewable energy. Weatherize. Invest in energy efficient appliances. Reduce water waste, especially if the food you buy, and make less of it meat. But buy better bulbs. Drive a fuel efficient vehicle. Maintain your ride. Rethink planes, trains, and automobiles. The problem of massive emission of carbon dioxide from burning of fossil fuels and their climatic impact have become major scientific and political issues. Future stabilization of atmospheric carbon dioxide content requires a drastic decrease of carbon dioxide emission worldwide. Because of increasing energy consumption, air pollution is becoming a great concern. Let us join together for the betterment of our country. Thank you, Madam President and distinguished delegates.
I thank the distinguished representative of Turkey for her statement. I now invite the distinguished representative of Thailand to take the floor.
Ma'am, can you hear me?
Yes, continue.
Good afternoon, Madam President, and all distinguished delegates of the world community. Thailand, the second largest economy in Southeast Asia, is increasing its efforts to achieve transition towards a low-carbon economy. Most recently, this has manifested itself in the ambitious target of achieving a 20 to 25% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions by 2030. In 2016, Thailand was ranked 20 globally in terms of carbon dioxide emissions, producing 0.9% of global emissions or 307 tons of carbon dioxide annually. This corresponds to a per capita carbon dioxide emission rate of 4.7 tons, which is slightly lower than the global rate of 4.8 tons. Thailand's mitigation and adaptation efforts include a slow shift to organic agriculture, a tsunami warning system along the Andaman Sea, the construction of a flood prevention wall around Bangkok, and an action plan to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from vehicles and energy use. Thailand is one of the parties that ratified the Paris Agreement on 21 September 2016 and put forward its best efforts to the nationally determined contribution. Moreover, as stated in the NGC, Thailand will work to reduce emissions a further 2 to 25% in 2030 compared to the BAU level. The effects of climate change, including higher surface temperatures, floods, droughts, severe storms, and sea level rise, put Thailand rice crops at risk and threaten to submerge Bangkok within 20 years. The country faces problems with air, declining wildlife populations, deforestation, soil erosion, water scarcity, and waste issues. Some of the solutions for climate change are: number 1, keep fossil fuels in the ground. Number 2, invest in renewable energy. Number 3, switch to sustainable transport. Number 4, help us keep our homes cozy. Number 5, improve farming and encourage vegan diets. Number 6, restore nature to absorb more carbon. Number 7, protect forests like the Amazon. And number 8, protect the oceans. Some of the most promising ways to mitigate climate change are what we call natural climate solutions. The conservation, restoration, and improved management of land in order to increase carbon storage or avoid greenhouse gas emissions in landscapes worldwide. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Thailand for her statement. I now invite the distinguished representative of Algeria to take the floor. Distinguished representative of Algeria, are you here?
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, Madam President. Am I audible to you?
Yes, you can continue.
Thank you, Madam. Madam President and distinguished delegates, it's a great honor and privilege to me to take part in this historic summit of United Nations. As a representative of Algeria, I am here to present a statement about my country. Algeria is a developing or emerging country
Algeria, officially the People's Democratic Republic of Algeria, is a country in the Maghreb region of North Africa. It is the largest country by total area in Africa. It is the 9th most populous country in Africa. The capital and the largest city is Algiers, located in the far north on the Mediterranean coast. Algeria joined the UN nation on 8 October 1962. Algeria becomes 109th member of United Nations General Assembly, approves admission by acclamation, hears many congratulatory statements. Climate change in Algeria has wide-reaching effects on the country. Algeria was not a significant contributor to climate change, but like other countries in the MENA region, is expected to be on the front lines of climate change impacts. Because a large part of the country is in already hot and arid geographies, including part of the Sahara, already strong heat and water resource access challenges are expected to get worse. As early as 2014, scientists were attributing extreme heat waves to climate change in Algeria. Algeria was ranked 46th of countries in the 2020 Climate Change Performance Index. Agricultural land and water is already under pressure from both human activities and desertification, erosion, and vegetation loss. Climate change is expected to speed up the process, weakening soil and biodiversity in farmland. Every part of agriculture in the country is expected to be affected. For example, small-scale shepherding, which is a common form of agriculture, become increasingly expensive as herders have to dig well and buy rather than use grazing. Algeria is a low emitter of carbon dioxide, producing 4.1 tons per capita as of 2008, less than the global average at that time. Algeria has committed to reduce its greenhouse gas emission 7% from business as usual by 2030. This could increase to 22% with international support, the oil producing state said in its contribution to UN climate deal. Algeria aims to generate 27% of electricity from solar and other renewable source by 2030. Here, I'm concluding my statement. Thank you for spending your precious time with me.
I thank the distinguished representative of Algeria for her statement. I now invite the distinguished representative of Bhutan to take the floor. Distinguished representative of Bhutan, are you here?
Good afternoon, Madam President. Am I audible to you?
Yes.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President and distinguished delegates, it's a great honor and privilege to me to take part in this historic summit of United Nations. As a representative of Bhutan, I'm here to present a statement about my country. Bhutan is a South Asian least developed country. It is about to graduate from being one of the least developed countries as defined by the UN. It is bordered by China to the north and India to the east, west, and south. Bhutan, a Buddhist kingdom on the Himalayas' eastern edge. Thimphu is the capital of Bhutan. On September 21, 1971, the royal government of Bhutan became the 28th member of the United Nations. The UN supported the foundation of a modern Bhutan, starting from the establishment of the first airline and environmental trust funds to the current day, helping support Bhutan's capacity to mitigate the impacts of climate change. Climate change is a reality, and we are all experiencing its disastrous effects. The most significant impact of climate change in Bhutan is the formation of glacial lakes due to the accelerated retreat of glaciers with increasing temperatures. The result is that glaciers in Bhutan are receding at a rate of almost 30 to 60 meters per rate. Bhutan is highly vulnerable to the adverse impacts of climate change. In addition to being a landlocked and least developed country with a fragile mountainous environment, high dependence of the population on agriculture, and the significant role of hydropower for economic development increase the vulnerability. Farmers' low land holdings and subsistence level of production make it even more sensitive to the impacts of climate change. With climate change, agricultural production and food security is likely to face one of the biggest challenges of the 21st century. Thank you for spending your precious time with me.
I thank the distinguished representative of Bhutan for her statement. I now invite the distinguished representative of Costa Rica to take the floor.
Thank you, Madam President and distinguished delegates. It's a great honor and privilege to me to take part in this historic summit. As a representative of Costa Rica, I'm here to present a statement about my country. We all have seen the headlines. The Intergovernmental Panel on the Climate Change issued a report that Secretary General Gustus called a code red for humanity. But we don't have to look at the headline, but we can look out the window. The war on nature is impacting people across the planet, particularly the most vulnerable, deepening inequalities and deprioritizing sustainable development. But there is a hope if we take transformative action now for nature and people. Let me point three areas. First, we get greater investment in nature, the service it provides to humanity, the work, the service, the work, the lost half of its the world lost half of its forests and coral reefs and 70% of its wetlands. Investing in nature will have a positive impact of human health, livelihoods, and can help lift up people out of poverty. Every dollar spent on ecosystem restoration yields at least $9 of economic benefits to meet climate, biodiversity, and land degradation targets. However, financial follows to nature-based solution must be tripled by 2030 and increase fourfold by 2050, boosting up public investment and unlocking private finance at the greater scale through the blended instruments. Second, to halve the degradation of nature, we must transform how we produce and consume. We can rein in the pollution while reducing waste. We need to build robust circular economics and move away from fossil fuels to achieve carbon neutrality by mid-century. Finally, we need to reintegrate cooperation, mobilize resource and political will for an ambitious post 2021 global biodiversity framework. We have opportunity to leveraging platforms such as the UN Climate Biodiversity Desertification Corps in transformative action from all the stakeholders. Let us work towards the work together towards the nature positive net zero emission future. We can and we must make peace with nature. Thank you, Madam President and distinguished delegates.
I thank the distinguished representative of Costa Rica for her statement. I now invite the distinguished representative of Uzbekistan to take the floor.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Greetings to you, Madam President and my fellow delegates. Uzbekistan is a landlocked country in Central Asia with a total area of 4,47,400 kilometers square. Uzbekistan faces major challenges with this desertification, water scarcity, and further depletion of the Aral Sea that are exacerbated by climate stresses such as increasing temperatures, more frequent and extreme droughts, lower precipitation levels during parts of the year, and changes in patterns that shifts the growing season. These stresses are projected to intensify in the coming decades, significantly affecting economic sectors and natural resources throughout the country. The energy sector serves as the predominant of GHG emissions in Uzbekistan, followed by the agriculture, industrial, process and waste sectors. Uzbekistan climate is arid continental. Summer in Uzbekistan is long, dry and hot. Spring is humid and winter in Uzbekistan is irregular. Air temperatures in the desert can reach 45 to 49 degrees. In the desert can reach 45 to 49 degrees Celsius. In the southern region, temperature can drop down to minus 25 degrees Celsius. Uzbekistan has an extreme conditional climate. It is generally warmest in the south and coldest in the north. Temperatures in December average minus 8 degrees Celsius in the north and 0 degrees Celsius in the south. However, extreme fluctuation can take temperatures as low as minus 35 degrees Celsius. Climate change has reduced the glaciers in Central Asia by 30% in the past 50 to 60 years. The glacial decline is projected to result in water and lead to the region's GDP drop of 11%. Uzbekistan is one of the countries in Central Asia affected by the water shortage. The problem will be exacerbated by climate change and will increase drought duration. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished delegate of Uzbekistan for her statement. I now invite the distinguished delegate of Yemen to take the floor.
Good afternoon, Madam President and distinguished delegates. It is a privilege for me to represent Yemen in the General Assembly. There is one issue that will define the contour of this century more dramatically than any other, and that is the urgent threat of a changing climate. Yemen recognizes that climate change is a global challenge, being a key defining human development issue for the 21st century. Its effect will reach every continent, and its impacts threaten to reverse progress made towards poverty reduction and human development. There is a set of reasons why Yemen has seriously become concerned about climate change. Yemen's economy largely depends on natural resources, upon which about 75% of its population extract their rural livelihoods that are highly reliant on favorable climatic conditions. Yemen is highly vulnerable to climate change related impacts such as drought, extreme flooding, pests, changes of rainfall pattern, increased storm frequency, and sea level rise. Although Yemen is not contributing a lot to GHG emissions, it is on the other hand highly vulnerable to climate change related impacts because of the overambitious abrupt urbanization of the developed countries. So Yemen asked developed countries to cut down their carbon emissions for sustainable development. In 2003, the Environment Protection Authority was established in Yemen with a broader mandate covering setup of environmental policies and strategies, enforces standards, environmental policies and strategies for air and water pollution and land degradation, monitors environment, implement environment-related activities, programs and projects, and coordinates national, regional, and international action on environment protection in Yemen. Under the Project Netherlands Climate Assistance Program, Yemen received financial support to carry out 3 case studies on adapting to water scarcity for Yemen's vulnerable communities. Taking into consideration of the core threat issued for the entire humanity, it's time to act by introducing realistic and innovative ideas to combat climate change in the root level. So today, Yemen call countries of the world to join us because no nation can meet this global threat alone. Thank you, Madam President. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Yemen for her statement. I now invite the distinguished representative of Zimbabwe to take the floor.
Greetings to all members of Kalamsrudi by delegate of Zimbabwe going to convey message about climate change. Zimbabwe is one of the African country and this is the poorest country and its capital is Harare. Zimbabwe's president is Emerson Mnangagwa and the population is about 1.49 crores. Globally, it is the significant producer of lithium and chrysotile asbestos and vermiculture. The Republic of Zimbabwe is a member of the UN and African Union. Climate changes impact in Zimbabwe are related to the water supply and food security. The country is already prone to droughts which have become more recurrent. Geographical location of Zimbabwe in the tropic makes it vulnerable to shifting rainfall patterns and water resources. Global climate changes is viewed as a serious by the government of Zimbabwe. The government of Zimbabwe signed UNFCCC in 1992. UNFCCC stands for United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Changes. The driving forces behind this concern stem not so much from the problems of reducing Zimbabwe's emission of greenhouse gases, but rather the potential serious impact that globally climate change might have on the country. Zimbabwe intends to incorporate climate change politics in its national development plan. Zimbabwe, like the rest of the Africa, is constrained by its inability to put appropriate measures in place in order to respond to climate change requirements because of these lacks of human and institutions and financial resources. So I like to conclude my session. Thank you, President, and all members of Kalamsrudi. Thank you.
I thank the distinguished representative of Zimbabwe for her statement. Distinguished delegates, we have concluded the discussion on climate change. General Assembly formal session has been adjourned. Sorry, Domal, we can't hear you.
Yeah, am I audible now?
Your voice is low.
Okay, one second. Am I audible now? Hello? Hello?
Yes.
Yeah. So, delegates, soon we will be beginning with the introduction of the draft
We
resolution.
still can't hear you.
No. Am I audible now?
Yeah.
Yeah. So soon, delegates, we will be beginning with the introduction of the draft resolution, which will be read out by the Honorable Delegate of Kenya. And the delegate will be presenting it. And once we are done with the presenting, we will take on the amendments, which are subjected to presidential review. So that would be it. I believe, President, you may take over.
Okay, we're going to start.
Delegate of Kenya, if you can present the draft resolution, you can read out, it would be really nice.
The President call the meeting to order and request.
So before that, one second, madam. If somebody, sir, is there someone from the technical side present here in the meeting? Tina, ma'am, if you are there.
What happened?
So maybe we can present the draft resolution as a document. There is a screen share option available, right?
The distinguished delegate of Kenya can now present the draft resolution.
But he's asking a question whether the resolution can be shown on the screen. Is that what you're asking?
Exactly, sir. Am I audible? Yeah.
But they may not be able to do it like that in a minute. But given it to them earlier.
It's fine. It's fine. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So, Madam President, if you're there, sorry, Delegate of Kenya, if you're there, you may continue, please. Delegate of Kenya, are you present? Yeah.
distinguished delegates. As a delegate of Kenya, it is my privilege to present the draft resolution of this General Assembly on the general debate, protection of the global climate for present and future generations of humankind. Hope you have already read the draft resolution and preambulatory paragraphs. Now on moving to the operative clauses. Clause 1 notes with concern that the nationally determined contributions presented thus far by the parties to the Paris Agreement are not sufficient and that action is needed to hold the increase in the global average temperature to well below 2 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels and to pursue efforts to limit the temperature increase to 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels.
No, read on. That's the first
And underlines the importance of the requisite decision 1/CP 2021 of the Conference of the Parties to the Convention to the Parties to the Paris Agreement as appropriate to communicate or update by 2020 their nationally determined contributions. Clause 2 stresses the urgent need to enhance.
Let's hold. Now he will ask opinions of the delegates on that paragraph.
Now I present the operative clauses one by one. If any distinguished delegate have any statements or oppositions, can now present it.
Operative paragraphs, not clauses.
Operative paragraphs.
Operative paragraph number 1.
Operative paragraph number 1. Does any delegate have any statements or oppositions?
Amendments. That's the word. Does any delegation have any amendment on operative paragraph number 1? Okay, move on to the second.
Moving on to the operative clause.
You can read the second.
Operative paragraph 2 stresses the urgent need to enhance adaptive capacity, strengthen resilience, and reduce vulnerability to climate change and extreme weather events. And in this regard, urges member states to continue to engage in adaptation planning process and to enhance cooperation, namely disaster risk reduction.
Does any delegate have any amendments to the operative paragraph 2?
So the importance of this operative paragraph is two small island states who are particularly vulnerable. See the difference between adaptation and reduction. See, reduction in greenhouse gases is one idea, but adapts to the circumstances and protect the land. That means you can build bridges, you can build bunds, reduce water collection. So these are called adaptation measures. As far as the small island states are concerned, they don't have time to wait for 200 years. But they will go underwater in the next 30 or 40 years. So their position is that we should do more and more building and correctives, and like Netherlands, they have built things around it. Venice, for example, there's a lot of water, but the water doesn't cause any damage. These are called adaptation measures. Okay. So this paragraph, when you read out, somebody, some small island state can say that this is of particular importance to us, please don't change it, etc. Anyway, we don't have to go through it. But simply to understand this, that this is the intention. This is not the interest of India or UK or USA or India. This is for people who are likely to be, well, Maldives is one example. Maldives is a country which must support this paragraph. Okay. So once you say that paragraph is adopted, and then go on to the next.
Yeah, so just a thing before that, if a delegate is having any form of amendments, they can raise their hand, just as we did yesterday. So that will help us recognize recognize the honorable delegates better, and that would make sure that we actually have a keeping track with you in whatever amendments you propose. So we see actually one hand being raised up, the Socialist Republic of Vietnam. Do you have an amendment, delegate?
Thank you, Madam President, for the recognition. My amendment is that at the end of the operative clause number 2, we have to add with a special emphasis on poorer countries. Was I not audible?
Yes, delegate, you are audible. So are there any oppositions to this?
Give it to the president. I say don't intervene.
Exactly, sir. Sure. President,
Are there any oppositions to this amendment? Can we accept this amendment?
Yeah, move faster. It's all right.
Okay. Moving on to the operative paragraph 3.
So please make that correction. Secretary General must make that correction in the draft.
Operative paragraph 3 welcomes the Paris Agreement Work Program, commonly referred to as the Katowice Rulebook, adopted at the third part of the first session of the Conference of the Parties, serving as the meeting of the parties to the Paris Agreement. 25 and encourages parties to the Paris Agreement to finalize understanding decision in upcoming sessions.
Does any delegate have any amendments to the operative paragraph 3? Moving on to operative paragraph 4.
Operative paragraph 4 takes note of the report of the Executive Secretary of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change on the 24th session of the Conference of the Parties to the Convention.
Does any delegate have any amendments to the operative paragraph 4? Moving on to operative paragraph 5.
Operative paragraph 5 emphasizes the need for collective efforts to promote sustainable development in its three dimensions in an innovative, coordinated, environmentally sound, open, and shared manner.
Does any distinguished delegate have amendments to the paragraph 5? Moving on to operative paragraph 6.
Operative paragraph 6 underlines the need to address the economic, social, and environmental impacts of climate change and emphasizes the need for action at all levels to enhance efforts to build resilience through inter alia, the sustainable management of ecosystems, and to build resilience to reduce the impacts and cost of natural disasters.
Does any distinguished delegate have any amendments to the operative paragraph 6?
Yes.
Here you can see.
The delegate representing Japan. I would like to add the point over-exploitation of marine life such as shark and whale hunting should be stopped.
Can you please repeat it?
And where to insert it? You must point out where exactly it goes.
Ecosystem. The sixth clause of operative paragraph along with ecosystem we can add.
After the word ecosystems, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Then please read out the amendment. What is to be inserted? Word by word, so that somebody can take it down.
Can you please read it out?
Underlines the need to address economic, social, and environmental impacts of climate change and emphasize the need for action to all levels to enhance efforts to build resilience through inter alia, the sustainable management of ecosystem, and over exploitation of marine life such as shark hunting and whale hunting should be stopped, and also to build resilience to reduce impact and cost of natural disaster.
Can you repeat it? Over exploitation of marine life?
Such
Where
as
does it start? Where does it start? After which word?
ecosystem.
Distinguished delegate of Japan, if you could type it in the chat box, it would be more convenient.
Delegate, just copy your text, the ones which you have to amend in the chat box. Once that has been done, we could copy paste that. So that would be convenient.
No, she can read out. You can say which sentence this thing goes in, after which word, and then read it out. The grammar is correct.
Avoid the over exploitation of marine life such as
But
shark.
where do you start it? Which in the text? After which word?
Sustainable management of ecosystem.
No, that's the last but one. No, the third from last sentence. Is that it?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Does it fit there? Does it fit there? After ecosystems, what do you say?
Sir.
After ecosystems, then you're inserting something there, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So read it.
Avoid over exploitation of marine life and such as shark and whale hunting.
That's all.
Yes, sir.
That sounded like a long one last time. So read that again. That few words. Just read it again.
Avoid over exploitation of marine life such as shark and whale hunting.
And then continue. And then to build resilience to reduce the impact, right?
And build resilience to reduce the impact and cost of natural disaster.
Okay. Have you got it, President?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So please note down, and it must be in the final text. Okay. Move on.
Excuse me, the delegate of Portugal would also like to bring in an amendment. It is towards the end of the sixth paragraph, and to build impacts and costs of natural disasters on both human and non-humans. The current policies are only focused on the impacts on humans and do not have an ecological view. So adding the term humans and non-humans would advocate the idea of biocentric egalitarianism.
Okay.
Excuse me.
You get it where it is? It's at the end of paragraph 6.
Yes, sir.
Towards the
Okay. Any objections?
Does any
So I would
delegate
like
have?
to amend one word. I would like to insert one word in the clause.
Yeah, continue.
Okay, after the environment, we have to add political.
Wait a second,
Can you
delegate.
be a more louder?
Yes,
No,
yes.
wait a second. Wait a second. Wait a second, delegate of France. Once we take a vote on the proposal made by the delegate of Portuguese Republic, we will come to you. Okay?
Sure, sure.
All right. Madam, please proceed.
Does any delegate have any objections to the amendment made by the delegate of Portugal?
There is none.
That is addition of both humans and non-humans. I hope there's no objection. So moving on to the delegate of France.
You don't hope. You see there is no objection. What do you mean? I hope. I hope. You see that you're watching the delegates, right? So you say, I see there is no objection.
Yeah.
Okay, sir.
Also, delegates, it is a kind attention for all of you. So raise hand is an option that is used for bringing up the amendments to the committee. So we have France next, followed by the delegate of Bahrain. So if you have an objection, kindly state it out, because this hand raise feature is actually used for raising amendments, not for objecting it. Thank you. So delegate of France, please proceed with
France
your
has
amendment.
already spoken, so that has to be noted first.
Yes, sir.
Have you got France's amendment?
No, sir.
So ask him to read again.
Delegate of France, could you please read it again?
So I would like to amend the sixth clause. After the word
Last
environment.
sentence of this paragraph 6, right?
No, sir. Second sentence. I mean, after social, environmental, and we have to add political impacts. After environment,
You mean the third line?
word political should be added.
You mean the third line?
No, sir. Second line.
After which
The
word?
sixth clause.
After the sixth paragraph. Which word?
No. Yes, sir. After environmental. Before impacts.
Then what?
Political. Environmental political impacts.
Political impacts.
Yes, sir.
What is political impact?
Sir, political means politics. It also causes climate change, right? It also contributes to climate change.
Give an example if somebody objects. What is the political impact of climate change?
So delegate, if you have an idea, please explain it. Like maybe if you're referring to something like decision-making process, please state it out.
Give an example, France. What is the impact, political impact of climate change? Give me an example.
So taxes, uh, unlawful taxes,
Sorry?
unlawful taxes, then
Taxes? Are you talking about discrimination? Political discrimination?
So I believe the delegate
like
is saying
that.
unlawful taxes.
No, no, let him speak. Please don't. Let him speak. Go ahead, France. Why do you want to insert it? You must say what the reason is. You must have something in mind, right?
Yes, sir.
Well, what is that something in mind? Economic, social, and environmental and political impacts of climate change. Okay. So, President, you can ask the House any objection.
Does any delegates have any objections to the amendment made by the delegate of France?
Yes.
Who is that?
Yes, you can continue.
I believe that this amendment that has been made to add the word political at the end of the sentence is irrelevant because as has been seen here, there are at least there has not been any political impacts created due to environmental, due to climate change.
Thank you. Any other objections?
I do have one.
Okay.
I think the claim made by the fans is correct because there is a political
We
impact.
can't hear
Because
you. Could you please?
I think the change made by France is correct because there is a political impact. That is a political impact because because the dangerous gas that coming out of the vehicles produce the environmental climate change. So that can be reduced by the but any rules or law. So the political parties can do something on that, and they could be strict. The law could be strict.
Okay, in other words, you support the French amendment.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I do support the French comment.
Good. In more opinions, you have to see who is in the majority. President.
Mr. President,
Yes.
I do have a supportive argument for France. That what I think is it to have a political political impact. It's because when people due to climate change migrate from country to country, the political system is going to transform and it will have an adverse effect on the politics due to the migrating amount of people.
Yeah, that's a valuable point. Okay, if there is no further objection in the light of Yemen's explanation.
Delegate of Italy would like to add that governments are facing challenges in terms of dealing with these disasters. So that definitely has a political impact or a political cost. And also, political parties are being forced to bring out ideological clarity on where they stand with regard to climate change. And that affects elections too. So that certainly is a political impact of climate change.
Delegate of Niger, I would like to add that in a lot of things relating how the country functions, the government does play a major role because a lot of people can be given the same solution, but how they act depends on the government. So in a way, yes, how the country is proceeding with climate change attacking them, the country, as climate change is affecting them, the political stance of the government does play a role. So yeah.
Okay,
Thank you. Any other comments or amendments?
Yes, President.
The delegate of Bahrain has an amendment. May I proceed?
Who is speaking?
It's a
The
delegate
delegate of Bahrain.
Yeah.
What are you
Delegate of
suggesting?
Bahrain can continue.
Yes, the delegate of Bahrain would like to suggest that the United Nations should add provisions to replenish any sort of imbalances caused in the ecosystem by human actions and to repair any damage caused by these imbalances.
No, now you are not making statements. You have to amend the text. You have to specify what change you want in the text. The time for opinions is over.
Oh. Yes.
You will look at the appropriate paragraph and frame a sentence or clause and propose it. At the moment, the president is discussing the French amendment.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I'm sorry. I thought it ended. I'm sorry.
So if you have an idea, please draft it and propose it when that paragraph comes.
Yes, it was for paragraph 6. Okay.
Okay. So please, President, deal with the French amendment now.
Any other oppositions or supporting the amendment made by Delegate of France?
Yes, Madam President.
Okay, you can continue. Delegate of Romania.
I support the statement of Delegate of France because political parties, mainly the ruling parties, have major impact on a country and they can decide about the climate, the reasons for climate change like deforestation. They can control it. So I strongly recommend that the statement which was given by the Delegate of France is right.
Yes, move on.
Okay, thank you. Any other objections or comments? Any other amendments?
India supports that.
Paragraph 6.
Yes.
Hi,
The delegate
yes.
of Bahrain has an amendment for paragraph 6. May I
Is
proceed?
it related to the French amendment?
No, it's not related
So
to.
wait for the president to rule on the French amendment.
Exactly. Yeah. Delegate, your chance will come once the president rules over this following amendment.
Yep. Misunderstanding. I'm so sorry.
Well, we are learning procedure, right? So that's why I'm insisting on these things. Okay. So the president, please decide.
Since the majority of the delegates are supporting the Delegate of France amendment, the amendment to add the word political to the sixth operative paragraph after environmental impacts I find it appropriate.
Okay, that's it. Nobody will not can challenge you.
Madam
But let me make one point. When you are talking about political, you seem to be thinking about political party. That is wrong. Political impact is not a political party. So I'm not objecting to political because political is very broad. It could be geopolitical. It could be nationalistic feelings, things like that. But to say that the political parties have an influence, that is not relevant here. But just for your information. But political we can include because it has a justification as given by France and others. But don't bring in political parties here. This is our mindset in Kerala. Political means parties, not that. It is geopolitical or various other aspects. Okay, Madam President, you have an amendment from, who is that?
Madam President.
Yes, Delegate of Yemen.
I think we can add health-related impacts in the sixth paragraph.
Where after which word?
Environmental, after environmental and health-related impacts.
No, it's already political has got in there. So where will yours go? After political, before political? Now
After the word environment.
read social, environmental, and political impacts. That is what the text is now like. So what amendment do you want from that?
After the word environmental and
No, after environmental, political has already come in. So is it before political or after political?
to the word environmental.
No, which means before political, right?
No, it's after political.
Yeah, now you just said that after environmental. After environmental, there is political already there. You can't see it because you are not written.
After political.
So after political, you want and. So the and before political will go, Madam President. And then she wants to add another clause after political. Now read out what you want.
Health-related impacts.
The political and health-related impacts, right? Okay. Have you got it? President, have you got the amendment correctly?
Yes, I've got it.
So please
Any
read
other?
no, please read it out for the audience. How does it read now?
Underlines the need to address the economic, social, environmental, political, and health-related impacts of climate change.
And goes on. I think no other change.
Yes, sir.
Good.
Does anybody have objections to the amendment made by the delegate of Yemen?
Yes, and the delegate of Philippines. I don't have an objection. I needed it to be more clarified. Make it psychological and sociological impacts instead of health related.
Instead of what?
Instead of health related, you can change into psychological and social, physiological impacts.
You don't like health.
It's like
Physiological doesn't include health.
No, more clarified word would be physiological.
I mean, you're translating it into another word. That's all.
Yeah,
So,
and I also wanted to add the word psychological.
Yeah, that doesn't make any difference.
No,
you
I
want
wanted
to
to add the word.
psychological. That's the point, right?
I wanted to add the word psychological also.
No, but where? Please read the sentence. You are
okay.
drafting. This is not a discussion. This is a drafting session. So you should give words and say, please insert it.
Okay. Economic, social, psychological, and physiological, environmental, and political impact.
meeting.
Delegates, kindly mute yourselves. All those who are not speaking, kindly don't disturb the session. Thank you. Please proceed, Madam President.
Delegate of Philippines, could you please repeat it?
Economic, social, environmental, psychological, physiological, and political impacts.
Any objections to the amendment comment made by the delegate of Philippines?
The delegate of USA need to be clarified of something. The delegate of Philippines need to clarify how is psychological, how does climate change impact someone's psychological health?
When the disasters happen, so does like many people are killed and many are left homeless and they have to leave their countries. This does impact their minds, like psychology, and makes them really different.
This is the delegate of Tunisia, but like in that case, almost everything that happens in our life will affect us mentally. So I like everything that happens to us also have psychology because it's there in everything and every day. So I don't think it's supposed to be a highlight of having this. I don't think it's highlight. You do have a point that it does, like people who like lose their
families' homes, yes, it does affect their mind for some, but not all. And I don't think I don't think it should be a highlight. That's my objection.
And I support the delegate of Tunisia in this matter.
Delegate of
Any
Canada
other
too supports the delegate of Tunisia.
So the
The
delegate
delegate
of Bahrain. The delegate of Bahrain suggests that the term health should be as vague as possible in order to
Delegate of Bahrain, could you repeat it?
I'm sorry, there was a call. The delegate of Bahrain suggests that the term health should be as vague as possible in order to incorporate anything that's missed out.
Could you repeat it?
Yes, the delegate of Bahrain suggests that the term health should be as vague as possible in order to incorporate anything that has been missed out in this session.
No, health is already there.
Oh, it's already there. It was replaced, right?
No.
So in that sense,
So somebody wants to elaborate it.
Okay.
Health means physiological and psychological also. It's not necessary. But
Yeah.
if the country wants it, we have to have it. If there is no objection.
Absolutely. Then I agree.
Okay, you can rule on it, President.
Any other amendments to the operator paragraph 6?
Yes, the delegate of Somalia would like to add cultural before.
Sorry?
The delegate of Somalia would like to add cultural.
Where? Where?
Before-
Which part?
After social and before environmental.
So she wants cultural there.
Any objections?
Delegate of Tunisia, I would like to know how the cultural is relevant over here.
Yes. So climate change also impacts like direct loss of property as well as they get displaced. While they get displaced, this is also a loss of territory, loss of cultural heritage, and loss of local knowledge and language elements, which is why I believe cultural is appropriate to be included.
Any other objections or comments?
Delegate of Italy would like to object. Culture is a social phenomenon and the word social is already included. Culture is not needed there since the word social is already there.
Delegate of Niger agrees with Italy.
Delegate of Estonia agrees with Italy.
Delegate
Any
of
other
USA agrees
objections?
with delegate of
Canada agrees with Italy.
Okay.
Delegate of Kuwait agrees with Italy.
Delegates, before speaking, it would be convenient if you please raise your hand. Any other amendments to the operative paragraph 6?
Yes, the delegate of Bahrain has an amendment. Can I?
Yeah, sure.
The delegate of Bahrain would like to suggest that the United Nations should have provisions to repair or replenish any sort of imbalances caused in the ecosystem.
Sorry, could you repeat it?
The United Nations has to have provisions to repair or replenish any sort of imbalances or damage caused in the ecosystem.
You have to draft it as a separate paragraph.
Where do you want to?
After natural disasters, cost of natural disasters.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. So it can be a different paragraph.
Okay.
It will be new paragraph 7.
Okay. Thank you for the recognition.
So frame it and give it to the president.
May I type it down?
Yes, or write it, whatever.
Yes.
Okay, can the president now rule on paragraph 6? What is the situation now? Bahrain's amendment will be a separate amendment. So whatever you have collected on paragraph 6, you must announce. You must read the whole paragraph.
Operator paragraph 6 underlines the need to address the economic, social, cultural, and environmental, political, physiological, and psychological impacts of climate change and emphasizes the need for action at all levels to enhance the efforts to build resilience through inter alia, the sustainable management of ecosystems, and to build resilience to reduce apologies. The sustainable management of ecosystems and avoid overexploitation of marine life such as shark and whale hunting, and to build resilience to reduce the impacts and cost of natural disasters on both humans and non-humans. Any other amendments to be made to the operative paragraph 6?
Move on. Don't give up.
Move on to operative paragraph 7.
The new operative paragraph.
Operative paragraph 7 recognizes that enhanced access to international climate finance is important to support mitigation and adaptation efforts in developing countries, especially those that are particularly vulnerable to the adverse effects of climate change, and also recognizes the ongoing efforts in this regard.
These are very important paragraphs for developing countries. It's about finance.
Any comments or oppositions to the paragraph 7?
Delegate of Estonia would like to add an amendment.
Yeah, okay. You can continue.
Uh, in the seventh para, the word developing countries is there. I would like to add as well as developed countries. It is written as developing countries and developed countries.
No, that won't fit in there because you are not asking for financing for developed countries. This is very specific for developing countries.
Okay,
Developed
okay.
countries are not included there. They don't require financing.
Okay, okay, sir.
The delegate of Venezuela would like to add after adaptation efforts and rapid response and recovery after a disaster in developing countries.
Any objection?
Yes. Where is it? In which part of the paragraph 7?
Climate finance is important to support mitigation and adaptation efforts and rapid response and recovery after a disaster.
Is paragraph 7?
Sir.
Is paragraph 7?
Yes, sir.
Could you please repeat it?
Support mitigation and
Recognizes
adaptation efforts, then
efforts and rapid response and recovery after a disaster.
in developing countries.
Yes, sir.
So the insertion comes between efforts and in developing countries.
Yes,
So,
sir.
Secretary General, have you got the language?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Any objections? Any other amendments?
Yes, country of Sri Lanka want to make an amendment.
Sorry. Okay, you can continue.
Okay. So after the term least developed after the term least developed nations, we need to add the term least developed countries. I need to add something to the clause 7.
After which word?
After the term least developed nations, we need to add least developed countries. So after the term developing countries, you have to add least developed nations.
No, adaptation efforts in developing countries, particularly least developed countries. That's what you mean, right?
Yes, sir.
Any objections? Any other amendments to the operator paragraph 7?
Yes, the delegate of Germany would like to add a clause that is innovation in the beginning of the amendment, that is recognizes that enhanced access to international climate finance and innovation is important to support because, for instance, a country develops an innovative idea, so it should be coordinated and shared because this issue is not only happening in an area. So I believe that clauses.
But is it part of finance? How does innovation help financing? I'm not objecting to the word. What do you say? Innovation. Innovation can be brought in, but not in the context of finance. It will look like as though developed countries do not want to give finance, so that you go and do an innovation. That is the meaning of that. So inserting there will weaken that paragraph.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Germany?
Yes, sir. So what I think is there might be many people there might be people who have a lot of ideas and innovation in the developing countries. So I believe that their ideas also should be known, and it should be a supportive. Yeah.
No, but you are trying to replace financing with innovation. That is where my problem is. Developing countries will not accept that. See, finance is absolutely necessary. You cannot say you go and adapt and then you don't need money. That's what it means. So if you want to add innovation, you must find another place in the reserve.
The delegate of Vietnam would like to make an amendment.
Sorry?
The delegate of Vietnam would like to make an amendment.
Yeah, sure, you can continue.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. So it's after the least, particularly in least developed nations, and thus, if requested, developed nations to provide immediate support in finances, especially those that are particularly vulnerable to the adverse effects of climate change.
Could you please type your amendment on the chat box?
Sure.
And where exactly you want to add it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that is a good improvement. That will be strengthening the financing aspects. So developing countries might support it.
Any objections or amendments to the operator paragraph 7?
The delegate of Italy has another amendment to propose. Can I go ahead?
Yeah, sure.
So after the last part of the 7th operative paragraph, and also recognizes the ongoing efforts in this regard, the delegate of Italy would like the following phrase to be added, especially from developed countries and non-UN international institutions, including regional and economic groupings, so as to provide the United Nations recognition of efforts taken by these groupings.
Yeah, but you have to draft it. The exact sentence and where it fits in.
Yeah, this is the sentence, especially from developed countries.
Which word? Which word?
At the end, sir, and also recognizes the ongoing efforts in this regard, especially from developed countries.
No change in the text of para 7. You are going to add something to para 7.
Yes, it's an addition.
It was not clear. So give the additional language. What do you want to add to para 7?
Sir.
Any other amendments?
The delegate of Singapore would like to make an amendment. May I proceed?
Yes, you can continue.
The amendment is as follows for paragraph 7. Recognizes the enhanced access to international climate finance, resources, and skills training. It's important to support mitigation and adaptation.
Where exactly do you want to add this amendment?
After international climate finance.
Okay, what is your amendment? Can you repeat it?
Resources and skills training.
Any objection?
No, resources and what?
Skills training.
Skills training.
Any other amendments?
Yes,
Yes,
country of Sri
delegates
Lanka.
of USA would like to make an amendment. When you read the first part of the Operative Clause 7, it feels like only through the international climate finance can the developing countries, the mitigation and adaptation efforts in developing countries can be supported. And if it can change that important to, it is one of the way to support mitigation and adaptation efforts in developing countries, because developing countries on their own can choose various ways to develop funds for their adaptation and mitigation. It is not only the responsibility of developed countries to provide funds for them.
Okay, there is a fundamental argument that you are making. You know, it's already recognized all over the world that financing a responsibility of the developed country. So no developing country will accept that amendment. So don't even try it.
But sir, then the developing countries all would be dependent on the developed countries, and
no, that's not the point. There is a responsibility.
Yes, we do have a responsibility. That is actually mentioned there, that thus have requested developed nation to provide immediate funds.
There is an accepted phrase we adopted after 3 days of discussion. Common.
Yes.
I was present there, so I'm telling you. Common responsibilities is what the developed countries wanted. Okay. We wanted main responsibility for funding. And this we debated for 3 days. And finally, we came to the conclusion that common but differentiated responsibility. And that word cannot be changed.
Yes, sir, I understand.
So what you are trying to do is to amend it. You are trying to dilute it.
Yes, sir, but
that to any developing country.
But sir, it's already written that thus, if requested, developed nations to provide immediate support and finances. So if there is an immediate,
okay, but this is something else. Recognizes that enhanced access to international climate finance is important. I would say absolutely essential or something. It's already a diluted phrase.
Okay,
so
sir.
See, this is the trouble. When we add all kinds of words, then you lose the impact of the phrase of the paragraph. Here it is very clear. Importance of finance. This is the point of paragraph 7. It's fundamental to developing countries. So developed countries thoughtlessly used up the resources of the world. And they are enjoying themselves 3 cars at home and 12 air conditioners. And then you are saying you find your own finance?
Absolutely no, sir. I'm just saying that it is one of the ways for the.
That to be, diluted in any manner.
Okay, sir.
All right, delegates, while you suggest clauses to the Honorable President, please ensure that you type those in the chat.
You are not audible.
Sir, am I audible now?
No.
So let me connect it back.
Now you are less audible. Okay, let the President read out paragraph 7 as it stands.
The delegate of Sri Lanka would like to add an amendment.
No, please listen to what President says, then you add. Okay. What is the present position of paragraph 7?
Operator paragraph 7 recognizes that enhanced access to international climate finance, resources and skill training is important to support mitigation and adaptation and rapid response and recovery after a disaster in the least developing countries, especially those that are particularly vulnerable to the adverse effects of climate change, and also recognizes the ongoing efforts in this regard especially from developed nations and non-UN international institutions, including regional and economic groupings. Any amendments to the operator paragraph 7?
Yes, the delegate of Sri Lanka would like to add amendment. So towards the end of the clause, we should add also calls upon the formation of a watchdog organization so as to monitor the financing. So it is so as to prevent the corruption when the financing between the countries.
Where exactly do you want to add this?
Towards the end of the clause, after the clauses. So
What is your amendment?
The end of paragraph already changed. You have to look at the new text. The president read out a text, right?
Yes, sir.
So where does it fit in? Does it fit in at the end of that paragraph? Has she read it? Anyway, you make your suggestion.
Okay.
Excuse me, Madam President. This is the delegate of Vietnam. I had actually suggested an amendment and I had typed it down in the chat box. It has not been included.
Read it out.
It's after developing countries and thus, if requested, developed nations to provide immediate support in finances, especially those that are particularly vulnerable to the adverse effects of climate change, and also recognizes the ongoing efforts in this regard. There has been amendments made after in this regard. I do not have the new version yet.
Well, so the difference is what you are reading, there is only one element there. It is important. Saying immediate financing should be provided. That's a good idea to include. So, President, you can try and include that in your formula.
Okay, sir.
The delegate of A1 thinks the words resources and skill development does not fit in the paragraph.
That's already there. You don't want it.
Yes, but I think it does not fit in the paragraph.
Why finance? Why it doesn't fit?
Because I think this paragraph is about finance, and resources and skill development is different, and it's changing the entire paragraph. I think.
Well, I personally agree with that. I would not have liked to add anything to finance. Really, this paragraph is about finance. If you add more words, it will only dilute it. So I personally agree with you. But how it will fit in, the president has to consider. And somebody who introduced that has to withdraw also.
So I'm the one who proposed the amendment. Could I explain?
No, we are not.
Yes, sure.
Paragraph 7, we are not finished with. The president, you have read out something. Now she has added the idea of providing immediate assistance. You have to include it in an appropriate way. You have to do some redrafting there.
Okay, sir.
We can leave paragraph 7 and then go on to 8 and 9 and so on. Meanwhile, somebody
Paragraph
can.
7, Delegate of France would like to amend it.
Yes, you can continue, Delegate of France.
Yes, The amendment is on the clause number, paragraph number 7, second last line. After
Sorry, you're not audible.
it's not audible.
Could you please increase your voice?
Yes, the amendment is on 7th paragraph, second last line. After effects of climate change.
Okay. What is your amendment?
It's after, but also ensure livelihoods and food security, preserve natural resources, provide higher productivity and income, and keep pace with population growth. Type in the chat box.
Could you please repeat it?
Okay. So, but also ensures livelihoods and food security, preserve natural resources, provide higher productivity and income, and keep pace with population growth.
Could you please type it in the chat box? Does any delegates have any objections to the amendment made by Sri Lanka in the operator paragraph 7 to add it in the last sentence? Also calls upon the formation of a watchdog organization to monitor the financing between the countries. Does any delegate have any objections?
In normal circumstances, when you have a problem like this, what the president normally does is ask 2 or 3 delegations to go out and discuss and agree and come back. But that we cannot do here. Right? Everybody is in different place. So that is why normally that is a drill. When a paragraph becomes too complicated, then the amending delegations will get together and work out a compromise and bring it back. That we cannot do, right?
Yes, sir.
So that means the bureau has to find a solution. So what you can do is leave paragraph 7 aside and go on to the 8, 9, and 10, etc. Then we'll come back to it.
Moving on to operator paragraph 8.
The delegate of Bahrain would like to interfere. May I?
One option you can give them, since there are too many of these amendments, we go back to the original formulation and don't change it. That option also you can give to the General Assembly. Anyway, that is later. Now go on to 8. Let all the delegates who gave amendments think about it, write it down, and then the president will rule on it.
Excuse me. This is the delegate of Bahrain.
I can't hear you.
This is the delegate of Bahrain. Can you hear me?
Sorry?
Yes, this is the delegate of Bahrain. Yes, this is the 1 second. 1 second. Yes, this is the delegate of Bahrain. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Wait, is it too loud?
No. Make it as loud as possible.
Okay. The delegate of Bahrain has posted the amendment that I was supposed to post after the operative paragraph 6 in the chat. The delegate just wanted to remind the president.
We'll come back to
it.
that.
Thank you. And should I turn down the volume? Is it too loud?
No, it's okay.
No, it's fine.
The louder the better. You're competing with thunderstorm. So his amendment, have you got it written down? The additional paragraph after paragraph 6. Bahrain had suggested an amendment.
Yes, it's in the chat. It's been sent privately to the host.
Yes, it has been noted. Now moving on to the operative paragraph 8. Operative paragraph 8 acknowledges the work undertaken under the auspices of the Maraga Partnership for Global Climate Action 27 and encourages non-party stakeholders to scale up their efforts to address and respond to climate change. Any comments or oppositions? Moving on to operative paragraph 9. Operative paragraph 9 welcomes the holding of the 2019 Climate Action Summit convened by the Secretary General on 23rd September, notes the multi-partner initiatives and commitments presented during the summit and notes also the Youth Climate Summit held on 21 September. Any comments or objections?
Just history. There's no need to say.
Operative paragraph 9.
No, that's what I mean. It's factual. Okay.
Moving on to operative paragraph. Sorry, sir.
9 is a factual paragraph. So there is no requirement for any amendment.
Okay, sir. Moving on to operative paragraph 10. Operative paragraph 10 also welcomes the convening by the President of the General Assembly of the high-level meeting during the 73rd session of the General Assembly on the issue of the protection of the global climate for present and future generations of humankind in the context of the economic, social, and environmental dimensions of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development.
Madam President?
Any comments?
Madam President, am I audible?
You're not audible, Delegate of Indonesia.
Madam President, am I audible now?
No.
Am I audible now?
Yes, Delegate, you're audible. For me, it's audible.
I didn't hear what he said.
President, for you, am I audible?
Yes, Delegate of Indonesia, you're audible for me.
You? Madam President, the delegate of Indonesia would like to amend.
Not audible. Indonesia.
So I think it's here for me. It's audible for me. Maybe, yeah. What about the dais? Is it audible for you?
No, it's not audible.
You're also not audible. So
Madam President, am I audible now?
the blind leading the blind.
Yes, you can continue.
Madam President, the delegate of Indonesia would like to amend a point on paragraph number 10 after the word environmental dimensions. My point is by promoting renewable energies.
Could you please repeat it a bit more louder?
By promoting renewable energies.
Where exactly?
After environmental dimensions.
Any objections?
Yeah, please, I didn't hear it. You can read out.
After environmental dimensions, Delegate of Indonesia wants to add by promoting renewable energy.
Okay.
Any amendments?
Madam
Yes.
President?
Yes, Delegate of Indonesia.
I would also like to replace the word humankind by all living beings.
What do you want to replace it with?
By all living beings.
All living.
Where is that?
Indonesia.
No, where
Any
is that?
objection?
No, what is the amendment now? We added something more.
After future generations of humankind, she wants to replace humankind with all living beings.
All?
Living beings.
Okay.
Delegate, please go ahead. Yeah.
The delegate of Sri Lanka also has to make an amendment. So we have to add that. So my amendment is to add the term with special emphasis on SDG 13 climate action towards the last of the sentence for clause 10.
Could you please repeat it, and where exactly do you want to add it?
With special emphasis on SDG 13 climate action.
At the end of
Yeah,
paragraph.
yes.
2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and something.
SDG 13 climate action with special emphasis on SDG 13 climate action.
Delegate of Sri Lanka, could you please type it on the chat box?
Sure.
13th Amendment of what? Sri Lankan Constitution. Sri Lanka. What is the 13th Amendment he is talking about?
Means to take.
Will you clarify what you want?
Sri Lanka, could you
13
please
is
repeat it?
take urgent action in combat climate change and its impacts.
Yeah, I know, and that. You said something about 13th Amendment.
SDG 13. It's a goal 13.
What that is?
Sustainable Development Goal 13.
What you have to say, SDG 13, right?
Yes.
You said something about 13th Amendment. I was worried you were talking about the Sri Lankan Constitution.
I was telling you SDG, like that. I short form the Sustainable Development Goals.
I know that. But that you have to say Sustainable Development Goal. And how do you read that? So you have to say 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development Goals. Just want to add that.
Yes, sir.
Typing down in this.
No, but that there it doesn't fit. We are talking about the 2030 Agenda. That's only for sustainable development. Sustainable development goals are subsequent, developed by the UN. That is not that we are talking about the 2030 Agenda, which was prepared earlier. And that is called Agenda for Sustainable Development, full stop. You cannot add sustainable development goals there. That is something else. You understand?
Yes, sir.
This is an existing document you are talking about. You can't change the name of that document.
Okay, sir, I understand.
Okay.
Sir, Madam President, the delegate of Estonia would like to add an amendment. In the last line of the 10th clause of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and technological know-how from developed countries.
And technological?
Know-how from the developed countries. Should I type it in the chat?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, move on. Unless there are other amendments.
Moving on to operative paragraph 11. Sorry, any oppositions to the amendment made by the delegate of Estonia?
Delegate of Vietnam would like the delegate of Estonia to explain what she meant by that comment.
Delegate of Estonia, could you please explain it?
Yes, ma'am. In order to predict the worsened climate conditions prior the occurrence, it would be helpful for the developing countries to get ample time to use resources effectively and in efficient manner. That's the reason I want to add technological know-how from developed countries.
Delegate of Estonia.
Sorry, was I audible?
Yeah, you were.
Any other objections? Moving on to operative paragraph 11. Operative paragraph 11. Welcomes to further acceptance or ratification of Doha Amendment to the Kyoto Protocol 30 by 135 countries, up from 117 countries 1 year ago, expresses concern that the Doha Amendment has not yet entered into the force and welcomes the efforts of those parties that are already implementing the Doha Amendment prior to its entry into force. Any comments or oppositions to the operative paragraph 11?
That's also factual. There is no scope for amending.
Moving on to operative paragraph 12. Operative paragraph 12 recognizes the importance for all countries for averting, minimizing, and addressing loss and damage associated with the adverse effects of climate change, including extreme weather events and slow onset events, and the role of sustainable development in reducing the risk of loss and damage, and in that regard looks forward to the outcome of the review of the Warsaw International Mechanism for Loss and Damage associated with climate change impacts in the context of relevant decisions of the Conference of the Parties to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change and the Article 8 of the Paris Agreement. Any objections or comments?
That's also factual.
Sorry. Moving on. Operative paragraph 13. Operative paragraph 13. Notes with appreciation the hosting by the government of Chile in Madrid of the 25th session of the Conference of the Parties to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, the 15th session of the Conference of the Parties serving as the meeting of the parties to the Kyoto Protocol, and the second session of the Conference of the Parties serving as the meeting of the parties to the Paris Agreement in Madrid from 12 to 13 December 2019.
Again, not questionable. Can accept it as it is.
Moving on to operative paragraph 14. Operative paragraph 14 urges member states taking into account that women and girls are often disproportionately affected by climate change owing to gender inequalities and the dependence of many women on natural resources for their livelihoods, to promote the integration of a gender perspective into environmental and climate change policies, and to strengthen mechanisms and provide adequate resources towards achieving the full and equal participation of human in decision making at all levels on environmental issues, and stresses the need to address the challenges posed by climate change that affect women and girls in particular, including through the full implementation of the new gender action plan adopted by the Conference of the Parties to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change at its 23rd session. 31 looks forward to its review with a view to advancing towards the goal of promoting gender responsive and equal and meaningful participation of women in support of climate action. Any comments or oppositions to the operative paragraph 14?
The delegate of Portugal would propose an amendment. It is with regards to the part that mentions equal participation of women in decision making at all levels. The delegate of Portugal proposes that women and other gender minorities.
Where do you want to add it?
There is this phrase that goes as follows: equal participation of women in decision making at all levels on environmental issues. Uh, so, uh, so after women, the delegate of Portugal proposes the addition of and gender minorities.
Any objections? Any other amendments?
Yes, delegate of Sri Lanka would like to make a small amendment. So we have to include the term UN Women to the draft, like after the word urges member state, and we have to fill it with UN Women, taking into account that women and girls. Like that will continue.
Any objections? Any other amendments?
The delegate of Vietnam has an amendment. May I continue, Madam President?
Yeah, sure.
It's in the first sentence itself. So urges member states taking into account that women, girls, and LGBTQIA plus members are often disproportionately affected by climate change.
Any objections?
Read it again.
Sure, sir.
Sorry, sir.
No, read that again, whatever she suggested.
Urges member states taking into account that women, girls, and LGBTQIA plus members are often disproportionately affected by climate change.
All right.
Any objections? Any other amendments? Moving on to operative paragraph 15.
No, paragraph 14 has 2 amendments, right?
Yes, sir.
You have got that language.
Madam President,
Yes.
can the delegate of Rwanda please suggest an amendment?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, it's an addition towards the end after climate action. I would like you to add implementation of the policies discussed during the COP20 in 2014.
Could you please repeat it?
Implementation of the policies discussed during COP20 in 2014.
Okay.
Which ma'am, there's one more.
Sorry?
There's one more addition. The same line. It's a
Why are you
continuation.
picking up one COP 14? What is the reason?
So during then they adopted the Lima work program, which actually includes gender equality. So it was adopted during the COP.
Not in this document.
Sir?
No, 2014 was on female issues, is it? You know what it is? What is the document you are talking about? COP 14 took place some years ago. We are already in COP 26. So why are you going back to COP 14?
Sir, I'm sorry, I lost connection in between. Your voice was breaking. The reason I mentioned is because of the Lima work program, which actually promotes gender balance and wants to integrate women into implementation of the Paris Agreement.
Is there something in it which is already not here? There's already a long paragraph on women's rights. Is there in COP 14 something which is not here? That's what I wanted.
No, sir. Then I withdraw the amendment.
All those ideas are there, aren't they?
Yes.
So you don't need that amendment.
Okay.
Yes.
I understand.
Okay, good. Now the last paragraph. No.
Moving on to operative paragraph 15.
Excuse me, Madam President.
Delegate of Romania.
Let me proceed my point.
Yeah, sure.
I would like to add a point that to add general minorities on the line, many women and general minorities on natural resources for their livelihood.
But you introduced already minorities, right?
Yes, sir, but when we dependence on the natural resources, it is general for women and as well as general minorities, right, sir? So
No, but you have to repeat it. The whole paragraph refers to all these ideas. By introducing minorities, you already include them.
Okay, sir.
Everything, all these things that you know, which is mentioned only as women, you have added. There are two amendments, one on, gender changes and also on LGBs or whatever. So both have come. So it has become inclusive of all that.
Okay, sir.
Further changes.
Madam President, this is the delegate of Tunisia. So in the second sentence of 14, so there's taking into account that women and girls. So I'm sorry, I'm not very sure of which delegate that was. She said to make it LGB and whatnot. So instead of saying that, why not just say all genders? So that's what I'd like to put out, all genders.
That's an emotional issue.
I mean, if you're going to say
mention
like
their names.
The delegate of Portugal would like to bring into light the fact that including the word all genders would make it inclusive of men, and then the whole point of cis hetero men, then the whole point of giving a special consideration to women, girls, and gender minorities will be lost.
That's already accepted. That's already accepted. She is not disputing that. But LSG, who is the one who introduced the other word? That was not you. You only introduced minority, right? So yours is there, but she is questioning the need for mentioning them. Once you say gender minorities, isn't that enough? That's what she is asking. But that was not proposed by Portugal. It was proposed by somebody else.
Yes, sir. Any other objections?
Madam President?
Yeah, sure. Continue.
Delegate of Indonesia would like to add amendment.
You're not audible. Could you please?
The delegate of Indonesia would like to add an amendment.
Yeah.
The operative clause of 14 at the last.
Yeah, continue.
By engaging participation of all citizens.
Where do you want to add this?
At the last, ma'am.
And any objection?
What happened? If there is no objection, just approve it.
Moving on to operative paragraph 15.
Operative paragraph 15. Urges the members of the Conference of the Parties in Glasgow in November 2021 to adopt suitable effective measures to save the succeeding generations from the ravages of climate change.
Delegate of Amen wants to make some amendments to save the present and succeeding generations. Let's add the word present.
Okay. It doesn't mean.
Where do you want to add it?
To save the present and succeeding generations.
Any objection?
She wants to save herself. But when you say succeeding generations, present is not excluded. Anyway, put it. The present and succeeding generation.
Any other amendments?
Now let me explain.
Yes.
This is the wording in the UN Charter. one of the objectives of the UN Charter to save the succeeding generations from the ravages of war. Okay, does it mean that the present generation is exempted?
Excuse me, Madam President.
Yes.
I would like to add the word environment after measures to save the environment and present succeeding generations from the ravages of climate change.
So that's what it means. How does it make any difference whether you add environment or not?
No, sir, it's based on climate change, but
This whole thing about climate change. And the COP is about climate change. So what do you add by adding that word there?
sir, but in the sense it only discusses about the succeeding generations, and so I would like to add that.
No, that already we have agreed, positive, right? Safety, present tense succeeding. Are you making more amendment?
Yes, sir.
No, so far you have added only one word, save the present and the succeeding generation. That's it.
Yes, sir.
More. Please read that sentence as you want it.
Yes, sir. Urges the members of the Conference of Parties in Glasgow in November 2021 to adopt sustainable effective measures to save the environment and succeeding generations from the ravages of climate change.
No, there it won't fit in. See, what are effective measures? You are attending a world conference, which is meeting to discuss climate change. It has to be environment. What else? What do you add? What is the idea you are adding?
Sir, actually, in this line, actually, I meant that it only discusses about the succeeding generations, and of course, it also comes in it, but to highlight once more, this is started.
We have already agreed present. Now you want to add environment. But this whole conference is all environment.
Okay, sir. I just meant that to highlight it once more.
That will only dilute it. This is a very general exhortation. You are telling the conference to please take measures to save the present and succeeding generations. By adding environment, you are not adding anything.
Okay, sir.
Okay? You are just ruining the beauty of the sentence. As I said, this comes from the Charter of the UN. Okay? I know you are not happy. You cannot always be happy. Half happy you can. But is there another argument? You tell me if there is another argument. If you think you don't put word environment there, they will forget the environment. Is that your worry? They will go and do something. Is that your concern?
Yes, sir. I just meant that for just highlighting the word once more.
Why? When you're talking about an environment conference, to tell them please do environment. So they will think that they will think that you think they are stupid.
Okay, sir.
Thank you. I don't want people to criticize our draft. You see, this will go around in the UN and here and there. And people who are looking for making amendments, they will see something like this. Okay. And then they will take it up. You have to be careful. This is not confined to ourselves. Tomorrow it will be on the net, right? And it will go all around the world. And the Glasgow conference, somebody will pick it up and say, here it says, you know, the students of Kerala are saying the environment is necessary here. And it may become a big dispute. So don't do that. Okay? You don't get anything out of it. That's all that I'm saying. All right. President, you can make a ruling.
Moving on to the cooperative paragraph 16.
The delegate
Cooperative paragraph.
The delegate of Sri Lanka would like to make an amendment to the 15th clause. So after the 15th clause.
Paragraph, please learn these words correctly. 15th clause is not there. 15th paragraph, operative paragraph 15. You want to make an amendment?
Yes, sir.
Okay. As
So-
far as not, it has been amended once. The word present and been added. You know that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now what do you want?
So I have to propose change like to adopt suitable effective measures, which includes the appointment of UN special rapporteur to look into the climate crisis. So this UN special rapporteur basically collects and evaluates the raw data from climate change.
So where did you get this idea?
Net.
No, but where is it? Has it been approved? Has it been supported, proposed, or what?
I mean, I'm being proposing this.
No, but that may be in another context. Is it in the context of Glasgow?
No, sir.
See, no, so that's the danger. When you say add something, a part of it. See, this paragraph 15 is an exhortation to Glasgow. You know, it's a final paragraph. We are saying that we want Glasgow to find suitable blah, blah, blah. And then if you identify this rapporteur general as an idea, then that becomes the most important thing that they are going to do. It's not the most important thing they are going to do. You understand me?
Yes, sir.
So into this paragraph, you cannot be specified. Otherwise, you have to make another paragraph saying just the appointment of blah, blah, blah. If there is such a thing, I don't know. I've not heard about it.
Okay, sir.
So if you think there is something like that which is important, then you can have a new 15 paragraph or something above 15. If you draft it, we can put it there. But you cannot put it here because that means then all that Glasgow should do is for the reporters. They are going to do zero carbon measures, etc., which are very big things. And how can you mention just rapporteur general's appointment? That's not fair.
Yes, I understand.
Okay, good.
Madam President, Delegate of Estonia would like to add an amendment.
Continue.
After the line Glasgow in November 2021 to adopt before the word suitable, I would like to propose the word strategic planning. Madam, am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Yes, to adopt strategic planning for developing suitable effective measures.
Any objection?
So you don't want measures to be adopted. You only want a strategy planning.
No, sir. I would
That's
just
not a
before
negative.
word effective measures for proper implementation of measures.
You are saying to adopt. Here it says adopt suitable effective measures. Instead, you are saying adopt strategic planning for suitable effective measures. That is diluting it.
No, sir. What I mean is for the proper implementation of measures, then there must be a strategic planning. That's what I mean.
No, so it's not there then. You have to say adopt suitable effective measures, including strategic planning.
Okay, sir. That is what I meant exactly.
Okay, good. Otherwise, it will mean strategic planning becomes more important than suitable effective measures.
No, sir. No, that's not what I meant. I meant strategic planning is also important.
And listen to me.
Okay, sir.
Effective measures, including to save the succeeding generation. Since strategic planning is very general, we can accept it.
Okay, sir. So,
Okay.
audible.
Sir, the delegate of Canada would like to make an amendment to the 15th operative paragraph.
Go ahead.
Urges the members of the Conference of Parties in Glasgow in November 2021 to adopt suitable effective measures to save the succeeding generations from the ravages of climate change, adding, with the relief to the developed countries with no penalties in failure to meet the budget.
How can you introduce that?
Sir,
No, we are talking about the whole conference which is going to determine the future of the planet. And then how can you bring in budget and all that?
not budget, sir. What I try to mean is that the developed countries are supposed to provide an amount for the developing countries in case of any
Agreed. So what do you do?
so we are ready to help the developing countries, but we want to make sure that we'll be not charged with any sort of penalties if we fail to do so.
How can you say that? So you are already presuming that you will fail to do so.
No, we're not presuming, sir, but just in case, because nowadays we're facing uncertain events like the pandemic.
When you violate it, they will decide what to do. You cannot get an immunity now. When you are making a development measure, saying that let us say $300 billion should be paid. Suppose you say in this, everybody agrees. And then Canada wants to make sure that their budget is not affected.
Sir, in case of uncertain events like the pandemic, I think relief should be provided.
When it comes, when you make an action plan, you are not giving them a safety clause that you cannot give.
Okay, sir.
That we'll see when it comes. If Canada is bankrupt, you may be exempted from paying.
Okay, sir.
If you add anything like that of a safety clause for the developed countries, no developing country will accept it.
Sir, instead of penalties, can we at least give the developed countries a certain amount of time so that they can arrange the budget somehow?
Nobody forcing. Every country is doing it on his own scope. All these decisions are only recommendatory. Nobody is going to hang you for this. So many thousands of resolutions have been adopted. $365 billion were promised in Rio. And $5 million were approved. So nobody hanged the United States or Canada or Japan or anybody else. Then again, we go on discussing. If you can't give 365, give 100. So we got stuck with 100 in Paris. Even that 100 is not being seen anywhere. So nobody will let the developed countries off the hook. And certainly not in a resolution which is adopted in India, though you are Canada and United States and so on. No, that will be a disservice.
Moving on to operative paragraph 16.
Madam President?
Yes, Delegate of Indonesia. Delegate of Indonesia, are you here?
Madam President, I would like to point in paragraph. Yes, ma'am.
It's not audible. The voice is breaking. Yes, continue.
Ma'am, I'm typing in the chat box, ma'am. I'm having some network issues.
Okay.
Can you see the chat box? Can you read it?
So she's typing.
I don't see anything from Indonesia here. Have you got it? President? Did you get Indonesia's amendment?
Delegate of Indonesia, have you typed it in the chat box?
Yes, madam. Ma'am, am I audible now?
Now I can see it. I would like to add by responding effectively by collaborating. What does it mean?
Where do you want to add this?
Ma'am, at paragraph number 15 at the last.
After climate change.
Yes, ma'am.
But that is addressed to the Conference of Parties in Glasgow. And what are you asking them to do? Please respond effectively to by collaborating.
Yes, sir.
No, they are the ones who are making the plan, making the measures. And strategic planning is already included.
Okay, sir.
No idea.
Moving on.
I'm not objecting to the idea of collaboration, but doesn't fit in here.
Sir, can we move on to paragraph 16?
That is only the traditional paragraph. Every resolution will have this last paragraph, request the Secretary General to report. So nobody will have any amendment to it. So now you have to go back to your paragraph 7, right?
Sir, delegate of France would like to amend the resolution, resolution.
Which one? Where?
By adding a new paragraph as number 17.
Number 17?
Yes, sir.
Okay, there cannot be a number 17. It has to be before 16. 16 is the last paragraph. It can be a new 16, and then 16 will become 17.
So can I
give your paragraph? Numbering we will do.
Okay, sir. Recommends member nations to promote awareness programs about climate change through educational institutions via reform mechanism.
Delegate of France, could you please type it in the chat box?
Yes.
Okay, do you have a language for 7? With all the amendments, have you written that paragraph 7?
Yes, sir. I have already written it in the chat box.
Now you have written a new paragraph 16, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that we will take. Just give the language.
Sir, the delegate of Bahrain has added a new paragraph. After 6th operator paragraph.
Okay, what is it? Read.
The UN must have provisions to repair and replenish any sort of imbalance caused in the ecosystem by humans or any form of damage caused by the imbalance.
Is that within the climate change treaty? This goes into cosmic policy. That doesn't come under the climate change treaty. This is all about the framework of climate convention. An imbalance in the.
Oh, okay.
Anyway,
Okay, so it cannot be included.
Well, that's my view. You can argue it.
Well, I might not. I might want to, but
No, my dear, you have to understand is that we are talking about implementation of the climate change convention, right? And action. So you can't now bring in celestial bodies into it.
I don't believe I am. I'm just bringing in stuff like, endangered species and damage caused by that. I mean, damages caused to endangered species, animals, plants, all of that. I do not believe in religion.
No, but that is not what I heard.
Oh.
That was.
Oh, then, wait, is it in the way that I conveyed my message? Should I reframe it?
I think so. You have to bring it within the climate change convention.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Deal with the 7 while he finalizes his.
By that, I actually, I mean, the delegate of Bahrain meant that us humans actually hunt and poach causing some species to completely die off or get endangered, or in some cases like pollution can also be a serious issue that leads to, well, climate imbalances as well. That's what I intended to convey.
No, that's all covered in all this.
Okay, then
No, don't bring that in here.
yes, then I'm fine.
Okay, thank you, I understand.
Yes.
So go on to paragraph 7. President, read out 7 as it stands.
Operator, paragraph 7 recognizes that enhanced access to international climate finance, resources, and skill training is important to support mitigation and adaptation efforts and rapid response and recovery after a disaster, particularly in least developing countries. Thus, it requested developed nations to provide immediate support and finance, especially those that are particularly vulnerable to the adverse effects of climate change, and also recognizes the ongoing efforts in this regard. Also recognizes the ongoing efforts in the regards, especially from the developed countries and non-UN international institutions, including regional and economic groupings. Also calls upon formation of a watchdog organization to monitor the finance between the countries.
It's the whole Mahabharata there.
The and also recognizes the ongoing effort in this regard. That comes up 2 times. You can delete one of them.
It has been changed.
Like there are too many things in that paragraph unrelated to each other, but there is no harm.
The delegate of Portugal suggests that the operative paragraph 7 be split into 2 more comprehensive paragraphs.
Good idea. Can you do that?
I'll try.
Okay, you split it into 2 and give it to the president. Okay.
Can I be provided with the operative paragraph as it stands currently, so that I can make the required corrections and then split it into 2?
Is that in the chat box?
It can be put it in the chat box.
Yes, it can be typed.
Okay. Now let us finish everything else. So that paragraph 6.
I was having an amendment.
Which one is splitting?
Delegate
7
of
or 6? 7.
7, sir.
7, yeah. So paragraph 7, the same ideas. Don't change any of the ideas, right? Just make it shorter. So on that understanding, we can approve it.
Delegate of Thailand would like to propose a paragraph. Sir, can I continue?
Yes.
Yeah, so I would like to propose a paragraph 12 for draft resolution is that proposes the establishment of a new legislation acting as an add-on to the Paris Climate Agreement with the responsibility of holding nations accountable when unable to reach the allocated amount of carbon emissions of the Paris Agreement. And then punishments will be in the form of monetary donation to the UNEP, fine by a scale of €5 per extra tons of carbon emission. Then the adoption of such legislation can be done in consultation with United Nations Office on Legal Affairs.
This will not be accepted by developed countries. No mechanism. But in any case, Paris Agreement is gone. Now there will be a cluster, the latest conference. So how can you issue mechanisms for a conference which is already finished and over? It's not logical. But in Glasgow, you want something, that's something else. Don't go to Paris Agreement. Do you understand what I'm saying? Paris Agreement is 2015. It's already gone.
Yes.
Now they are trying to find a new arrangement. And then how can you say you must have some mechanism for the Paris Agreement? Outdated. Okay, move on, President.
Sir, I have an amendment. Delegate of France like to have an amendment in paragraph number 7.
Paragraph what? 7?
7.
But you don't know how paragraph 7 looks now.
Sir, after
Paragraph 7
the
come.
adverse effects of climate change, I would like to add.
No, let the paragraph 7 be drafted and then you will see. Okay. So keep it pending.
Sir, I propose this amendment.
But you cannot propose without seeing what the text is. It has been decided that the delegation, what delegation was that? That young lady in white.
The delegate of Portugal.
Portugal. So she has volunteered to separate the two. Here. And when it comes, you can see. We will not go away without accommodating that. But now, how can you amend it? Okay, the President, please go ahead with finalizing the resolution with paragraph 7.
So the delegate of Sri Lanka would like to propose a new paragraph 5.
New paragraph 5?
Yes.
Okay. Ask the President. I don't know.
So for the creation of a new international environmental legislation that focuses on processing a unified environmental assessment, which is to be applied to all natural parks within a nation, so that individualized evaluation for average tourist footprint, and it also follows the guidelines that the tourist footprint or demolished nature cannot exceed the local's average by threefold. So if such a legislation is affronted, the responsible national park must conduct
Legislation by whom? Legislation by whom?
International. We have to create that. That's what I'm proposing.
Legislate for anybody. UN can only make recommendations. Only independent countries can legislate. UN does not have a parliament. See, all this you are doing is making recommendations to the member states. So you have to say, recommend to the member states to legislate, blah, blah, blah. Is that acceptable? The UN is not a world government. You cannot legislate anything. And this is a General Assembly resolution. General Assembly resolution is not worth the paper on which it is written, because it is not mandatory. Do you know that?
Yes.
Member states are supreme. They are sovereign countries. So how can you legislate? So you can say, request member states to legislate, blah, blah, blah.
Okay, so I can go like member nations can recommend the member nations for creation of a new international legislation.
Yeah, you can do that.
Okay.
Write it down.
Yes.
Give it to the President.
The delegate of Yemen wants to be clarified with a new paragraph, which is put forward by a delegate.
Which paragraph?
No, I want to be clarified with the new paragraph put forward by a delegate. Recently,
Now there is only one paragraph left. That is 7.
a new paragraph.
Yeah, that he will give you.
Uh,
You mean recommending to the member states to legislate? That he will give you the language. Put that in the chat box.
The delegate of Singapore would also like to suggest a paragraph. May I proceed?
Where is the President gone?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so why don't you react to what she's saying? I don't know what she's saying.
May I proceed, ma'am?
Yes, sure.
I would like to suggest a new paragraph 15, which states disadvantaged and socially discriminated groups, disabled individuals, and senior citizens are also disproportionately affected due to climate change. Thus, provisions and resources for ensuring their well being is suggested to be implemented.
Could you please type it in the chat box?
Sure, Madam President.
The delegate of France has proposed a new paragraph, number 16. Recommends member nations to promote awareness program about climate change through educational institution via a reformed mechanism. Does anybody have any objections?
Okay, but put it before 15, not after.
After 16.
No. After 16, nothing is possible. Anything now you want.
Okay, sir. Yes, sir. Before 16.
Above 15, not 16. See, 15 and 16 are going to be the last two paragraphs.
Okay, sir.
Whatever else you want to put in before that or after, you cannot do anything afterwards.
Okay, sir.
Yeah. So specific projects like somebody suggested also paragraph 5, a new paragraph 5. And similarly, this also should be a new paragraph 15. And 15 should become 16 and 16 should become 17. Are you clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So now what you can do is you can move on to formal voting, etc. Meanwhile, all these corrections should be given to you and that will be included.
Madam President, the 7th operative paragraph has been split as follows. It will be provided in the chat box for everyone to see.
Yes, you can put it in the chat box.
Okay, now you enter.
Everyone see.
No, we have already agreed that there is no objection to that. Madam Portugal.
Wait. It has been sent as one single paragraph. I apologize.
No, leave it. Madam Portugal. Hello.
Yes, sir.
You would draft it and give it to the president.
Oh, okay.
Deal with it. Okay. Now on new paragraph 5, paragraph 7, and new paragraph 15 must be drafted by the president. Okay. So we entrust it to her. She can do what you want. And when it is put to a vote, if somebody wants to object, you can object to it. Otherwise, this work will never finish. Okay, the president has to say that. Which are the paragraphs you are going to frame on the basis of the discussions?
Okay, sir.
So mention that. You have to say it. It's not my saying is not enough. You say that we are concluding this discussion on the basis that new paragraph 5, the paragraph revised paragraph 7 and new paragraph 15 will be formulated on the basis of the discussions and will be presented in the formal.
Sir, one more paragraph has been added by the delegate of Singapore. Can I read it?
You're asking me? You're the
I'll read
president.
it.
The president must decide. I'm only an outsider.
Disadvantaged and socially discriminated groups, disabled individuals, and senior citizens are also disproportionately affected due to climate change. Thus, provisions and resources for ensuring their well-being is suggested to be implemented.
Very good. What is wrong with that?
Any objections?
And where will that go?
Delegate of Singapore, where do you want to add this paragraph?
Madam President, I would like it to be the new paragraph 15.
15, okay.
Anyway, in that sequence, already there is a 15 and a 16. So this must go before the 15.
Yes, sir.
The bottom between old 14 and old 15, there are now two new paragraphs in that sequence. Okay, now the game plan is, because the time is running out, what we have to do is now 4:40. What we can do is we can take the resolution, because everybody has heard the discussion. You vote and complete the voting pattern. Okay. And new draft with all these changes, you must circulate it tonight. Okay.
Okay, sir.
And if tomorrow, if anybody has any particular difficulty, they can come to you. No open discussion.
Okay, sir.
So the Secretary General and President must take the responsibility for the drafting and defend it with them. Suppose somebody brings it back and says, this is not what I wanted, then you change it. There's no need to discuss it in the group.
Okay, sir.
Heavy responsibility.
Yes, sir.
Somebody can pass a no confidence motion on you. Okay, it is clear, right? So you have to say it, that I shall do this. No, first you need approval for what has been done, right? So so you please seek approval of the General Assembly to authorize you to make these changes and finalize the draft resolution.
I mean, you're going for what you're suggesting here is a vote, right? If I'm not wrong.
I can't hear you unless you prove your mic.
Sir, am I audible clearly?
Not really. Yeah. Anyway, tell us.
So what I'm saying is that are you suggesting a vote here for the committee for the council session?
No, now we go into a formal session. But before that, let us finalize the draft.
Madam President, please.
So the President has to announce what exactly is the situation of the draft. Are you ready, President?
Madam President, please respond.
Adding new paragraphs to the draft resolution.
No, you must mention who is saying that.
Sorry, sir.
Are you talking now, President?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What are you saying? Can we accept the draft resolution as orally amended on the understanding that the actual language will be finalized by the delegations concerned, by the President and the Secretary General? That's all that you have to say.
Excuse me, Madam President. This is the delegate of Vietnam. I had a confusion regarding the paragraph 14. Did you change it to all genders or does it still remain LGBTQ+?
LGBTQ.
Okay, thank you. I just want to clarify.
It remains, that is not been clear. You will see the text finally. Why are you worried about now? Okay, will you say it and get the approval? Madam President.
Yes, sir. Can we accept the already amended draft resolution?
As orally amended, which will be finalized by me in consultation with the proposers.
Can we accept the draft resolution already amended by orally amended? And can we accept and can we finalize it by me?
In consultation with?
In consultation with the Secretary General.
No, they amended, those who amended it. Secretary General is your friend.
In consultation with the members of
Who amended it?
who amended it.
Good. Now we have to say any objection. If there is any objection, we are back again to square one. No objection? You must ask, the President must ask. No objection?
Any objections?
And don't give any time. Any objections? No objection, and go on.
Okay, we have finalized the draft resolution and
And
will be
orally,
presented
as orally amended.
as orally amended.
Good. So you can adjourn the informal session and go into a formal session again.
The General Assembly adjourns for informal consultations and we are moving on.
Over. What we are going through was the informal consultations. Now we are moving into a formal session.
General Assembly informal session has been over and we are moving on to a formal session.
Good. But you want to take a break or something? Otherwise, straight away. Are you taking a break? I can't hear you.
So a 5 minutes break
Okay.
before the formal session.
All right. Why don't you call the meeting to order, President?
Distinguished delegates, we are moving on to a formal session. I shall now put the orally amended operative paragraphs of the resolution to a vote. The orally amended paragraphs should be read by the delegate of Kenya. Operative paragraph has been changed to with emphasis to poorer countries. The second operative paragraph has been changed to stresses the urgent need to enhance adaptive capacity, strengthen resilience, and reduce vulnerability to climate change and extreme weather events. And in this regard, urges member states to continue to engage in adaptation planning process and to enhance cooperation, namely disaster risk reduction, with emphasis to poorer countries. Next, the sixth operative paragraph has been changed to underlines the need to address the economic, social, cultural, environmental, political, psychological, and physiological impacts of climate change and emphasizes the need for action at all levels to enhance efforts to build resilience through inter alia, the sustainable management of ecosystems, and avoid over exploitation of marine lives such as shark and whale hunting, and to build resilience to reduce the impacts and cost of natural disasters on both humans and non-humans. The seventh operative paragraph has been changed to recognizes that enhancing access to international climate finance, resources, and skill training is important to support mitigation and adaptation efforts and rapid response and recovery after a disaster, particularly in least developing countries. The eighth operative paragraph is recently added as request developed nations to provide immediate support in finances, especially those that are particularly vulnerable to the adverse effects of climate change, and also recognizes the ongoing efforts in this regard, especially from developed countries and non and international institutions, including regional and economic groupings, also calls upon the formation of a watchdog organization to monitor the finance between the countries. 11th operative paragraph has been changed as also welcomes the convening by the President of General Assembly of high-level meeting during the 73rd session of the General Assembly on the issue of the protection of the global climate for present and future generations of all living beings in the context of the economic, social, and environmental dimensions
by promoting renewable energies of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and technological know-how from developing countries. The 15th operative paragraph has been changed as agents member states taking into account that women, girls, LGBTQ plus members are often disproportionately affected by climate change, owing to gender inequalities and the dependence of many women on natural resources for their livelihoods to promote the integration of a gender perspective into environmental and climate change policies and to strengthen mechanisms and provide adequate resources towards achieving the full and equal participation of human in decision making at all levels on environmental issues and stresses the need to address the challenges posed by climate change that affect women, girls, and gender minorities in particular, including the full implementation of the new Gender Action Plan adopted by the Conference of the Parties to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change as its 23rd session. 31 and looks forward to its review with a view to advancing towards the goals of promoting gender responsive and equal and meaningful participation of all women in support of climate action. New 16th operative paragraph has been added that disadvantaged and socially discriminated groups, disabled individuals and senior citizens are also disproportionately affected due to climate change. Thus, provisions and resources for ensuring their well-being is suggested to be implemented. New 17th pre-operative paragraphs has been added as, included as recommends member nations to promote awareness program about climate change through educational institutions via reformed mechanisms. 18th pre-operative paragraph has been changed to adjust the members of the Conference of Parties in Glasgow in November 2021 to adopt suitable effective measures to save the present and succeeding generations from the ravages of climate change. Thank you.
Now I shall put the whole resolution to a vote. Any delegates having statements before the vote? Moving on to the voting. Those in favor of the resolution can raise hands.
Delegates kindly raise the hands option which is provided in the participants column so that we can take on the simple majority and declare that whether the draft resolution gets passed or not.
Can you count? Otherwise, what you can do is you can ask for, are there any votes against? Then you will be able to easily find out.
Exactly, sir. So this has already passed a simple
Can be
majority, which is
adopted by
13.
unanimous consent. So any delegation wanting to vote against, the president can ask.
Madam President, please proceed.
Against the resolution can raise hands now.
So there is no one.
Any delegates abstaining from the resolution? From voting?
Don't be so democratic. You can just say go ahead. It's presumed. So you say that the resolution has been adopted by consensus.
Seeing that the resolution reached a simple majority, I, as the President of General Assembly, declare that this resolution pass.
Adopted.
Has been adopted.
All right. Now, any statements?
Does any distinguished delegates have statements after the vote? General Assembly session has been adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, delegates. Sir, you may address
All
the
right.
session.
Before you go, make sure that the clean text is sent out to everybody by internet tonight. And
Yes, sir.
tomorrow morning, if there is anybody has any problems, can come to you and you can correct it. Okay, there may be mistakes. But the other thing I want to say is tomorrow is only Security Council, but that doesn't mean that the others should not come. We need an audience also. So please make sure you continue to be delegates tomorrow also, though you are not on the Security Council. So the 15 members of the Security Council should definitely be there, and the others should also be there. And in deciding on the awards, etc., we'll take that also into account. Your general interest in UN affairs, not just what you did. So let us hope that all of you will be there, and it will be shorter than today because there are only 15 speeches. Has Pakistan agreed to make a statement tomorrow?
Sir, I think the delegate of Pakistan was present today, but delegate, if you could acknowledge your presence and please respond to the question of the sir, it would be highly appreciated.
So you don't have a request from Pakistan yet?
I think there was a representative
No,
from
sir.
Pakistan. Yeah.
But is the President of the Security Council available?
No, sir.
She has taken off today.
She's having an exam today.
Oh my God. You forget that you are students. We think that you are delegates. Okay. So what we do is, of course, she will definitely come tomorrow, right? She has no exam tomorrow. Yes?
She's coming tomorrow, sir.
Yeah, okay. So all the 15 should be there definitely. And the Secretary General should be there, naturally. And the text of the resolution is already everybody has got. So we will have the Security Council, but everybody should come tomorrow for a Security Council session also, and then stay for the concluding session.